Good morning, everybody. Can we take our places, please? I'm glad to see our young colleagues. It's a pity I don't see, their students are here as well. Where are they? Oh, okay. Must say, well done for being here so early. Welcome to day 2. It's very bright and early, but I'm sure we are all actually used to get up this time, or being busy by this time already. Our first speaker for today is Dr. Todd Collins. I would like to encourage you to read his CV in the paper submitted. If it's not there, I'll make a plan, because it actually tells you it's way too humble, but that's Todd. So yeah, thank you for taking the time, and let's enjoy his talk. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, it just seems genuinely like yesterday I was probably in practice in Underberg for a year, 2 years, and we had a conference in Bloem, and literally it seems like yesterday. And most of you young chaps hopefully will have that experience, but the years in between, I hope they're as full as the life I've been, the Lord has allowed to me to live. I was coming back every second weekend. I work on a dairy heifer rearing farm. I had some bad luck with finances, so I have to continue working, which is a great thing too. I'll actually mention this later. And I was coming back in the mist, back to Underberg from Bulwer, and in front of me came a big truck. It's just 4 words on the back of this lorry, this truck, and there are potholes like everywhere. And it just said there, SA, call on God. And I think our country and our world, like never before, needs our Lord's intervention. Really does. And so I give glory to the Lord for allowing me, from a shy young boy that was terrified of one person visiting our farm, to be able to speak to a group like this, let alone sometimes to international conferences. And I just feel it's the Holy Spirit that talks to me. And sometimes, like the LHPG, where's Chris? Remember that LHPG, not the LHPG, the Large Herds Conference. After that, one man came and we had a castle light together, and he was on his way to commit suicide back in Mpumalanga. And something I was led to say made him change his mind. And he phoned a month later, and he said, Todd, my life has turned around. He says, my wife's come back to me, I didn't shoot myself and my dog, my daughters have returned, and the farm is going great. And it's just those little things in life that make you realize we aren't in control, guys. We just do what's put in our place. And so I'd start by giving great glory to our amazing Creator. And whether you're Jewish, Sean, or Christian believer like me, there's one God, and He's got a plan for us all. Okay. So, I've got a lovely topic. These worked for me. And some didn't. And I'll share some of those with you as well. Now, dairy vets live a wonderful life. We mix with great people. We drink lots of milk on the dairy farms. And I mean, look, at 45 years old, you can still look as young as that. It's a good occupation to follow. And then this talk it was 2 years ago, I think I was getting ready to give it. And so I contacted all our colleagues around the country, just said, come on, guys, I need some else. I could speak for a whole week. In fact, my talk could take up an entire week. So this is one of the things that I learned early on. I was suffering from burnout, and it's because these bloody watches we wear on our wrists, most of our watches that we wear on our left wrists tend to rust because they don't last in cattle and cows' backsides. And I still, to this day, don't know how to switch an ultrasonic scanner on, but I've got the Digi5 model, and I'll take on any scanner anytime. It's probably done 1.3 million rectals, and it was still. But the watch and the time constraints, once you're in your vehicle on your way to your call or your client, forget the time. It just adds stress, stress, stress. And that, again, is a subject that could take up a whole conference. That's stress. Throw that watch out of the window. Okay. Right. I know this is a talk, this conference is ruminant. And here we've got two monogastrics, eh? That wild woman and that horse. And Alan Fisher gave me this, reminded me of this. Okay. Those women like that, nothing to do with the lactiferous tissue there, although it's shown quite nicely in the... those women that are captivated by equines are known to be dangerous. Because, why? Beware of horsey chicks. They're the type that are known to eat their young. Next one was mentioned yesterday, Philip, the late, great Philip Kretzmann. And he's the guy that actually saved my life, he and AfriVet, when I'd retired. And AfriVet came along and offered me a job through Philip. And, he died of brain cancer not many years ago. But he came and said he's got too much work as a consultant for AfriVet. Could I join him? And this is one of Philip's great things about storing tubes of semen in your underrods if you've got no Eskim. And take it home. And in fact, this last weekend, I was doing quite a lot of inseminating on the heifers that we're raising, and it was pouring with rain, and so between the little hut and the crush, the drukgang, we were working, I was filling up a couple of pipettes and sticking them down in my underrods. Whether all those calves are going to turn out to be bulls, I don't know, but anyhow. So that's just a little tip, and it works well, hey? This is one that Peter Ardington, Dr. Peter Ardington, a wonderful vet, he was president of the Vet Council for many years, a really wise man. And this he came back from America. Now, you know these cows that are shocked. You've done a prolapse. They've had a prolapse for months or for ages, and they're dehydrated. They might have been scouring from some reason or other, but they're shocked and dehydrated cows. This is a very simple, very effective form of a drip. I mean, you're going to drip a cow, hey, fafa, it's going to take bloody ages. You just get those pumps. Is Divan here? I don't know if Divan's here. I remember we got a pump, funny enough, through Philip Kretzmann. Those pumps had a very nice stomach tube that goes down, and you can pump 25 liters into that cow in next to no time. And all you need is 25 liters of water, preferably warm. And I used to carry around those little bottles, 80 grams of salt, and 20 grams of potassium chloride. That's a very simple but a very useful electrolyte. And it made the difference in so many stressed cows. In fact, every cesarean I used to do, they would get this as well as the other multis. So there you are. There's a tip that really made a difference to my practice. This is something very close to my heart as a personality. Now, this is something I believe should be a compulsory non-exam subject, either at school, at high school, or certainly at OP. Psychology. There should be a basic course in psychology, probably for life, but certainly for us vets and chaps in the trade, to know that we all belong to a different personality type. You can actually, this is the Briggs-Myers, the Briggs-Myers assessment, I think, goes to 16. But basically, you're a shark, an owl, a turtle, or a teddy bear. And those of us who've now got to deal with people who've got these different personality types, we become a little fox in the middle, so you change your colors, stripes a little bit. Alfred, what are you? I don't know. Anyhow, this is it. These are the four different basics. The shark is the driver. He wants everything his way. That's the way it's done, no arguing. Or the owl, the analytical, who likes to have all the factors laid up before he makes a decision. And when you've got to break news to him about how you're going to approach his problem for ketosis or whatever the case may be. You say, happens like this, and this is how we're going to treat it, and the outcome should be that, this is what it's going to cost, the benefit's going to be that. He's the owl, the analytical. Those words down the right, if you want to impress someone, the choleric and the melancholic and so on. Turtle. The turtle personality, I believe, is me. I don't like to cause waves. I like to just float in the ocean and I'm an amiable guy. But sometimes, like I've accepted the position as the vet in charge of the Royal Agricultural Society show, and with this foot and mouth disease threat in our country, I've had to turn into a shark personality. I've had to bang the table, which I've never done before in my life, with the Royal Agricultural Executive Council, and say, this is the way it's going to be done. You guys have appointed me to be in charge of all this, and I've contacted chaps like Sean. I've been up at 2 o'clock in the mornings regularly having Zoom meetings with people from Hong Kong, from Pirbright, a wonderful guy in Pirbright, probably one of the leading epidemiological centers in the world. They've all said, Todd, call that effing show off. You're in a hiding second to nothing. And I know the Royal Show Committee has decided, and they said, Todd, sod you. We're going ahead. We've had no shows for 2 years. We are desperate for the funds. We're going ahead. And I said, call it off. I don't want to be involved. They said, please, we want someone. Well, they said credibility, but I don't think they know what the word means. But anyhow, I said, okay, on condition that I get a legally signed document, not just by any old lawyer, by an advocate, absolving me of any repercussions that might arise from this. Okay, and I wanted it signed by every single member of that executive committee. And I said, but be that as it may, you've given me the great honor to do this job. So I'm going to do the very best that I can do for you. And with Donnie's document that you drew up and so on, I'm going to do the very best job. Albeit against my better judgment, we are going to do our very best. And I've rubbed up some breeders in the Free State and so on and said, sorry guys, you can't have your animals in 28 days quarantine, and during the 28 days quarantine, you come to the Royal Show because you've been to Nampo or the Bloom Show. I said, this is absolute bullshit. The quarantine ends the moment they come within any contact of India. I could go in for this because this has occupied my mind for the last month non-stop. I haven't been going to sleep before 2 o'clock in the morning. Anyhow, so that's the turtle becoming the driver, and there are times, that's why I go through the fox. And then there's old teddy bear. Man, I love teddy bears. They love a party. Hey, Sean, are you a teddy bear? You love a party, but you're also a driver. Anyhow, so this is an interesting topic of mine, and I just love talking on it. I really do. But I say this should be basic part of our training. Everyone in the world would be a far happier place if we understood why people behave and respond the way they do, instead of you just now forming an animosity with him because, my God, he doesn't agree with me and he's harachat or whatever. But if you understand him, he's that sort of personality, understand it. We're all different. Thank goodness we were. What a boring world it would be if we were all the same. Now, I feel strongly about this. I always have. Company field agents, I don't like the word reps. Company field agents are an extension of your practice. They must be made to feel welcome. They must be made, hopefully they make an appointment. Cup of coffee, cup of tea. What can you teach me? What are my neighbors doing? What's hot in your practice? Make them feel welcome, and your practice will do better with them. And they are individuals too, all right? They're field agents, they're not just vets, but they're people, they're humans. They need to get credit as well. Give credit where credit's due. I think I was saying earlier, an undeserved compliment given is a tragedy, because you give the compliment because the person's in a dark place. So it's sad. And also, you might be giving a compliment that doesn't get deserved because you are currying favor. So an undeserved compliment given is a bit of a tragedy. However, a deserved compliment not given is a sin. How many of us, when we've had a nice toasted sandwich and a lekker cappuccino at a roadhouse in the middle of nowhere, ask the manager, do you mind if I put my head around into the kitchen? I say, is there a problem? No, on the contrary. So you put your head in the kitchen, you say, who made that toasty? Ooh, someone might just put their hand up and say, yeah, I did. You say, that's the best toasted sandwich I've had in years. That person might have been going home that night to commit suicide. Now I'm being a bit dramatic. Pass compliments, man, guys. It's the stuff of life. And right, on this thing, Zoeta some years ago was doing a road show, and for some reason, our little practice in Underberg, just 3 of us, not one of these mega practices that have got dozens of, they asked us, please, to talk on the success factor in our practice. So Gavin and Rob and I got our heads together, and of course it was keeping up with cutting-edge science, going to all our refresher courses, which you must do, conferences. This is no-brainer. Besides the fellowship that you get, and as I say, ever since that first conference I went to in Bloem, by the way, they took blood from us in Bloem, all the cattle vets. 60% of the blood, we didn't know what they were testing, 60% plus had antibodies to Crimean Congo fever. Hey? Is that bont-legged tick? I think it is. Shit, excuse my language. That was an eye-opener. And I bet a lot of us, if they took blood from us and checked it, I know we would have a lot of Rift Valley fever antibodies. We are a tough bunch of people. Anyhow, relationships. And this is, I love this. Sean, Star of David. Brilliant. That's us in the middle. You in the middle. And we've got those six people. Who are those 6 with whom you have relationships? Okay? You've got to have a good relationship with your staff, and you've got to understand what personality type they are. Your clients, of course, I mean, that's number 1. The company representatives, these guys. Got to have a good relationship with them and understand where he comes from. Talk to him. He might be coming from a broken marriage. He might have just, a son's just let him down because he's plugged matric or whatever. Our colleagues, now this is something I could speak all day on. I've been devastated recently. I spoke to a colleague who's on his own in the Natal Midlands, and he's getting screwed by one of the big megalithic companies there. And he's making an honest living, and he does an honest job. But gradually, he's getting clients like the groot crocodile that comes along with his eyes just above the water and just grabs a client there. Oh, we can supply you with drugs much, much cheaper than him. And he was away having to go to a wedding. He never has time off because he's a one-man practice, but he happened to go, and there happened to be a dystocia. So he took the big, humble step to say, please, would you phone the big practice? And he phoned them and said, guys, I'm away. Can you do this job for me? And, of course, they shat on him. And he said, oh, well, you just putting up your practice here, and you can't supply your clients, support them. And, of course, it was one of the 5 big clients that he was sort of relying on to keep going. The big practice, the groot crocodile, took that client from him. And he contacted me through my involvement with the helpline, the stress line. There are only 5 of us left, And we get phoned at all times of day and night, which is really, really sad. And he had a long, long chat, and we sort of tried to, So, but it's a pity that the colleagues in that practice. I did a 2-week practice for Mike Lowry in Hillcrest, Natal. Now, in Hillcrest, I think there are more vets in a small area than just about anyone in South Africa. I visit, because it was quietish where I was, so I used to go around pretending I was from the South African Veterinary Council, and I'd received reports of the very bad hygienic standards in these practices. And they said, I've come to take swabs and samples, and my, they ran around, they were disinfecting everything with ACT and what have you, and then I'd come around and say who I was, and they all laughed. But between those practices in Hillcrest, it's not rivalry. It's bloody hatred. It sickened me. I came away from that 4-night practice feeling sick. Instead of working together, I remember in East Griqualand, Dieter Nisch, you chaps know old Dieter, he broke his arm carrying a bag of lick to some cattle because he farms as well. And he couldn't operate. And we just clumped in and said, Dieter, we'll help you with your herd runs, with your cattle. That's the way it should be. But this dog-eat-dog attitude, And I'm so sad that it seems to be creeping in to our beloved livestock, large herds, and not large herds, Ruvasa. That's sad, guys, sad. Maybe I'm from the old world where we were just one big, nice group that shared each other's problems and solutions. So that's our colleagues. Consultants, whether they're nutritional consultants, genetic consultants, that work in with them. They're not rivals, we're part of the team. And of course, your family. You've got to have a good relationship with your family. I said 7 points. Who's the 7th? It's that in the middle. That's you. You've got to have a good relationship with yourself and your Lord and Maker. And you've got to have that. You've got to have peace with yourself. I'm speaking from experience. I've twice tried to commit suicide. Take time out. A serious psychiatrist told me, Todd, you guys, and anyone with a stressful situation, this is the minimum. 1 long weekend every month, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and your midweek golf or whatever you want. Okay, once a month, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Once every 3 months, a minimum of a full week. And then once a year, you have your minimum annual leave of a minimum of 2 weeks. Now, if you're a boss or a practice manager and so on, you say, my goodness, all that time off and I've got to pay this person. Well, if you want that person to work well and not suffer from burnout and be a good vet and a good person, this is the minimum. We need time out. And the other little bits of time out are, I call them minute vacations or minute vacations. We just almost say, let's just leave the cows or the horses for a second. I'm just going out into that paddock and just lie down and you just chill. And the last thing you think about is veterinary matters or whatever. Just lie there and think about, go back to your happy place when you were a kid, when you used to play next to the stream or something like that. And that's one of the cognitive behavioral therapies that I've learned through time in some of these clinics. It's lovely. You just go back to that happy place, wherever it is. Might have been shooting a couple of springbok or whatever it is. Anyhow, so yeah, take time out, minute vacations. Teach yourselves to do this. Okay, I love this because we all rugby, and you're part of the scrum in the farm. The hooker is the farm owner, that loose head is I just had fun making this up. But the main thing is at the bottom there. The veterinarian is the number 8. Number 8 is a serious position, like Willem Alberts, and who's our wonderful number 8 at the moment? Dwayne Vermeulen, fantastic. And he, remember, before he goes into the scrum, he looks up, he's seeing what's going around, what's going on with the opposition and that. And we as vets in the farm scrum, we are looking around, taking a fine look before we engage. And we engage with our flank very often, your loose-head flank. You say, right, they're going to do this, or whatever. I love that story about the chaps that talk on the television, the commentators were having one of those things. There were 4 or 5 of them on the dais, and all the audience was asking about past relationships or incidents while they were reffing. And they said, no, that match after the All Black had retired, Sean Fitzpatrick, who was the best hooker in the world, acknowledged, best hooker in the world, and he just retired, and it is now between James Dalton, and Andy Wood, the Irish hooker. They were vying for the unofficial world's best hooker. And they were playing, Dalton was playing for Transvaal, then the Lions. It was a provincial game against the British and Irish Lions. So these 2 top hookers were vying for each other. They were gunning for each other. And it was a local ref, not an international ref, but one of our top provincial refs. And as Keith, Andy pronounced it, at least Dalton pronounced it Keith, about to throw in the ball, he says, hey, Keith. And he stopped. He said, I know that call. You're going to throw in the ball to your number 4 jumper, and they're going to form a maul, and you're going to come around the back, and they're going to pass the ball to you, and you're going to come around blindside. Keith, if you come around blindside, I'm going to kill you. So Keith Wood says, Mr. Referee, did you just heard what he said? And the ref said, yeah, I heard what he said. He says, well, Mr. Referee, what are you going to do about it? He says, well, I'm going to recommend very highly that you don't go blindside, eh? So that's so good. Right, this is another practical one. We've all come across this. These are these enigmatic, terrible cases, and I just got this off the internet. But this tells me a couple of things. A, that is one of the most important implements every livestock vet should have. You've got to have a nose tong. So the first thing you get to, even if a cow's down and you don't think she's going to go anywhere, you put the bloody nose tong on and you hold her. The number of cattle that suddenly get up, they find a new lease of life and they go galloping down the hillside. Gavin, my partner, my next partner, he told two lovely stories. This cow goes galloping down like this with this great big prolapse swinging this side and that side. She did a sidestep like Kutsa, my classmate. You know, this chap who just got the second. Kus was brilliant sidestepping. So she took a sidestep to the left as the uterus was doing a swing to the right, and they parted company. And uterus there, cow there, 5 more steps, and she was stone dead. I had a similar one where this cow was going away because I hadn't held a nose tong, but obviously the middle uterine artery where the students is it, the main artery that's down in the middle of the uterus, it had obviously snapped, and she just lay down and died. Another time in the snow, this I wrote up in one of my books, I was in the snow and the wind was pelting down, it was terrible, and I just couldn't get this. I tried my brown sugar treatment, which James Herriot taught me about. I think you maybe get taught about it as OP these days, but I just happened to pick it up in one of James Herriot's books, and it works, eh? Normally. Brown sugar couldn't reduce it. I'd even gone as far as using oxytocin, which is often a no-no. And I just couldn't replace that, reduce the prolapse. So Oom Koos Joubert just said, no, I didn't think you would get it right, and he shot her there and then. He had a pistol, revolver in his pocket all along. So I said, Oom Koos, ek moet die baarmoeder oopsny. Hoekom kon ek nie terugsit? So I cut it open and it was just full of inflated intestines. There's no way, Doris Day, I could ever have replaced that. So it's just one of those little things. You don't win them all. Yeah. Second thing in this picture, you notice the ropes. Could you see the ropes around their hind feet? Now, I met a New Zealand vet, a wonderful guy, at a World Small Animal Conference in Durban. And we just clicked. And he spent 3 days with me in Underberg, came around with me. Lindsay was his name. And we happened to have a prolapse like this. And she was standing. And then I was battling it back. He said, Todd, man, just rope her, let it go down. So we dropped her with the rope. And then you got a rope on each leg. I think I'm probably talking to the converted here, but a rope on each hind leg, obviously a tongue on her nose, and the 2 hind legs were pulled out apart. And you sit in between those hind legs, and if you've got labor, all right, someone on each side, and I usually use my apron. So chap in the apron, you lift it up, clean it up, get all the afterbirth or placenta off, and that thing just almost slips back because it's tipping back over the pelvic wall. It just goes back so nicely, and then in goes 5 liters of warmish, if you can, water with a little bit of disinfectant. And he says he doesn't even stitch it up. And I must say, since adopting that technique, good old shot of long-acting antibiotic, and they're fine. But she gets her tail cut and she doesn't get bred again. The more difficult ones, in my opinion, have been out for a few days. Those prolapsed cervix vaginas, man, they can be tricky to massage down to a smaller size, all the lubricant and all that. Again, I've found several times what you do is you get a size 16 or 18 gauge needle and you stick it in there, and what pours out but urine? Urine. because the bladder has flopped over and into there. You drain the bladder and Bob's your uncle. So that's all a little trick, but those are always put in a Buna stitch to keep them back. I don't always with the uterus have I put the stitch in. That's about, yeah, those prolapses make, whether you like it or not. I know a lot of farmers do them themselves, but a lot of the time they cock them up and then you've got to end up repairing a horrible, horrible mess. Carving cases, 20 minutes, the farmer, 20 minutes. If you can't get it right, call the vet. No debate. What's the next slide I've got for you chaps? Come on. Big universal debate. How do you get that stink out of your arms when you've had a really rotten dystocia? I've tried everything. Alfred, I don't know what you use. This is the best by far. Good old Lifebuoy soap, the carbolic soap. I must tell you of an amusing incident. I had a really rotten cough, one of those Gareth where you're putting it out. Eventually out comes a leg here and a bit of that, and you pull out some ribs and a stink. And it was far away from anything, and I'd used my 20 litres of water that I carry in my bucky, and I washed, boy, I don't know if I used carbolic soap, Lifebuoy, what. And I was driving back across the old Millilanda back to the main road, and the stink wouldn't go away, and I'd taken over the hair from under my arm, there's nothing there, and it stank. And as I got onto the main road, I happened to look on the rearview mirror, and there was this sludge over my face. I don't know how it got there. And I had no more water, so I knew there was a little dam next to the road there, but further on. So I parked my bucky there, and I walked through the brambles into this dam, and I just galgat into this dam. It was lucky there was some kukuyu there, and I dived in, and then I did wash my face, and I was lying there in the sun. It was so nice, and I heard some giggling, and I looked, and there were two young girls. I could just see them. They realized I'd see them. They ducked, and I got up, and this little red car went up what we call Vinnicum's Hill. It was a little red Polo or something. But and this is not made up, and I am an author, and I'm entitled to make things up, but I didn't make this up. One of them had a cap snagged in the jigjaw, the brambles. And sure as luck, nuts, it had Oorsies Electrical. Let us remove your shorts. As I say, I could have made that up, but it sure as you're sitting here, that was that. I've still got it at my surgery. Right, the next point that I regret is that I came from as a lot of us did, from a very poor family. Money was never a sort of thing we used to talk about because we just didn't have it. I only learned this 5 years ago. My dad died when I was 5. We had next to nothing to grow up on. And the farming community in the Karkloof area where we farmed, our little farm, my mum had a little farm, we battled. The farming community, Fafa, paid for myself and my 2 brothers our full education. That's what part of farming community is. That's one of the great parts of being a rural vet. I only learned this just before I turned 70 years old. So this, I believe, should be a compulsory, non-examinational subject, accounting or bookkeeping to some extent. We all should have that. It should be a skill for life. And one of the reasons my partners and I sort of split company under slightly unpleasant circumstances because I never showed any interest in the financial side of my practice. My problem, my guilt. And I think they just said I'm disinterested. But I do regret that enormously. So I will never have that gold bars. And I think I mentioned earlier, I was taken by 2 con men. Over 60% of my life savings I lost to 2 very clever con men. One of them will never con anyone else in his life. He was traced to Chile. There was a big group of lawyers in Cape Town who also had. So these were professional con men. And we got an international hitman, as it were, and he was traced to Chile, and despite all sorts of forms of persuasion, this guy couldn't tell where our money is. So he's probably decomposing in the stomach of a great white shark in the Atlantic Ocean. But yeah, so I'll never be like that, but my wealth is here. So I do reckon that should be a part of overall training. You don't have to be greedy or anything like that. You just got to have the knowledge of how to handle finances. Now, this is, come on, cut a guy some slack. And it's a lovely old saying, comes from the Navy, I think. And it goes back to this fellow I met the other day who's really, I was worried that he's going to pull the plug on himself because his practice is shrinking and shrinking. Like Mike Caldecott. I don't know if any of you remember Mike Caldecott. Wonderful chap, old Mike. His dad was a member of Parliament in Rhodesia under Ian Smith. And he was a great fellow. And he had a little practice in Greytown, and it just gradually got eaten and eaten by the bigger practices who offered better discounts on medicines and so on. And they could say, no, we'll do herd runs and herd visits. You know, we're a bigger practice. There'll always be someone to attend to you and so on. And Mike eventually took his own life. But we had a wonderful, this is typical of Mike. We had a day-long conference at the Ascot Hotel in Maritzburg, and it was given by one of the world's top horse gurus from Newmarket in England. And he was talking to us about vetting horses, the correct way to vet a horse before signing that document for sale. Man, it took all day. And we got more, our shoulders just drooped more and more. What we'd been doing in the past to vet a horse was pathetic. He said you had to take, I don't know, I'm exaggerating now, I'm allowed to, I'm an author, 34 x-rays of every joint. You had to have scopes down their throats to put on a treadmill and have a look at what their pharynxes and their vocal cords are doing, and ECGs and blood tests for all sorts of things, you know, as the day went on. At lunchtime, I think those of us who were more adventurous drank a glass of water, but there certainly wasn't the normal beer or anything at lunchtime. And it got quieter and quieter, and we just thought, what the F have we been doing all our lives? Signing these certificates of soundness and health. And we just traipsed out there afterwards. Some poor blighter was given the job of thanking this fellow. Right, really. And traipsing out to our buckies to go back to Newcastle and Cockstad and Dundee and Underberg, just walking down there, not a breath, no, I mean, we were shattered. And one voice piped up, old Mike Caldecott, what a load of shit. And a platoon from the 32 battalion couldn't have done it better. We just did an about turn straight into the Krug for the next 3 hours. And then these vehicles zigzagged back to Vryheid and Underberg and Cockstad. He had just brought it down to earth, which was great for Mike. But he said that he eventually took his own life. However, it wasn't just the pressure of practice. He had found that he was going blind from a cerebral lesion. Anyhow, he was a wonderful guy. Okay, sheep. One time, sheep, Gareth, we had 85,000 breeding ewes in our little district at one time. Ella loved that sheep work. And this is just a simple thing. You get brought a sheep with a dystocia or a prolapse. And so many young students will sort of kneel down as though they're treating a cow and sort of working at, breaking your back. This is how you do it. Preferably on the back of a bucky. Just a man straddles it and holds it up, and you use gravity to either take the lamb away or get the prolapse back in. Now, in this photograph, the second man here just insisted on being in the photo. But you only need that one fellow who's straddling and holding up the back legs. And there's those times when Ile-de-France were the in thing with their big heads, especially if it was a singleton, one lamb, they got big lambs, and you'd come back from a day's long of pregnancy testing, 600, 800, 1,000, 1,400 cows, and you were moch. And there would be 6 or 8 sheep waiting at the practice to be with dystocias. So we got very adept at doing caesareans, 15 minutes a time. It was good. And why? we had that little instrument. I don't know if they're even made anymore. These were so nice. You put that around the head, for instance, that little loop, and tighten it up a bit, and that helps with the head. So you've got two hands, two ropes on the legs, the front legs, and that loop goes around the ears at the back of the head, and you pull that up. But this is the instrument that really helped me. It's called the gambrel. Wonderful. And I think you could make that all out of number 8 wire, but these were very nice, made out of plastic. And again, I could do a cesarean on my own with the gambrel, because it's almost like a twitch on a horse. When a sheep has the gambrel applied, you see the middle section goes over the neck, and the 2 front legs get caught in those loops there. It just seems to immobilize a sheep, and she doesn't struggle. So she'd lie on her side. I was strong and tough in those young days, eh? And I'd lift her onto our little post-mortem table. She'd on her sides. She sort of got this almost paralyzed, you know, when you twitch your horse. By the way, I only learned years later that when you put a twitch on the horse, the rope on the nose, or that other one, the war bridle, where you put a string around above the gum, on the gums around it, it's not the discomfort that stops the horse moving around. It actually releases endorphins. There are those tiny glands there on the lips. So just put that twitch on and wait 5 minutes while the endorphins calm them down. And that is something that I only learned the other day. You know, Alfred, the day that I stop learning something new every day, they must put me under. This is life. You learn something new every day. From even that little piganine that's that big in the crawl, he will teach you something if you're humble enough. So yeah, so these gambrels are great. Put it on the hind leg of the sheep on its side, tie up to the leg of the table, and I do a cesarean section there, as I say, 15, 20 minutes most. I did have the very nice opportunity in the UK when I was there. I worked for a vet who was also the chairman of the Dorset Horn Association, and we did lots of cesareans there. Possibly one of the most important things I've learned worked for me is the time you spend afterwards over the cup of coffee with your client. He learns from you, and you learn so much from them. Never be naive enough, at least arrogant enough, to think, and I know I had a partner who came out of varsity, and he just used to speak down to these farmers, been farming for 30, 40, 50 years. They knew so much, and he was arrogant, and he spoke down to them, and they said, keep that young vet off my farm. I don't like his attitude. Instead of coming along and saying, Mr. Jones, what is your experience with these conditions? Does this happen often on your farm this time of the year? Whatever. So humility again, humility. And you form these wonderful relationships. You chat about his old mother's hernia or his grandson's progress in the latest swimming goal or whatever. And that's time very well spent. And as I say, gives you the opportunity to be part of a community, which is something that we're growing away from. And I'm worried about that, man. The great joy, we're short of vets, of livestock vets. And I think this sort of attraction is not being brought across enough to them. It's not all glamour and roses like James Herriot made it out to be. After those James Herriot books came out, you remember, they were just the rage. The number of British schoolgirls that had photos of James Herriot, or the actor, in their nurses were phenomenal. But anyhow, he did sow some seeds about this can be a very rewarding and pleasant profession. And I learned that this is time well spent, very well spent. This is something, we spend a lot of our time with farm laborers. And they're human beings. They've got their interests, they've got their problems. When Chris asked me to speak at that large herds conference on stress, I said, I think there were about 500 or 600 or 700 delegates there. I said, please put your hands up. Nothing to hide. How many of you have got laborers in your farm that suffer from bipolar or depression, that sort of thing? Not a single hand went up. But a bit later I said, how many of you have had laborers that go back home for their holiday or their break, or even at work, that hang themselves, commit suicide. Then the hands went up. Yeah. And that's very important to show that the laborers, that you care for them. Besides which, that chap who's always leaving the gates open when he's loosering the cows, why is he doing that? Call him into the office. Say, Lamin, I've noticed you're just slacking your job. And he might say, geez, man, some days I wake up and I just don't want to go to work. Take him to the doctor and he might be put on some tablets for bipolar, whatever. He's going to respect you better because you've taken an interest in him as a person, and of course his work ethic is going to rise through the ceiling. So it's a win-win-win situation. And this is one thing I realized, that every Zulu and Xhosa man on the farm, I'm fortunate that I speak Zulu reasonably well, they all support a soccer team. So I decided, I've never kicked a soccer ball in my life, but I decided to support Sundowns. 7 Pezul, 7. And so whenever I go into a farm, there's immediately a bit of night relief, and we banter each other about it. And I tell them that Pietz, or our coach that brought Sundowns, he's been bought by Egypt. I said, he's coming back to South Africa. Oh, they say, is he going to coach at Sundowns again? I said, no, nothing to do with football. He's taking over Ramaphosa's position. Well, that creates enormous laughter and levity, and you go on. And always, I always start my herd runs with a little short prayer to the Lord, and I thank that we've got food and jobs and health and so on. But I say, God, please, 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 help Mamelodi Sundowns, at least help Orlando Pirates. They really are shitting off at the bottom of the log. And again, it just creates a very nice ambience. And for the rest of the morning, you've got a nice atmosphere. So, yeah. This is an instrument, another instrument that should be in everyone's kit. Man, that has unfortunately lost me a lot of money, because some of these surgical procedures you could do to remove growths and so on. I remember there's a horse the other day that had a great big penile thing at the end of his sheath. There was a bull that had a fibropapilloma at the end of his glans penis. Man, this was ugly. This was, what would Muhammad Ali say? It was uglier than Joe Frazier. It was uglier than Joe Frazier, this growth at the end of the penis. 2 of those rings, 2 weeks later, he had a perfect penis. And it cost, I think they're 57 cents a ring. But the practice was quoting something like 5,000 rand. But that's why I'm not rich. Very important part of one's kit. This is something I read from Hoard's Dairyman many years ago, great magazine. And now we've all got our little systems on how to deliver calves. And again, this is the bread and butter, other than the routine visits. That is why my one-man dystocia system. On the left is a chain with a D-shackle, the 2 rings, stainless steel rings that our local hardware chap made out for me, the rope and the rings. Some lubricant there, the gel, and my 2 old carving ropes, my carving handle. You've always got to have something at the side to celebrate afterwards with, eh? Okay, I just took these photos at the little farm when I farmed, so just to give you the idea. And very often these are calves at a posterior presentation. Okay, so you get over the hind hooves there, you get the rope on there, and it's attached to the ring. Okay, now you get your long rope, and you attach it to that ring with the cow hitch, is it? The knot, obviously. And that ring now, that rope now goes to a firm object. Like that. There's your D-shackle and your chain with the other ring. And here's our rope that's come from the calf, goes around there, goes back through the first ring, and to a handle. That one person can now pull that calf with the same force. You physics gurus will tell me this equal force as the 4 men were pulling. Now, if you start getting a little bit stuck and it gets a bit tight, all you do is just hold your pulling rope together with the other 2 ropes and just lean on it and add a little bit of leverage. I tell you, the number of calves that I've pulled like that on my own is unbelievable. If only I'd had this tip when I was training. It cost you next to blow all. So there you are. And then if there's a calf head that you need to pull up, I use the war bridle, just a rope. I've never used eye hooks, around the back of the ears, through that holder, and then I also just put that through the ring there, and you pull the same thing. The calf's head comes through. Now, wrong. You do not do a calving at the front of a race. If that cow goes down in the race, and now you've got to work in the mud and all that, you've got no space. Wrong, wrong, wrong. So, you go back to where the funnel is going into the race. Here's my rope and rings in operation. I didn't have a calf coming out there for this demonstration. The chap on the right there is, I attached the ropes to the cow's tail, so he's just holding the tail down so that we could put this. And there you are. That gives you an idea. So that fella there is pulling on his own, and here's the pulley coming through there. It works like a charm, and it costs you a bit of polystyrene rope from the local hardware shop, and if you can get a friend who does metal work for those 2 rings. Brilliant. One of the tips I was looking forward to giving you today. I just wish I'd known about this years and years ago. We shared a cottage, remember? Nelstrom, yeah. And you've got to take a wax marker. Alfred, this is essential. You carry one in your bucky. You have to. So that you can put there, Alfred Kidd, AK, you write there, not, or TC. Because you get back to the farm and you've done this calving at lunchtime, and the farmer phones it after lunch and says, look, tell the vet not to come, the cow calved on her own. So you've got to leave your message. Alfred Kidd was here, Todd Collins was here. I've argued a few times, said, I've delivered that calf. And he said, he couldn't have. The staff were all out at lunch. Basically, just to end off, the fundamentals to managing dairy units in the 21st century. Now, when I started in 73, 74, I mean, we were milking an average of 45, 50 cows to a herd. Now, I don't think in Underberg we've got a herd milking much less than 1,000 cows. We are now working with systems, and not with Gladys and Daly and Witboy and all that. We're milking with systems. So this is what, unfortunately, it's come to. It's always nice to have it. You take no prisoners, hey? Sad. If 99 cows can fit into the system, what's the matter with number 100? Cull, cull, cull. Get on the back, Jack, back of that lorry. Get in a meat pie, Di. Those cows that can't make it, they have to go. I'm sorry. It's all very nice treating each individual cow with a bit of this hormone. Sorry, you guys in the industry, a bit of this hormone and synchronizing with intrauterine contraceptive devices or whatever they are. Yeah. Here's another thing I wanted to share with you. In 1974, when I came back to South Africa from being overseas, in Australia, I was shown this subconjunctival infusion to treat keratoconjunctivitis, pink eye. And I used to, you see that the top middle finger of mine, some farmers, when I went all around the country showing vets how to do this. And where my finger is, some of the farmers, it spread around as the way to treat it. And then inject straight through the skin, sort of above the conjunctiva. You might as well give a subcut injection under the tail for the amount of good this is. So then it was injected under the conjunctiva. But this is now the way to do it. You've got to have balls. You've got to have a nice facility. You've got to have that nose, Tom. And there you go. I don't know if it strictly is called the subscleral. I use 1 mil. Now, I have been given a second life with AfriVet, for which I'm so, so grateful. I jump out of bed in the morning just saying, yes, I've got these little projects and new products to sort of assess and that. But MSD, is there anyone here from MSD? Because I was about to tell you, you owe me a 10 years supply of Castle Lager. I'm promoting this. Engimycin, I believe, is the only product, and you don't need cortisones, you don't need penicillins. Engimycin, it's 10%, It's brilliant, doesn't cause any stinging, and I've had calves like that unit that I work on every second weekend. When I started there were 120 calves of about 4 months of age. 80% of them at least had these terrible eyes. Some of them were those pointed eyes that, can I describe to you, that are red and white and they stick out like a, some of them even had started ulcers. And I did this to them all. I promise you, by Wednesday you could hardly see a bad eye. It is tantamount to miraculous. But it does need, you've got to obviously restrain the animal very well. Sorry, it's not a very good focus here. Then you start infusing that mill, and you'll end up with a little bleb under the scleral conjunctiva. Works like a flippin' charm. Keep it simple is always, if I keep it simple, stupid kiss. And again, another great love of mine is calf rearing, and I do a lot of consulting on that. And I've got 3 products that I'd like to compare, not for AfriVet, but just as my own consultancy on this dear old crypto. This is my farm. Well, I'm a part owner of this. My brother and I bought the cattle, the cows, and John, my brother, bought the land through the land bank way back in 1971 in my second year at OP. I bought the cows. I'd inherited some other money from my aunt, and I bought 45 or 48 cows from the last dairy farm in Hillcrest near Durban. I think of the 45, 44 were carrying brucellosis. But we had a wonderful state vet in Akopo, Dudley Williamson, and he realized my brother John and myself were battling out, and we worked through it. We did use strain 19 in the adult cows and so on and so on and so on. And it's now, in fact, when my brother died at the age of 48, he died 18 hours after he first developed a headache at the stock sale. He died of meningitis. But the day that he died, there were about 200 people at the farm because it had just been given the award of Nattel's top, KZN's top dairy farm. And this is the simple calf unit. That's all it is. Kikuyu pastures, we don't rotate them. We've got those little fiberglass calf hutches. It can only take 1 or 2 calves at the most. It snows here, it hails, it rains, and these are all Holsteins, and they're supposed to be weak. Nonsense. And we hardly lose a calf. It's a simple system. I'm taking this from the dairy. We've got a beautiful rotary parlour here, and it's right there. And it's simple. I think half the reason the calves are so happy is that they've got that glorious view. And no, really, it's simple and it works. And so often we complicate issues by we South Africans have got a bad habit. If they do it overseas, it must be better than us. Bull dust. We've got amongst the best dairy farmers and farmers in general in the world. And those of you who don't know it, Chris, our average dairy herd size in South Africa is the 2nd biggest in the world. Only Saudi Arabia is bigger than us, and they've got those huge artificial dairies which have got, 50,000 cows. But our average herd size here, I think, stand corrected, Chris, is just under 800. We're bigger than New Zealand, far bigger than America. America's full of these little family farms that milk 100 cows or 80 cows and so on. We are serious dairy farmers, beef farmers, vets, you guys here. You're amongst the best in the world. You are amongst the best in the world. Don't ever forget it. One day, at the end, we might meet the person we could have become. Will we be embarrassed, or will we smile warmly? And that's all I've got to say about that. Thank you. Well, I hope you've enjoyed listening to me as much as I enjoyed putting this together and trying to decide what to leave out. I've had so much pleasure presenting it and waiting to give it, and I hope you've had 1/1,000,000th of the amount of pleasure listening to it as I have putting it together. I really did enjoy it, and seeing so many old faces. And you guys, the younger chaps, one day you'll be an old bullet, and you'll think, I'll remember the first time I went to an LHPG Congress. I hope you do.
Thank you so much, Todd. We really appreciate your time and the passion you have for our profession, everything you did for the profession. Yeah, and the passion you still have for teaching and enjoying being a veterinarian.
Next lady for a shave.
Good morning. I think the program was quite adapted. I'm just informed that I'm the chairman for this session as well. I thought I was the next session. Luckily, I know Gerard very well because we had the super class of 1986 and we were all together in class. So I think there's 8 or 10 of our guys from that year here. So I know him a very long time and his passion with the red meat and meat safety. You saw his background on when they do the rounds and showing what the guys do, but he's involved with, became the technical manager of the Red Meat Abattoir Association in 1999. So that's a long-standing thing. And the Red Meat Abattoir Association and the whole thing after slaughtering, that standards was something of a challenge, Gerard, just to uphold and to get going again. I think he's going to tell us much more about that. And I think I can shortly say you spent most of your career or your whole career on meat and the safety of meat and insurances. Gerard, we look forward to hear from you. And I think if we want to talk about a specialist on meat safety, that's you. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Much appreciated. It's fantastic to be here. It was also great to listen to Todd. And I just want to say to Todd, let's get this presentation going. Just want to say to him, this is certainly not my happy place, but we'll give it a bash. Okay, I want to speak to you about the role of the veterinarian providing meat safety assurances at abattoirs. If you will ever see an example of the application of One Health, well, here goes. Obviously, meat safety, a highly topical debate amidst all the food scares in the world, of which our listeria outbreak a couple of years is not the least. If we look at our abattoir statistics, we have approximately 423 abattoirs in the country. When we were in a regulated environment in South Africa, when government provided meat inspection services as a public good, we had in the region of about 60 abattoirs providing this service. We look at our slaughter statistics. Here is a summary of what we slaughter on an annual basis. Now, if we look at a background to the meat inspection service, as I said, this was previously done as a public good service by government, by state veterinarians and inspectors appointed by the state. But with the deregulation, this changed significantly. Can you imagine in 1994, in our previous Meat Act, the owner was asked to appoint meat inspectors at his facility. He had to make the decision whether to condemn a carcass or to treat the carcass and to determine if this is a safe product. I don't think that's a very good idea, and it was soon realized that this was a glaring oversight, and for that reason the Meat Safety Act of 40 of 2000 came into effect. And during this time, government still provided inspection services to export facilities, but even this service gradually diminished, and even in most cases, the new service providers actually also do some export certification for us. So the Meat Safety Act of 2000 was implemented. This provided for the provision of the services by either the department or assignees. And despite several efforts in the early 2000s, no assignees were appointed by the department to provide this service. The inadequacies of this meat inspection service was also referred to in the OIE PVS evaluation report of 2012. In terms of the trade and international, they concluded that the credibility of the veterinary support export certification system should be sustained and strengthened. And also that the credibility of our meat inspection services should be improved. So this was a point in 2012 where even our trading partners were saying to us that the system that we have, even though we have personnel appointed, these personnel were registered at abattoirs, but the companies that provide this service were not recognized by the department in providing this service. This caused serious problems for us. We still unfortunately have in our meat inspection service a bit of a fragmented system, whereas up to the point of the abattoir, the Department of Agriculture, DALARD, and the provincial veterinary authorities is responsible for the safety of our product. The moment the vehicle leaves the gate, this responsibility moves to the Department of Health. So the conversion of livestock to meat remains critical. This is a live animal that we now need to convert into a product with all the opportunities of possible contamination during this process. So the Meat Safety Act provides for measures to promote meat safety and the safety of the products, establish and maintain the essential national standards, and also regulate the importation and exportation of meat. So if we look at meat inspection, and I think this is really at the first point where I think we need to realize that there were significant changes. Is a meat inspector and or a veterinarian on a slaughter line cannot control the presence of microbiological contamination. You can remove abnormalities, it will always remain an important part, but you cannot, through just looking at the carcass on the slaughter line, you cannot provide it a safe product. You need some objective and scientific risk assessment in determining whether this is going to be a safe product. There is an essential national standards which require this abattoir owner to procure a meat inspection service. And this function, in terms of this act, must be rendered independently from the abattoir. So here again is just another illustration, is that yes, we might have a healthy animal being presented with all the assurances with it, but if we do not control the transfer of microorganisms during the slaughter procedures, if we do not manage the temperatures, the time, other conditions of storage and distribution, we are not going to have a safe product to our consumers. So what you see here, and this is a screenshot, what happened is that the department then eventually, in 2017, 17 years after the event, but it happened, they provided for the meat inspection scheme by way of a public-private partnership. This is a word that you hear a lot about now, and this is actually the first time where there was an official public-private partnership between industry, private institutions, and the department to provide for a service on behalf of the department and still under the supervision of the department. So remember, this is for high throughput and frequently slaughtering low throughput abattoirs. This does not mean that your smaller rural abattoirs, small abattoirs slaughtering infrequently are exempted. It just means that they can still appoint the veterinarian directly, as an example, or a meat inspector directly, without making use of the assignees. There were 8 assignees appointed in 2018 to provide this service on behalf of the department. So let's look at the objectives of this scheme. To define the scope of meat inspection, we will deal with this now. To ensure that this service is rendered independently, and also to set procedures for the assignment and authorization of the meat inspection personnel and the service providers, and to set standards for the operation of the meat inspection assignees at abattoirs and other facilities. So, one of the first things within the scheme and with this assignees is in the organizational structure of an inspection service provider, it is provided that it must be rendered under the effective supervision and monitoring of a qualified veterinarian. So this is now in the management system of this assignees. There must be a veterinarian overseeing this process. Then obviously they need a sufficient number of personnel to provide for the services with the necessary qualifications, the experience, and the knowledge to provide the service. And we will get to those requirements of the service. So let's go through the list of in the scope. Yes, ante-mortem inspections, where applicable, of all the animals presented for slaughter, the inspection and the examination of the carcasses, the inspection or examination of all incoming and outgoing carcasses, meat or meat products. Not all abattoirs only slaughter themselves, they also buy in carcasses, and sometimes carcasses also return to the abattoir and need to be re-inspected. Provision of secondary meat inspection by a veterinarian. Now this is usually the part that we know, and I'll talk a bit more about that. The approval of the product must extend beyond the meat inspection point. So no good, you've inspected the product, you've approved it. Regulations require for that product to be chilled to less than 7 degrees before it may be outloaded, and it is our responsibility to make sure that this does happen at the abattoir. I'm going to skip that. Right. The verification of the hygiene management system. There's a full set of documentation in our regulations that manage the systems at the abattoir. It is our responsibility to make sure that those systems is applied and also followed, and that the necessary records is in place to provide the necessary assurances. Taking samples of meat, surfaces, water, to verify the safety of the product, monitoring of the handling, and then also, under the supervision of the veterinarian, this meat inspection service provider is also responsible for the monitoring and the handling of the condemned products from this abattoir or any risk material that might be. Right, so then it's the responsibility, or under the supervision of the veterinarian, this service provider must report to the PEO or the NEO on matters relating to the regulatory compliance. So this includes how meat inspection is provided, status of the abattoir hygiene management system, animal health matters, animal welfare matters, disease control matters, and also matters relating to the enforcement of regulations at this abattoir. This meat inspection service that I've detailed to you now takes place under the monitoring of a veterinarian registered by the PEO as a registered inspector. So what I've referred to now, and we're going to deal with it in more practical terms now, this is your responsibility as a veterinarian appointed at the abattoir to make sure that this happens. You've seen a number of words. You provide that service. We will deal with it now. You supervise it, or you monitor what is happening. But you will remain responsible for the product. The registered inspector must also take consideration of the welfare of the animals waiting to be slaughtered, but also is responsible for the welfare of the animal when it comes to stunning, and then the stun to bleed times that need to be adhered to. And just on that, I just want to say something about the regulations. Many of us deals with abattoirs where you're appointed where pigs and cattle are slaughtered. Our regulations currently state that the time from stunning of an animal to sticking of an animal is no more than 60 seconds. I can tell you, and we are trying to change this in the regulations. If you wait 60 seconds for a pig or a sheep after electrical stunning to bleed the animal, you will cause welfare issues and you will impact on the quality of that product. The time should be no more than 15 seconds from stun to bleed in the case of electrical stunning of pigs and sheep, despite what our regulation still says. Okay, so here's your regulatory authority as a veterinarian responsible for meat inspection at the abattoir. Yes, decision making on the fitness of the animals. Please take note that in this sense, when receiving an animal, it's compulsory for a declaration of health to be presented to the abattoir on these animals. Previously, farmers, producers were allowed to, normally on a Friday morning for some reason at the abattoirs, to load the sick, the lame animals and presented it to the abattoir in the hope that the veterinarian at the abattoir and the meat inspector will be able to salvage some of this product, obviously to the detriment of our consumers in this case. This is no longer allowed. A sick animal may not be presented to the abattoir, and there's a declaration to that effect. Then your decision making on the carcass. You may suspend the slaughter operations if the processes and procedures are not in place at that abattoir. If there's no water at 82 degrees Celsius to sterilize knives with, you will not allow slaughter to take place. If the slaughter line speed gets too quick because people want to finish off, you will be allowed to control that. And as I said, you have to prepare and submit the official reports to the NEO and normally to the PEO. So, in more specific details, the role of the veterinarian is then detailed in the scheme. To conduct an ante-mortem inspection of the animals that have been deemed not fit for slaughter by the meat inspector. So the meat inspector can provide ante-mortem inspection on your behalf. But the moment there's abnormality, you have to look at that animal yourself, and you also have to do the secondary inspection on that carcass. To conduct a secondary inspection on all carcass that is done by the inspector, but also the veterinarian must see all animals that undergone an emergency slaughter procedure. So if any animal comes in subject to an emergency slaughter, the veterinarian must do a secondary inspection. To prepare and submit the reports, to prepare and report on secondary meat inspection services to the owner of an animal. So if there's any abnormalities or condemnation, you will then report to the owner of that animal. And again, to verify the abattoir hygiene management system, to make sure that the procedures described are the procedures followed at this abattoir, and that you have enough records to be able to provide the assurances for meat safety. And so this is the structure within the abattoir, and this is how it should be. The veterinarian reporting, having a team of meat inspection personnel, liaising directly with the abattoir manager or hygiene manager on the floor, and the laboratory technician. So, the veterinarian is no longer, in terms of the meat inspection scheme, responsible for the condemnation of carcasses, which is, in the opinion of the meat inspector, is unfit for human consumption. The veterinarian is responsible for all products passed at that abattoir to indicate that this is a safe product for human consumption. And yes, this is normally the reaction that we get from veterinarians when they are now informed that they're responsible for the safety of the products and not for that single carcass that was condemned during the past week. So I'm just going to run through in the remaining time and again just to highlight some of the issues that I've described now in the regulations to you. Yes, you're responsible to make sure that a health declaration is presented for all of the batches at the abattoir. And just by the way, in our case, when we do product certification, I'm actually not sure if the Veterinary Council, if it was changed in the regulations, I must actually check on that. But you can certify product on the basis of another veterinarian's certification. Certify that he present healthy animals to the abattoir from the feedlot, as an example. Personnel working under your supervision is providing some of the services, but you still remain responsible for the monitoring of that. The suitability of livestock for slaughter, it's your responsibility. You're responsible to oversee the animal welfare, including the stunning of the animals at the abattoir. You oversee the abattoir processes to make sure that the abattoir is ready for slaughter. I don't know how familiar you are with the HACCP principles for one, or the new ISO systems that's in place. We often hear the term good manufacturing practices, and in the abattoir regulation, this is referred to as hygiene management programs that consist of a hygiene management system. So there's a specific procedure for each of the steps in the abattoir that need to be monitored on a continuous basis. I'm not going to deal with it. I've included it for you. Sometimes it very often cause confusion. What is an SOP? What is a procedure? What is a protocol? Protocol is just simply a procedure that was approved, for instance, by the department for a specific purpose. Again, your hygiene management systems form part of your system. HACCP, the principles of HACCP is in our red meat regulations. It, by the way, provides for a risk analysis to be performed at that facility on the different steps. I can think of no better person than the veterinarian to make sure that the risk analysis at the abattoir is actual and that we identify all of the risks in the process. Okay, secondary meat inspection of abnormal carcasses, emergency slaughtered livestock, as well as animals detained as abnormal. And I'm not going to spend time on this because what I want to illustrate with you here is that this function is the tip, is only the small part of what your functions is at an abattoir, as I've hopefully illustrated to you. But to say with regard to tuberculosis, for instance, and some of your cysts, if you do not palpate the lungs, if you simply look at them, inside the lymph nodes, you will probably miss this during your meat inspection procedures. I've mentioned earlier that your responsibility does not stop when the carcass was inspected. You're responsible to make sure that this end product was properly chilled and meet the necessary requirements. I've mentioned it earlier, but if you have contamination, obviously during the slaughter process, it's far more critical with a fresh carcass being contaminated compared to a product now being contaminated after chilling in the retail. And just another thing that I just want to mention with regard to food poisoning, the moment there's an outbreak of food poisoning, the first culprit being referred to is normally meat. In the United States, they found that about 60% of food poisonous cases is actually from contaminated vegetables and not from meat. Okay, within the abattoir system, there's a hygiene assessment system, and it's really a system checklist for you to report on, which is again required in terms of the scheme. So you will then on a monthly basis provide feedback to the PEO on all the various areas. You will score this abattoir on each of the SEP divisions in terms of a scoring system that you see here. You will also be responsible for the evaluation of the meat inspection services to ensure the competencies. Do the inspectors follow the necessary procedures as prescribed in the regulations? Here's an example from that hygiene assessment system. And I've already indicated you're responsible for the verification of the full hygiene management system and the records. Your footprint is required in those documents in order to certify the product as safe. Microbiological sampling is compulsory at the abattoirs. It's normally done, the frequency depends on the size of the abattoir. But once again, please have a look at that, because that is a system to verify that the product meets the requirements. I just want to tell a short story about what happened to us many moons ago during a European Union inspection in South Africa. Inspectors were at the abattoir, we were busy, and they then called in the veterinarian at the facility, and they asked the veterinarian and said, did you certify a product on the 13th of November? Looked at the records and she said, yes, well, she did. And they said, well, why would you have certified on this date? And I said, well, you know, I received all the documents. They said, you received on the 11th of November a set of unacceptable water results from this abattoir, for which we can see no non-conformances provided in order to ensure that the product is safe. Now, this single event nearly cost us our European status, export status, because the veterinarian ignored the sampling report that was provided to this abattoir 2 days prior to the certification of the product. And I think this just illustrates to me, you know, what is expected of you as a veterinarian being involved in the abattoir. I'm showing you these results. It's the National Residue Monitoring Program. Residues will remain a very important part of our responsibility for safe food. But we also have an additional program for feedlots where these samples are being taken on an independent basis. It's normally done by the meat inspection service provider to ensure compliance. If there's a non-conformance, this should land up on the desk of the veterinarian at that abattoir to make sure what happened on this farm and can we provide for non-conformances. I often hear, but this is an event that happened 3 weeks ago. What is the use? The use is for us to make sure that the systems are in place to prevent this from happening the next time, to keep the percentage of non-conformances low so that we can provide the assurances to our trading partners and our local consumers. I'm quickly going to run through a couple of slides on the slaughter procedure, because this is one of the steps or the processes that have to be evaluated on a continuous basis at the abattoir to make sure that we do not unnecessarily damage the carcass. Because when we cause damage, we also provide an opportunity for contamination of that carcass. So I'm just going to go through a couple of slides for you. The correct techniques. Any exposure of meat, obviously a possible source of contamination. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not correct, because meat inspection is compulsory at approved abattoirs. It remains one of the most important components of food safety management to ensure a safe and a wholesome product to the consumer. But it's not meat inspection. It's the meat inspection service that you provide, as I've illustrated to you, and that is provided in our legal background. It takes place under your supervision, under your monitoring, and for that reason, you're responsible for the safety of our product to our consumer. Thank you.
Thanks, Gerard. We're going to have a question. Gerard, just one moment. A question and answer session at the end after the next speaker. So just keep your questions for then. I don't know, Gerard, how many vets are involved with the abattoirs and inspections, the services it's provided? In South Africa, do you have the number of vets that's involved in that service? About 250. So it's a huge part of our group here that's involved in that side. Okay, I'll keep the. Of course, I also have 1 or 2 questions for after the next session. So I'm just calling Francois Knowles and Willem van Jaarsveld, our next speakers. Francois, you can come up, and Willem. Francois is the CEO of the Agriculture Produce Agents Council. I even struggle always with APAC. Agriculture Produce Agents Council. Newly established, Francois is going to tell us much more about the body. It's a self-regulating body. That market, the market for fresh produce, is 130 million. A very big part of that is livestock. Billion, sorry, billion. Yeah, this in South Africa, you know, billion and million nowadays become the same thing. 130 billion rand, and a big part of that is livestock. He will tell us about that. So we've met for a short meeting because I wanted to know what is a biosecurity practitioner. I want to define it because we're the biosecurity practitioners in this new regulations. So we had a meeting and I met Francois for the first time, and then we found out that we were first years together in 81, and maybe for an hour we reminisced about what we did, and then we got to 10 minutes of the business at the end. Anyway, Francois, I'm very glad that you're here. It's a very, very active new regulation being informed. Willem, you're going to introduce Willem from your side. Willem and me come a long way. We've worked with state vets and animal health technicians in Limpopo, trying to get them to activate and get their act together. Now you're in a different role, so it's coming a long way. Francois, we look forward. The vets is the guys on the ground. You want to involve them. You tell us how do you want us to be involved. Thanks. Are the lecture on?
Yes.
Say again? Oh, okay.
Okay. Good morning, all. My name is Francois Knowles. I'm the registrar of APAC. I'd like to put this out there. First and foremost, APAC is not a political party. Farmers actually do ask me that. I'm proudly talking to you today about regulation in South Africa. Donnie, thank you for the introduction. What you didn't tell the people is that we reminisced about the fact that we were not locked up in our years at varsity. Okay, but that's a discussion to follow. I am going to talk about biosecurity. I'm going to talk about the role that we play in the regulatory environment. So allow me to start. There we go. It serves no purpose to wink at a beautiful woman in the dark. So let's turn on the lights when we talk about biosecurity. I think it's really important that we are very open and that we actually fully understand what we're talking about. So I'll get to APAC shortly, but I've also used APAC as the structure for sharing the work that we do today. So APAC is the Agricultural Produce Agents Council, but for purposes of this presentation, I'm going to use that to discuss 4 issues, or 4 points if you like. Affirmation of what is happening, of what we're dealing with. We're going to talk about our plan, not my plan, our plan. We're going to talk about animals, and we're going to talk about care. And animal care will directly talk and touch on the role of veterinarians, and specifically at auctions. Okay, so let's just affirm the following. I'm going to touch on the following issues. What is the livestock industry? It's important to just hear these things again, I'll talk about livestock auctions and the role of the agents that work there, who's APAC, and the current legislation that we deal with. I'm going to put a lot of emphasis on legislation. Okay, so let's just quickly recap where we are at. We're working with a really grumpy product. I'm of the firm belief that if you work with cattle, they will actively try and kill you if they can. So we need to just understand that it's a very dangerous environment to work in. It's also very volatile. Most recently, in the last few years, we've had such volatility in the game industry that it's way beyond comprehension what actually happened there. So it's really important to just take note of that. Stock theft is huge in South Africa. Do we talk about that enough? Do we do enough about that? I'm not sure. So marking of and identifying of animals, and if we talk about lids, that's a topic for another day, and I'm not going to be dealing with that, but I think it remains important. Also dealing with injured animals, specifically when we talk about auctions. People think that animals are turned away. We're asking the question, what happens to those animals? Where do they end up? Do they end up at the street corners? They do. We know that. So how do we deal with that? The value of this industry, I am yet to meet the person who can tell me exactly what the value of our beautiful industry is. We estimate that we're dealing with about 85 billion per annum in terms of the regulatory focus. I'm not so sure that's accurate, but we have to get to a point where we know what we're dealing with. And then diseases, of course, we're going to talk about foot and mouth and other diseases. We've got a case in point, November 2019. That's a good reference for the work that we're doing, how we got involved. And then we have to talk about the fact that we've got a very fragmented value chain. I'll touch on that as we go along. Okay, so the work that I do focuses on the value chain as it pertains to livestock agents and auctions. Specifically, you'll see there's definitely other value chains. We talk about feedlots, we talk a lot about direct marketing. There's the so-called bakkie sales. Somebody told me that if you're talking about a bakkie in Free State, you're talking about a Free State interlink. So those are all important issues that we need to touch on. Now the red arrow there is a reference back from the auction to the producers, the farmers, or the cattle owners. And I reference them differently because cattle owners might be professional people that also own livestock. So let's just touch on what happens at an auction. I'm going to keep it simple. It's about supply and demand. Auctions play a very important role, specifically when it comes to price discovery. People must never underestimate that fact. People look to auctions to understand what is happening in terms of prices. Obviously, it's also a second level of detection for animal diseases. And that is what we have been trying to achieve with our biosecurity rules. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, I'm in the business of ethical trade. If you deal with an auctioneer or a livestock agent, you ask for two things. You ask for a registration certificate, that's the one on the left, and you ask for a plastic bank-like card to make sure that you're dealing with that correct person who was vetted, who was handled through the APAC processes. It's really important. If they can't show you that, they're not registered. It's my appeal to very carefully consider your intent to deal with such a person on the level of doing business. Okay, so let's get to APAC. Who's APAC? We've been very quiet in the industry. People don't know much about us. I joined APAC in 2018, and we have to put APAC on the map and the role that we play. I'm a regulator. People call me a grumpy old man, and I suspect I am. Why? Because I deal with the monies that goes to farmers. I become grumpy as hell, trust me. I work as regulator for fresh produce, exports, and then livestock in South Africa. Okay, so who are we? I'm a statutory body. I get no funding from the government though. We've got a primary act. I'll talk about that some more. And that act is supported by rules. The rules serve to provide context to the goals of the act. I do the regulation on behalf of the Department of Agriculture and the Minister by implication. I've got 18 council members that oversee the work that I do, so I don't just take decisions because it seems like a good idea. We've got proper oversight, and we serve the industry with representation from farmers, agents, even the Consumer Council sits on my board. Our focus, we work across South Africa, and we generate our own income, as I've mentioned. So if you take away all the clutter, what do? Our primary focus is one, it's simple, we look after the interest of the farmer. It's that easy. Secondary goal, we have to also look after the agents that support this industry where the farmer derives his income. So if you add this all together, we do one thing, we look after ethical trading. That's me. People tell me it looks like me. That's the work I do summarized in a picture. I have to be a difficult person. I have to be consistent in the work that we do. We have to protect a very beautiful industry. So the work that I do comes from a specific legislative framework. Primary Act is Act 12 of 1992. It's 30 years old this year. It was amended for the first time in 2003, and it's supported by 3 sets of rules. I'm just going to reference the livestock agents because that's relevant here today. But please note, for the other areas where I regulate, I've also got similar rules. When we had COVID in 2019, we had some problems with the SAPS in the Free State and the Eastern Cape, in that they were not allowing our people to do auctions. So what do? I sit down, I write a set of rules, we get that published under the signature of the minister, boom, we are open for business. It's really that simple. So if you want to do something, you have to keep it practical, but you have to do it sometimes according to a set of rules. And we must be very, very careful because we need to talk about self-regulation in this industry that we serve. So for me, I've got a lot of nervous energy, so I'm working on with the department to see if we can change our primary act. It's currently with the parliamentary committee and it's being investigated to see how we can change that. Of course, just for the better to serve the industry more. And then I published biosecurity rules under the signature of the minister on the 13th of November, and I'll talk about that some more. So please take note that in the ethical world that I work in, I use other pieces of legislation like the Companies Act. I'm actually a forensic auditor by training, and that is something that we use in terms of example, delinquent directors. We take them out of business. We don't want those people in our environment. We use the Consumer Protection Act, we use some of the national standards. I'm not going to go into too much detail there. We use the National Credit Act, etc., many more. I'm actually overloaded with legislation. So the P, the second letter in APAC, is what is our plan? I'm going to touch on foot and mouth disease. What's the current situation in South Africa? We'll talk about biosecurity and the rules that we published. And then, are we ready for this? So, here's the interesting part. Everybody gets really emotional about foot and mouth disease. I had a long discussion with Dani. It's not about foot and mouth disease only. It's so much more. We must be very careful. We get stuck with this thing, what about foot and mouth? There's an infinity amount of diseases out there that can cripple our economy incredibly. So please don't get stuck with foot and mouth disease only. I will, however, just touch on that. We lost our free status in 2011, first time, most recently. But we did get that back. We regained that in 2013. It was quite a process. And according to the RPO then, it cost the industry 4 billion rand just to get that back. So did we learn anything? Did we really learn anything? Did we do anything about that? We had another outbreak in January 2019. Here we lost our foot and mouth disease-free zone status again. And then we had a massive outbreak in November 2019, and I'll speak to that. Auctions were closed subsequently, and they were only reopened on the 17th of February after we pleaded with the minister. Dr. Marja in the back there, I was with her, we saw the minister, we came up with a proposal which she fortunately accepted, and that was an industry process, not APAC. The industry came up with a set of rules, and many of the critical role players that were involved are here today, and we have to acknowledge them for that work. But APAC gave a home to those rules. Okay, so we all know these pictures. What is foot and mouth disease? I'm not going to go in. I'm speaking to the pros here anyway. Just take note. I think it's really important that we get the message out there. How bad is this? Can we consume the meat? Those are the questions that are relevant out there. Okay, I missed one, fortunately, so you get a freebie on that. So what is the impact of foot and mouth disease in South Africa currently? Let's just quickly touch on these things. It's different across the world, but is it really? Many people are dependent on livestock for their income, their livelihood. You must never forget that, because it's got a big impact, specifically in terms of production losses. Foot and mouth control and management comes at a massive cost, something we can ill afford. We know that it closes international markets. In my world, where I work with fresh produce as well, even that is affected. So make no mistake, it spans wide and it's got a massive impact. So to regain our status, our free status, will be coming at a tremendous cost. And then obviously there's the issue of food security. Now let's just stand still with the issue of food security. South Africa has got a population of 60 million people. This is current, this is effective 1 May. You can get those figures off the internet. What a huge opportunity to embrace that we can use to feed a nation. 60 million people must eat. Unfortunately, not all are vegetarians. So quickly back to regulation. From my perspective, I look at growth. I look at the way that there's increased food production. And then on top of that, we perform what we call ethical trade regulation. That is really important because it talks to the following. There's a global food demand. Can we export? Should we export? Yes, yes to all those things. What are the questions that we ask ourselves? How do we decide on the decisions we take? And then at farm level, the importance of biosecurity. I'm going to emphasize that as we go along. Obviously, technology will play a process, productivity and profitability, and all those things contribute eventually to the word success. So let's take a deep dive into biosecurity and the work that we do. So there's a lot of fancy definitions for biosecurity, and I'm not going to read the first one. You can take that home with you. But in my opinion, biosecurity is the management of risk of animal pests and diseases entering, emerging, and establishing or spreading in South Africa. It's that simple. Not a simple issue, but it's a very difficult environment in which something really bad is happening. So we have to do something. We had to take a few hard decisions in 2019, which we did. Why? We have to protect our economy. We have to protect the work that we do, the environment, the community. We have to talk about all the diseases. We have to do something about this situation. So why biosecurity rules, and why specifically are we focusing on the auctions? As I said, crisis creates an amazing opportunity. So this happened with the outbreak of foot and mouth in 2019. We stood up, we gave biosecurity rules an address. Our industry rules has got a home at APAC. So there's a lot of spin-off solutions like stock theft, LITs, many more, but it requires leadership. And if I can make one point here today that I would like you to take home, is that we need to communicate with one another. It's no longer a situation where we can work in silos. Please hear me clearly on that. We have to work together. And if you know regulation and regulatory people like myself, I'm putting out a hand to the industry to say, here I am, I'm working with you. Take the offer, please. So we have to protect an industry on all levels, all fronts. Laser focused. I'm warning you, if you work with me, I'm going to make you tired. Alles of niks. There's no turning around at this point in the work that we do. Okay, so we published those rules on the 13th of November 2020. That was exactly a year after the first outbreak. We saw the minister on the 17th of February. So to get new rules published in South Africa, you have to give us some credit that the speed with which we got that done was phenomenal. Why do we do this? In terms of the OIE and the terrestrial code, it's about enhancing international trade, not only for livestock. Remember that. And then on a local level, we talk about required precautions that we have to take at auctions, and specifically auctions because that's where I regulate in terms of the agents to make sure that we minimize the risk of spreading of controlled, notifiable, and other diseases. This very interesting slide we can skip. All I want to indicate is this is the timeline of the things that we did to get the rules in place. The portion in red indicates that we've gone through a consultative, and I don't want to really call it an audit process. It is an audit process in essence, but this is round one, and Willem will talk about that just after me. So let's quickly summarize that timeline. November 2019, outbreak. We got it published a year later. Where are we today? 2.5 years later, have we had any success? Have we made some progress? Okay, so we were ready. I decided the 1st of July would be a good time because we had ample time given to our livestock agents. We were ready to implement 1 July. Guess what happened? Boom, COVID. So we were back to level 4 at that stage, and the minister closed auctions for 2 weeks. But remember our COVID directions that we drafted and published in 2020. That allowed us to get back into operation within 2 weeks. It's really important that the work that you do must always be referenced back to something that is usable. All right. So we were up and running after 2 weeks. Fortunately, I just want to go back. All right, so the important elements in the rules, I'm going to go through this with quite some speed. I want to invite you all to please have a look at these rules if you haven't done so yet. Important aspects are the following. You have to be registered with APAC. It's not negotiable. And we are finding a lot of people that we never knew acted as such in South Africa. The appointment of a biosecurity practitioner That's where vets play a major role. We'll talk to that soon. Then we look at process flow on 2 levels, to the auction from the farm, and then through the auction itself. Those are defined processes, and we're working very hard to get that established. In terms of infrastructure, auctions must be upskilled, upsized, call it what you like, but they have to be fixed to be ready to deal with possible contamination. And then, of course, very important, there's always paper trail, procedures and record keeping. So Article 6 and Article 8 documentation comes from the Stock Theft Act. Many people ask me, why are you putting in new regulations, new legislation? Ladies and gentlemen, go and look at the publication date of the Stock Theft Act, 1959. So there's a lot of work that's very old, but we're reviving that currently. So there's other legislation. I think Animal Diseases Act is one that is very prevalent today because it talks to the role that you all play. Animal identification, Stock Theft Act, that's crucial to our friends at the SAPS. Animal Protection Act, that's our friends from the SPCA. And just as a matter of interest about the SPCA, they get very upset if you tell them that the animals that you sell to this morning will be consumed at Spur tonight. But that is what it is, and we have to never forget that we're working with food economic units that serve consumers. So what have we done in addition to just publishing rules? We've devised a training course. This is provided to our livestock agents at no cost, and we can consider talking about this for vets if you're interested. It talks about the rules and how you apply them. You do a little exam and you get a nice little certificate. Right, so in terms of how we been mapping facilities across South Africa and referencing, this is just a quick example. All the areas have now been mapped. That is currently the IP of the Foot and Mouth Disease Forum, but Willem will talk to that, I'm sure. If you go and click on any of those little dots, you find an auction facility. We know with the name, we know the location, and then if you go in, take a deep dive, we know what it looks like. This is information that has never been available before. We now know where everybody is hiding or are hiding. So in terms of the report that is done to audit the process or to consult the role players out there, we do 3 things. Number A there is we look at the facility report. What we never knew and what we've actually learned the hard way is that many facilities belong to farmer unions, not to livestock agents. That's something we learned, and we take that on the chin. We never knew that, or we never really understood that. Then we have to do administrative compliance, which is really important. The previous speaker spoke about that incident where they asked a few questions. It's all about traceability back. Paperwork is really crucial. And then eventually there will be an overall grading of the facility so that we pitch up there, we have a look in time, real time, live, to see if it's actually being done as livestock agents are promoting themselves. That's really important. Okay, so it's important to know what you don't know. We now know things we never knew. It scares the crap out of me, I can tell you that, because we understand that there's a lot of issues and there's a lot of problems, but at least we know. Specific admin compliance is important. Even live auctions, internet auctions, we have to ask those questions. How are those aspects being dealt with? The risk for role players, I'll talk about the risk for vets soon, and then there's a lot of cowboys and bad boys out there, but you leave them to me. I'll get to them. Okay, so quickly, this is the third A of APAC. There's a defined way of looking at animals. I'm just going to touch on the following. We look at livestock, meat, so we also regulate meat, byproducts, cured hides and cured skins. That all falls on my table. If you take a deep dive into that, I just want to point out the livestock. We even regulate the ostrich industry. It's that bad. Mules and donkeys as well. So please note that our reach is far and wide. And we will get to everything eventually. But we know we've got a lot of work to do. Right. So this is probably why you've all been waiting for me patiently. C is for care, and that talks to what is the expected role of veterinarians. We will touch on the definition of biosecurity practitioner, the bioplan, operational involvement, and some other issues that talk to opportunities and risk. Now, we've defined in the rules, all of us, the industry, that biosecurity practitioners, as defined in our rules, will comprise the following professional registered people: veterinarians, veterinarian specialists, animal health technicians, veterinary nurse, veterinary technologist. What does that mean? Those are the people that we accept, only people that we accept currently to be involved in the biosecurity plan and the biosecurity process at auctions. No one else. Not negotiable. What do we see? A massive opportunity. Right. So the biopractitioner must oversee overall compliance with minimum biosecurity requirements. I'm a little skeptical about the word minimum. We must do so much more. We probably need to be more specific about that. But you'll see if you go to auctions, and hats off to the livestock agents. They've spent millions and they've taken a lot of time to do what needs to be done to be compliant to our rules. What do we call these rules? Self-regulatory rules. The industry will take responsibility for this. IPAC has given these sets of rules a home. The industry must work with us. Right. So what happens at the auction facility? The role of the vet or the biopractitioner they will be taking responsibility for the animal health attestation. And that's a very important document, and we need to talk about the responsibility of that document. Can you sign that document? Do you want to sign that document? Should you sign that document? Offloading, we must understand that if animals that are infected or suspected to be infected, if they are offloaded, that facility will be closed for business. Negotiable? No. And then, of course, the important role to interact with state veterinarians. As of late, we've had a lot of people that phone us, Dr. Maja and her team, reporting suspicious animals at auctions, which is really good. It's bad for business for the auctioneer because they might be closed, and they have been closed recently. But don't slaughter the poor auctioneers for being honest and brutally honest. Remember what I said? It's time to know what we don't know. Okay, so let us take a few minutes to ponder the following. The creation of the rules, we have now created a massive opportunity for vets to expand their practices to include biosecurity investigations and work at auctions. We've already seen, and I think Willem will say something about this, we've seen practices get involved, standing up, people establish new opportunities to do inspections at auctions. Fantastic opportunity. Creating new service opportunities, new service providers to auctioneers. What are you going to do about that? The young people here today, this beautiful industry needs new, creative minds to pick up this challenge. But biosecurity comes at a massive risk. Let me clarify that. If you are a veterinarian and you in the past signed off those animals from a specific farmer, and you are not 100% sure of actually what has happened on that farm, you're putting yourself at massive individual risk. Not only yourself, but the industry. So please make sure that if you do your work, you do it properly, focused, look after yourself, no chances, nothing. And I'm warning you on this one, it's going to become very, very important. I've touched on personal liability, but let me re-emphasize that. You can become personal liable if something goes wrong. Why are we doing this? Obviously for the greater good. We have an industry to protect. From my side, my team and I are fully committed to do so. The work that we do is not always very popular. It's not the flavor of the month. You change things, people get really grumpy with you. So be it. I want to close with the following. We are taking the lead, and we hope that we have everybody on board, because we've got a defined outcome. I've got a very clear picture of where we need to go. But remember, I'm not the expert. I can take lead for the process and the work that we do from a regulatory point of view. Communication is key. If there was ever a time that we need to talk to one another, it's now. We have to do so much more. Say your say, please. And we have to be precise. There's no half measures in the rules that we've written and the rules that we want to implement. It's not a maybe, not even a definite maybe. It must be precise. If we want this to work for this industry, it's got to be 100%. Yeah, and we'll have those people we have to work with. The rogue element, if I can call them that. So let's respect the work everybody does in this value chain. It's really important. I, for one, respect the work that you do so much that we are giving you all the attention that we need. Liesel, is that correct? Yes. Okay. Understand and know that we're working with various components, various people, very complex industry. We've mapped out the industry in our office on the wall. It's going to cost me a fortune because I'm going to have to build a new wall. It's that complex. We need to understand who's who in this environment. So let me just reiterate. If we have no farmer, we have no industry. No farmer, nobody of us will work. If we have sick animals, there will be no industry. Not foot and mouth alone, sick animals. We will not survive in this industry. And if we have no rules, we will have a chaotic industry. I don't want to use the taxi example. So lastly, people ask me about transparency. This is the best example I can give you to be truly transparent. Think about that for a while. So it's been an absolute honor to talk to you. It's a privilege. Good morning, dear Walt. I really appreciate your time. I know you might have a million questions. I would like to introduce Mr. Willem van Jaarsveld. Mr. van Jaarsveld was appointed by APAC to assist us with consultation in the first round. We call it auditing. It's more of a consultative process. He is helping auctioneers and auction facilities to get themselves up and running. And please note, it's important that there's not a model that will fit every auction facility in South Africa. Every facility is different. So this poor man is being sent around the country by APAC. He doesn't get home for a couple of weeks, and neither do I for that matter. But thank you very much for indulging me. Thank you for your patience. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to Willem to take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Francois. I'm not so calm as Francois is, because the job that I do is not so calm. I'm an agricultural economist profession. I've been an ex-livestock farmer in Limpopo and the Free State. That's where I started. I'm also the chairman of the Limpopo Animal Health Forum as we speak today, and I'm the chairman of the Food and Mouth Disease Forum. The Food and Mouth Disease Forum was appointed by APAC to do the initial implementation of the biosecurity rules. I was also part and parcel of the people that wrote these regulations, so I hope I do have a proper understanding of what is happening in the regulations. I want to quickly go through it. You will see I talk about the value of the veterinarian rediscovered. I think there was always so much value in the vets in South Africa and elsewhere in the world, but we are rediscovering that value at present in South Africa. As you can see, I'm talking on behalf of the Food and Mouth Disease Forum. I'm not employed by APAC. APAC is not even paying me 1 cent for the job we do. Very important to understand this. The relationship between us as auditors and APAC. They are not paying for the services. Industry is paying for the services. I've got a little bit of a busy way of working. When veterinarian and biosecurity and industry meet, the framework that I'm going to work through is the following: a framework for implementing biosecurity regulations, role of veterinarians versus expectations from stakeholders, very important, APAC ethical rules and industry unity, challenges created by a dualistic industry, business opportunity as part of a solution, APAC and Ruvasa in the future, and then a conclusion. What I try to point out today is where do you fit in what I see on the ground, what I hear from people on the ground, and what I know is a lot of bull when they say, but the vet must do this and this and this. I hope after this small talk of mine, no, it's not small talk, a short talk of mine, it will be better for you to understand where you fit in. The framework to understand is the following. We've got categories of auction premises. There's a category A, that is venues that host 2 or more auctions per month. Then we've got a category B, that is venues with 1 auction per month or less, those that host an auction every 2nd month or 3rd month, something like that. It's a B category. I want to emphasize what the difference is in the end. Category C is special events like shows, stud auctions, and production sales. But what is very important, the same regulations apply to all. The difference is in the how. For instance, at a category A, the division between the clean and the dirty areas on a premises will be divided by fences, permanent structures, fences. For a category B, we allow on day of auction danger tape to do the job of the fencing. It's less costly, but it must still be effective. The word that I use throughout the audits, all, if you want to call it, I give them advice, is if you understand the word effective, it's not about what you do, it is about how you do it. So the effectiveness with all the signage that goes with fencing and danger tape with signs should do for these B category venues, like what permanent fences with the signage can do elsewhere. For category C, I think we are in the process. Dani, I worked through that document that you drafted for the shows. That is some work in progress or in process. I hope we can make progress because I see what's happening at shows and these special events like the stud auctions where there's more than one seller. We must remember the regulation says where animals from more than one farm gets together. I still have a big question about the holding pens that's used to accumulate animals to be loaded in interlinks to a buyer. According to the regulation, that is a place where animals from different farms comes together and biosecurity should be in place. I quickly want to run you through the star grading system. It indicates the level of compliance to buyers. Dr. Pfeffer always says we must reach a point of buyer awareness. When I talk to you today, speak to you, please understand that I'm sold out to the One Health concept. That's why when a buyer understands the importance of to understand what I'm buying and what I'm doing after I bought the animals, the quarantine that I must put them through, even though all the biosecurity could have been in place at the point of auction, I still must put them through my own biosecurity on the farm, level 1 of biosecurity on the farm, and I must have quarantine facilities. I can't just rely on the system to do everything for me. I must still do my bit as well. So the star grading system that I want to explain to you is there's a separate audit on the infrastructure, and there's a separate audit for the admin and the procedure. And the two combined give you a combo rating. For instance, if you reach a 4-star on the infrastructure, irrelevant to who it belongs, whether it's the auctioneer himself, the Farmers Association, or a private individual, we audit the facility and give it a star rating. The highest you can go is 4 stars. The procedure and the admin of the auctioneer firm receives its own audit, and the highest they can go is a 4. If both infrastructure and admin are 4s, we have a combo 4. Usually the feedlots won't buy from an auction when they buy from auctions if it's not a 4 combo. If there's a 4 combo, then these combination can receive, and only after both were 4s, receive an unannounced audit on a day of auction. And if everything is running according to the biosecurity plan, we can give that facility auctioneer combination a 5-star. But if on day of live auction inspection, one of the two default on anything. There's certain criteria in our audit form: critical, major, minor. We can even degrade, downgrade either the facility or the procedure, the auctioneer. And then it will be reported to industry that this combination has been degraded. At the moment, the APAC wants an audit once a year. So from one inspection to the other one, it will stay in place, except if I have got nothing else to do and go in between just to check. Again, who's checking on this system? Industry. Sorry. Industry, all of us. If buyers become aware of the crucial role they play in this, and now I'm not talking about feedlots as buyers, all buyers at auctions, they will quickly report to APAC if something is not going according to the rules. I explained the five-star mechanism. APAC jurisdiction over infrastructure owners must be explained. It is true that APAC can't close down the auction facility because the owner is not registered with APAC. But APAC can prohibit the auctioneers from using that facility. That actually boils down to the same thing. The facility can't be used if they are not certified to a certain level. I think I'm going to skip this one. I just wanted to show you how a proper functioning spray booth works at an auction facility. I'll see if I have enough time to come back to this one. Right? No. The role of vets versus expectations. Regulations require SAVC registered person as a biosecurity practitioner. What does it mean? The appointment of a biosecurity, let me call it BP for short, to be in writing. Nobody can tell me, but I do have a vet. On day of auction, there's always a vet. I want to see where's the contract between auctioneer and vet. Must be in writing. It must be properly signed by all parties concerned. And then there's some of the people that tells me they use state vets. Dr. Maja, that's what I wanted to discuss with you today. There should be a circular going out from your office to explain to the colleagues throughout South Africa what the position is. Because I know what you told me, but yesterday I received a call from a state vet in the Free State, stating that there's a pressure on them in the Free State to provide this type of services. It must be made clear. Industry must employ private vets and pay them for the services. And it must be contractually in writing. Please, don't be fooled. Health inspections at point of offloading is a non-negotiable item. If it's not done, if there's not a certified body, a person to do it, the auction will stop immediately. Francois, am I right? Enforced by APAC, not by me. I'm only doing the job. In charge of the biosecurity plan while on duty at auction. Actually, the regulation says the biosecurity plan for each and every auction, all the combinations, infrastructure and the auctioneer, because a lot of the infrastructure is used by more than one auctioneer. There must be a biosecurity plan for each combination, and the regulation says the BP must draw up that. Now, I think I'm asking that the people, the auctioneers, draft it. But you as BP, biosecurity practitioner, can't do the inspections, be in charge of the biosecurity plan as implicated by the rules, but you don't know what's in it. You must sign off before you go into the contract. Ask for the biosecurity plan. Make sure that you are comfortable with whatever is written there. I call it the grondwet of the auction. Whatever happens at the auction and must not happen at the auction must be part and parcel of the biosecurity plan in writing. Make sure you understand what's written there. A record of animals inspected must be held, and afterwards you sign off that all the animals on this auction was certified for auction. It must be a document. The auctioneer must give you the document where you can write who was the people's and the animals from who that you inspect and found to be in good condition for auction. You make the call on suspect animals arriving. If you are not comfortable with the animal, it's not received. It's going back, or if you must communicate the illness, the disease, you do it. You make the call, nobody else. Do on-farm inspections prior to auction. I think this is where we are heading. It's level 1, we must go there, it must be done, but again, you don't sign off on a health attestation if you don't know the jockey of that farm, the farmer himself, because the integrity of the farmer, the management procedures of the herd, it all comes to one point. Can you sign off on behalf of the owner? I think Francois pointed out that in depth. What is the BP? What the BP is not there for. And this is expectations that I find in practice. Fill in and sign the seller's health declaration on his or her behalf. Bull. You don't sign it at the auction. If you inspected the farm and the animals there and you've got a list of every individual animal that you checked, if they are not individually marked, don't sign off. Okay. It is not a point of free health services or advice to farmers at the auction. It's not asked from you. Make sure what you put in your contract with the auctioneer. And you are a paid service provider. It's not for free. Right. Ethics, part 5 of the APAC rules for auctioneers. This, if you don't read anything else, please read this in the APAC rules for auctioneers. But in short, it boils down to this. APAC expect from every auctioneer to adhere to the legislation relevant to the livestock industry. And that is more than a mouthful. I find that farmers don't know the acts, the legislation for livestock farming. Auctioneers don't know the same legislation. Now, APAC requires in their rules on ethics that you must uphold this. No animal arriving without proper documentation are allowed in the biosecurity area. That's one of the rules one of the regulations. So if that is true, you as vet supposed not to inspect animals arriving not with the proper identification, not branded, not certified, all these things. You are not. A declaration from the farmer, if that is in place, you can still check that animal for lesions of FMD at the auction. Without a declaration, you don't check the animal. Sorry. sorry for the farmer and the auctioneer. All possible and necessary to prevent spread of disease must be done, point out risk and purpose of intervention, importance of united front against the spread of diseases. We must work together. I see I'm running out of time. Animals flow from primary production through the value chain. That is the important thing. All points of transfer must be biosecurity and legislation control points. We can't have certain outlets from the farmer to the industry that is not checking on the same documentation, the same way to work. Role players must not demanding the same documents and biosecurity measures as implemented at auctions represent a break in the chain of disease control. We must understand this very, very clearly. That's why it's so important for other levels also to come in. Level 1, farmer biosecurity, I said something about that. Self-regulation is widely misunderstood. The question is always, who is going to police this? Sorry. Then we must understand that there's a dualism, commercial, communal. I think what I try to say with this slide is the following. We can't leave somebody behind. We must accommodate all of us in the industry. The biosecurity rules are not supposed to leave behind. It is to bind together. Sorry, I haven't got time. I've got 4 seconds, so I lost the race. I just want to say something about the current shortages of veterinary professionals. It may be our biggest challenge for biosecurity success, but please, people, Francois also touched on that. There's a huge business opportunity for you guys as vets. Take some of the paraprofessionals into your practice. Start a branch in your practice that can supply the services so much needed. Cost will always be a crucial part for the farmer. But please, see how you can accommodate, get back to what we are supposed to be doing as vets out there. Because the farmers, all of a sudden, they are driven back into your arms. Embrace them, but be passionate about their problems as well. So I'm quickly running through this. Sorry. I'm running now into questions and answers. I think I said, just for the future, I can't see anything else than this picture quickly. This is what I think must be done in the future. Joining forces, Ruvasa and APAC. We are at the start of something. We will have to talk to each other in future. There must be a sharpening of the regulations. There must be so much more communication to the vets. We are at the starting point, as I said. This slide, please quickly read through it. I think if there's one thing that I want to leave you with, it is this one. We all are at the starting point of a new race against time and disease. Let us make it a relay and support each other and not compete against each other. Please, that's my plea with you and industry, all role players of this industry, this beautiful industry. Thank you.
Thanks, Willem, Francois, Gerard. Maybe Gerard, we've got 8 minutes for questions. Before, Gerard, maybe just come front here. Francois? No, you last. Just from my side, Liesel, I'm going to give you a chance now. Just from my side, just listening to what we've heard, even from Gerard and from APAC, I can just tell you one thing, it's a huge opportunity. And the second thing, we're not ready for it. We're not ready for it at all. What I've listened to today, and I listened to our AGM last night, and what is our role as Ruvasa, and that we maybe have some funds available, and that somebody must coordinate this disease protocols. It's not going to come from nowhere. It's not going to be somebody out of his good heart going to put together these protocols for biosecurity, specific pathogen biosecurity, because we have to become very specific. Sean is doing something, I'm doing something, that's just not going to work. We'll have to make a decision. Sorry, there's no question and answer, but I just want to say that we'll have to make a decision to put money behind it, and from Ruvasa's side, make an investment to standardize those protocols. Otherwise, we're going to be liable. I'm worried about that. We're not doing anybody a favor. We're not, this vets in a hat in hand, doing anybody a favor. If it don't fit us, we don't do it. And we have to have the protocols to do it. But I think this is a project for Ruvasa to drive. We're not there to, vets phone me every week. This farmer want to do this, but he don't have a crush. This want to do this. We're not going to do any farmer a favor if he don't have the right facility, and he don't have ear tags, and he don't have the minimum requirements what we want from them. We're not going to certify. If we haven't been to the farm, if you have, so we have to set up these rules. Just long and short. Questions from your side, Liesel, you were first. Where's the guys with the mics?
Ek wil maar net sê, soos wat ons al voorheen gepraat het. Auctionhuise weet nie eers wie partykeer die volgende oggend gaan opdaag nie, want die boere het gesê hulle kom, dan het hulle nie gekom nie. So die auctionhuise wil nie vir ons betaal om 'n dag voor die tyd na daai plase toe te gaan, al daai goeder sertifiseer nie. Hulle is bereid om ons te betaal om die dag daar te werk. Okay? So meeste auctionhuise in die Oos-Vrystaat verwag dat die boere self moet betaal vir ons om uit te gaan en daai diere te sertifiseer en dan pitch hulle met die...
Het jy klein bietjie Engels in jou?
My English, okay. So most of the auction houses are willing to pay us for the day that the auction is being held, but they don't want to pay us to go to 15 or 20 people or whatever the day before, and there's not enough time in the morning of the auction to go to all the farms to certify the animals that's going to the auction. And the communal farmers, for example, in Vicksburg, there's sometimes hundreds of those communal animals. There is no other holding facilities or crushes to look at that animals. The only area that you can do it is at the auction. So obviously that's being done in the dirty area before it goes through, but it's not as easy as the rules makes it out to be.
Perhaps I must just explain. There's a difference between the service that the auctioneer must render through a BP on site and the services that a farmer acquire on farm. It's not the auctioneer that will pay for the on-farm service. The idea is level 1 of biosecurity and inspections will be on-farm paid by the owner of the animals. Those with 2, 3, and 4 animals that can't afford for that little number of animals to get a private vet out to him or her will bring their animals to a joint venture on the day of the auction, and somebody will be paid to render the service there, and everybody bringing 2, 3 cows, like in Limpopo, they charge a 50 rand per head mouth charge, inspection charge. So if I bring my 3 cattle, it costs me 150 rand. Where can you get an inspection from a vet for 150 rand? But because I'm part of 10 other guys bringing 3 animals, I do pay for the service, but only my portion. That, I think, is misunderstood at this stage. So please, vets, you must make sure you understand where you play what role.
Willem, I think that's a good example, and I think nobody knew, maybe that didn't work in Limpopo, that is a possibility. Yeah. So we'll have to take this on, Marika. You've got a microphone, Chris. You've got 30 seconds.
Sorry, okay, I'll be quick. Willem, you mentioned about category A, B, and C, but where do we fit in the electronic virtual auctions happening these days? Because, you know, it will be an auction, it will be virtually, and those animals will be loaded there and then disappear into the system.
Chris, I think the short answer is they will be category Cs. What actually worries me is, how are we going to go about biosecurity with auctions where animals are loaded directly from a farm, even if it's not an auction, but straight out, go and buy from it at the auction without inspection, without any biosecurity in place? That is a big concern. We will have to talk about this. And I know, Francois, we spoke about it. We don't have an answer yet, a proper answer, but that's something that must be done and done very quickly.
Marika?
Willem, my question is just the following. The policing, or not really, the policing is not the right word, the control of the animals coming in from the communal areas. How do the biosecurity officer at the auction know that this animal is actually belonging to the owner, who he is saying is the owner? Who does the control on that part?
The auctioneer. That's part and parcel of the SOPs that must be written down in the biosecurity plan. At what stage, where on the premises is that documentation checked? Because the regulation says no animal without proper marking, permanent marking, and the right documentation will be allowed into the biosecure area. That's a regulation. So when reading through your biosecurity plan, make sure all the issues, the questions that you want to ask now is part and parcel of what was written in SOPs somewhere along the line in the biosecurity plan. That's why the biosecurity plan is so very important. On that document, you as the BP in charge can even show me a way, ask me to leave the grounds, because I'm not adhering to the rules and regulations written down in the biosecurity plan. Please understand, different auction venues calls for different rules, because the regulation says this. How we comply with this regulation, one place, one auction facility, we do it this way, another one we do it this way. The regulation stands, it must be compliant, but to comply. Some places you have to do more to comply than others. And the different biosecurity plans must take this into cognizance.
Okay, we're nearly out of time. Roof, you're going to be the last guy, or Sean. We actually, I don't know, Chris, we'll need some time more about this. This is the biggest opportunity and the one that we're not prepared for. Just, Roof.
I just want to ask, I'm very nervous about nobody speaking about the incubation period of foot and mouth. Sean said yesterday it can be 1.7 days, which is great, which is fine. My problem is with the 14-day ones. You're going to ask vets now to come to these auctions and say, and that's what they're doing all the time, we're doing all the time, looking at the tongues, okay, fine, there's no foot and mouth. There's the buyers, and there's the auctioneer. And the auctioneer says, there's the vet. He says, it's fine. Now, that's a great problem. We're doing it every day, and there's no movement control, as we know, movement restrictions at this time. We're talking about a pie in the sky here. I'm from Limpopo. I'm not from the great farmers that they can say these animals were under quarantine for 28 days. We're standing at an auction. These trailers are coming in here. Nobody knows where they're coming from. Nobody. They come in there to the auctions, and they say, okay, they're from this area. Now, that's fine. They get a certificate, they're from that area. But they're coming from a rural area now, from a big farm. What are we doing about foot and mouth? Who are we bluffing here? Now the feedlot owner comes, and he buys, there's the young vet standing there, and he's signing off. Yeah, it's fine. And he's taking these cattle to a 20,000 herd or feedlot. What's going to happen here? Who's in line?
A long question with a longer answer, but I'm not going to give you the long version. I also already alluded to the 28-day rule. Quarantine of bought animals, whether I buy directly from you, Rolf, through an auction, or wherever, whenever I buy it. The regulation says no animal will be sold within the 28-day period after I bought it the first time. Meaning that when I buy from whoever at whatever place, I will, as buyer, quarantine them, that batch. I will quarantine them for 28 days. And you are stupid to quarantine animals without a vet receiving them the day you offload in the quarantine facility, check them, bleed them in 28 days. Anything that will show up, try to show up, will show up, hopefully. And through the 28 days, that's the incubation period that, by regulation, you must allow any animal that you bought to show the real colors. And the vet receiving them will be the vet that is checking them through that 28-day period with a final inspection on day 28. That's why this regulations meant the last of speculation in the industry. No real speculator can survive in this environment anymore. It's sad to say, but that's true. So, Rolf, that's the short of the long.
Chris, maybe we need to have a session with guys with questions. All of these guys are here until tonight. There's guys with very, very specific questions. Sean, you there with very specific questions. Yeah, because we talk about biosecurity, but actually we don't. We talk about foot and mouth. You know, this.
You cannot offload these cattle at the feedlot. You have to come up with alternative arrangements. Yes. That means in a background
holding station,
wherever. Okay. But the one other thing I want to say, and I've seen it myself, guys arrive with a postal address at the auction. You can't find it in a post box.
Okay, we'll find a way to, yes. 5:30. 5:30 until 6. We're going to make a session with your questions.
2 o'clock in the morning, Zooming people from all over the world, including Professor Nick Knowles from Purbright. It's 28 days of bullshit. It can be 100 days. It can be a year. We really don't know what the hell we're doing about it. And I know I respect you guys, what you've been doing there. I would also like to get a source of what you're smoking. And I respect what you're doing, but really and truly, we have just got the tip of the iceberg. And my responsibility with the Royal Show, I think, is so unpopular. We really are.
No, we've thrown into the deep end. I can tell you, we've thrown into the deep end. 5:30. Yeah, 5:30, we're going to have a half an hour session with guys with specific questions. Ek weet. We'll see what else we can work in. The last session is a sponsor session by Elanco. Elanco, are you around? So, sorry for delaying you, but this is incredibly important. Incredibly. Sorry for okay, hierso links regs. Sê net jou praatjie se naam, bring hom op. Sê hom met in hierdie.
The Elanco presentation.
Sê net jou naam.
Louis. Nee, ek sal myself nou voor.
Ja, maar hulle wil hom opbring. Sê net jou naam.
Louis.
Jou naam en jou van. Introduce yourself.
Okay, no. Good morning, colleagues. I have the privilege today to introduce Elanco to you just in a good way, in the sense of reintroducing ourselves after the last 2 years where a lot of change has happened. But before I do that, I would just like to introduce myself. My name is Louis Bogue, and I am the Head of Technical Services for the affiliate. And what I would like to do is share with you where we are now, where we've come from, and what our vision is going forward. Instead of just going into product, I think it's important for us to share who we are, because a lot of changes happened since the inception of the pandemic, and I feel it's important to share with you who we are. So to do that, I need to share with you our vision. So Elanco's vision is where we are committed at, committed at advancing our vision, is that of food and companionship enriching lives. And we do this by recognizing the impact of animal health on the health of people as well as the planet. And this fell in looking at the lectures that we've had recently and through the course of yesterday, looking at what we've seen. We believe as industry, as ourselves, is that we have an important role to play, and an important role in supporting all of you sitting here as well. And we do that in our capacity by providing innovative products, animal health solutions, as well as by promoting companionship and the human-animal bond. And importantly, in context of where we are seeing ourselves today in this, is looking at efficient and sustainable food production. But that is one side of the coin. We also believe in giving back as a company, and this is where corporate social responsibility becomes quite important. But just to take you through it, and looking at where we're finding ourselves today, is that, first of all, we see ourselves as a 66-year-old startup. Started about 66 years ago when Eli Lilly started their agricultural division, and then fast forwarding 60 years on was the acquisition of Lohmann as well as Novartis, and then it sort of ended with the last acquisition of Bayer Animal Health. And this is where the company has really set themselves up to look at their strategy, to look at their vision of enriching and enriching companionship, and to promote food security by combining the portfolios of the different products. And very importantly as well is the skill sets that came from the two different companies and the human capital that is involved there as well. And by doing that, we are cognizant of that animals form the center point of our experience. From pet health, where we know of various studies showing the sociological importance and the sociological effect that pets have on us. Think of the COVID situation where we found ourselves, and if you look at the trends that you see in the pet health space in that. But then more importantly as well is that we are cognizant that healthier animals lead to healthier people and a healthier planet. And that is why I personally, in my own capacity, really enjoyed the talk that James did, where he spoke about the regenerative farming. And it's important to look at the sustainability of that and thinking of it in such a way where, I'll be honest, before yesterday, I saw cattle, if you think of methane production and all of the the content that you see in the media, etc., and you think of a cattle, for example, as carbon positive, and look at it in such a way where it's actually carbon negative. And this is where it comes in to educate and help through our work, through collaboration of industry, of veterinarians with farmers, to help us to rediscover, reproject the importance and the power of promoting healthy animals, especially within the large animal sector or in the production sector. So with that in mind, just bringing it into context, the World Health Organization released a report showing that over 800 million people were considered as hungry, just showing the importance of food security as well as promoting food and sustainable production, efficient production. And this is where we want to play an important role in the products that we have, how we engage with you, and with the objective of actually strengthening and improving our world's resources on a big picture, on a systems view, as James also mentioned yesterday, and improving animal health in total. And this is where we all play a key role, our interaction with one another. One component of that is, yes, it's our interaction from a product point of view, it's an action from an economical point of view with the farmer, but an important part of it as well is that of corporate social responsibility. So in Elanco, we're quite active in our shared value as well. We had a recent project that lasted for about 5 years, where we actually created a business from it called the EAGA project, which was the East African Growth Acceleration Program. And in essence, what happened there is where we had a positive impact on 4.7 million birds on the broiler side, as well as 93,000 head of cattle in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. At the moment, we are busy in a project called Mahaba, and what it's about promoting sustainable acaricide use in Nigeria and in Uganda. Why is it important? We think we have a problem until you go to Uganda and you see the problem of resistance that they have in the country due to misuse. So what is important is the use of sustainability, because the key thing is, I mean, we look at product, we think of sales, there's a commercial component to things that we do, but we need to look at how do we sustainably use products today instead of just selling, to ensure that we do have that molecule, we do have that active in the future. And with that in mind, what it's about for us as Elanco, and especially as the affiliate here in South Africa, is adding value beyond product. So what do I mean by adding value beyond product? We are quite active in training of cooperative staff, training of emergent farmers in sustainable use of products, disease education. We are also involved quite actively with your peers in the production animal space as well, in looking how can we add value? How can we add value in your business, promote profitability of the farmer? And the way that we do it is through various levers that we make use of, from process efficiency to data analytics that we use, and where we manage big data, for example, from a big farm, to look at how can we save them, how can we help them use less antibiotics. So it's about sustainability. But to do so, we need a strong team. And this is where we really, with a combination of the two companies, got a lot of human capital. And our objective is to work with you to support your farmer, improve your profitability beyond product. And this is where I want to invite you as well. Make contact with us. We have been successful in other industries. We started in the feedlot space. The poultry space, we've been quite active for years now, where we've helped our customers help you improve this, improve biosecurity. And this is where we really want to support you beyond product. And the thing is, because we need to work together for the greater good to improve that, and in the end, it becomes a mutualistic relationship where all parties benefit. So what I would like to do is introduce you to the technical team that is that basically supports the individuals that we see here, yourselves, in the ruminant space. So first, I'd like to introduce you to Ali, who's sitting there at the back. Ali is a veterinarian and a parasitologist. And then we have Mr. Roland Jooste as well, who's a parasitologist with over 30 years of experience in the field. Then, looking at our business, looking at how we interact between veterinarians, nutritionists, and that, we made the decision to employ a nutritionist. So we have Dr. Alex Sly as well, who did a postgraduate degree in ruminant nutrition, who's there to support you, who's there to support the clients, and to ensure that we have the interaction between nutritionist, veterinarian, in supporting the business and moving the business forward in a mutualistic behavior. As I mentioned, we do different other functions as well. So we have a lady by the name of Megan Marshall, who's also a nutritionist, but her speciality is data analytics, working with big data, statistics, and process efficiency, where we've helped various customers looking at the process and with the objective of either improving return on investment, return on equity, performance improvements on the farm itself as well, by just tweaking from feed mills right through to a broiler farm or to a breeder farm as well. And then last but not least is a gentleman by the name of Martin Morsani. Not Morsani, and Martin is our laboratory analyst. So we have an in-house laboratory where we do in-feed analysis. And I'm actually very happy to mention that we're in the process of upgrading the laboratory as well, being dedicated to all of you to support you in that sense, where we do in-feed analysis on your coccidiostats. We've got certain antibiotics that are on the pipeline, and the objective is to support all of you in the field and as customers, as well as basically to just bring the industry forward. And with that, I basically end, and I would really like to invite you just to come and join us, have a discussion, and we're really there to engage, and we're honestly there to support you in your business beyond product as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Louis. That was a mouthful. Just wait, we've got a minute. If there's any question, because you actually told us about a very broad service. Any questions? Are you sharing that service and availability at your stand? And there's a brochure about that.
We can talk about it. So it's not specific. So in the sense, when you look at process efficiency or something like that, it's about a problem that you have, for example. I've been quite involved in the poultry space with that. So let's say you have a problem with floor eggs and that, so dirty floor eggs. So we'll come in and see how we can help you improve, reduce the percentages. We don't guarantee it, but I can promise you we try. And it's purpose-built. So it's not a how can I say, off the shelf. It's all about engagement and see how we interact with you to do that.
Okay. Louis, thanks a lot. Thanks for saving us a bit of time. We have to be back here by 10:30. We'll give you 5 minutes extra because we a little bit. Listen to the bell. Listen to Fafa's bell. Okay. Yes. Yeah. We said it, Fafa said it, and I'll say it again. Yeah, Lanco, we wouldn't have been able to bring the students, and Lanco stepped in for us to bring the students. You can give them a round of applause. testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay. The first thing is you have to introduce yourself, then you can come. And then you do it on that side. Ja, hulle het nou die tyd aangeskryf. Ja, hy tel terug.
En groen is vorentoe en rooi is agter.
Dis al.
I think I might manage.
No, you know these things. You know these things for. Okay, guys, we're going to start. I want to introduce Professor Gareth Bath to you. Most of you, not most of you, all of you know him that well. I don't really need the introduction. Gareth, did you start as a vet in 1970? Started as a vet in 1970. Do everything about small stock. Know everything. Write the book. I was privileged in 92 when I went back to do my MEd vet. I was senior lecturer with Gareth, and our offices were next to each other. So I could take all his information for 3 years from him as a young guy. So take everything that I could get, develop with FAFA, the pharmacist system, very, very involved in parasite control, especially internal parasite in sheep, as one of the things. And then on the Livestock Welfare Committee, I also were on the committee for some time. And you have to have patience like Gareth to be on that committee. So I must say you can give him a hand for being on that committee of the livestock welfare and work with the SPCA and work with everybody. And he's going to talk to us about welfare and everything that's been done so far, and it's part of our job. So, Gareth, you just introduce yourself and then bring up your...
Apparently I've got to introduce myself again. I hope I've remembered my name. I think you said it was Gareth Bath. You know, they've got this disease. What's its name again? There it is. Green, yes, all in green. The Livestock Welfare Coordinating Committee. It's a bit of a strange name for that, but we'll just talk about where that originated and how it runs today. I'm hoping that that press... Ah, there you are. Okay, got that bit of driving instruction correct. Now, the thing is that this committee was born in conflict. Conflict between animal welfare and the old meat board and the abattoirs.
and there was a really nasty atmosphere. And luckily, towards the end of the 70s, they decided to stop fighting each other and start working together. And that was a huge turnaround, because since then, it has grown in stature and in its activities. First of all, supported entirely by the Meat Board. Remember the Meat Board? Yeah. That was a powerful organization, and it did all the administrative and other support needed. And over the years, we've got wider and wider representation. I'll go through that very quickly soon. And we developed those very first codes for best practice in the livestock industries, plural. With the demise of the Meat Board in the 1990s, it was a very bad time for the Livestock Welfare Coordinating Committee, because there was no funding, there was no support. But luckily, became an independent entity in 2008, and it is completely supported by livestock industries, which makes it unique in the world. There's no other country where the livestock welfare organization is totally funded by industry, and I will say that is one of the reasons for our success. I'll talk about the development of standards and our statements in subsequent slides that I show. I want to just show you that livestock welfare and animal welfare is not a new thing. People are inclined to think, oh, this is something dreamt up by the Tannies in Sandton in 1996. This goes back much further. Look at those numbers. Back, Act for the Preventing of Cruelty to Animals, 1856. We'll talk about the guy who was so far-sighted as to start thinking about it 166 years ago. And every one of the entities that were the political entities in what became South Africa had the legislation there. Look, there was Natal, Cape, and the Suid-Afrikaanse Republiek, and selfs die goeie ou Vrystaat. They all had it. And so it got improved over the years. Others, these are just the more important bits of legislation that refer to animal welfare, and particularly livestock welfare. So we've got a raft of legislation that supports the looking after of animals as part of what is required in this country. Here's the guy I wanted to tell you about, Sir George Grey. Look how beautifully simple the acts of Parliament were in those days, or the acts of government. It's not even 100 words. And telling that anybody who cruelly and improperly strikes and flogs an animal shall be guilty of an offence. And to give the sentence that would be passed on now. Now that chap, George Grey, is actually one of the few British governors who actually left a real positive mark on this country. If you come from Bloem or Gqeberha, then you might have heard of Grey College. If you come from KwaZulu-Natal, you might have heard of Grey Hospital. Greyton, Greytown, Lady Grey. They really respected him because he was a forward-thinking person, and way back in 1856, he passed this act. So what's our membership? This is one of the key things that has made the organization successful. Look at all those producer industries that are represented. The only major one which isn't represented, and that's their decision, is the poultry people. They've decided to go their own way, and it's a voluntary organization, so that's their decision. And that it's very important because then there is a balance between industry and other organizations. In there you'll see RMAA. So Gerard, that's where he comes in. He's an important part of the representation of the abattoirs. Inspections, the Agency for Food Security. We try to involve as many entities as we can. And talking about auctioneers, look, SAFLA is there. Federation of Livestock Auctioneers. Government, there's Dr. Marja. There it is. DAF, Gadad. Why are the police there? Because of stock theft. Professional bodies, so much veterinary involvement. Faculty and SAVA and the Veterinary Council. And then we also include animal scientists. It's important to bring people on board and not to leave people out who might be able to make a contribution. So we've got all these organizations, welfare. We've now got 2. We had NSPCA for a very long time, but they chose to leave us over what they regarded as a backward step. Well, we can't have any organization with a veto over what we do because we try to work by consensus, which I'll come to in a subsequent slide. So there's a summary of our objectives. Essentially, to promote the humane treatment of livestock at every phase, right from the genetic choices, the selection and culling policies that are in force, right through to the point of slaughter that Gerard referred to. Once the animal has not just been stunned, but bled out, it then is no longer a livestock welfare issue. We try to involve all the organizations to participate. We've got to define terminology. You know, unfortunately, this is a game where perceptions are important. And you get a lot of people who'll say, oh, that's cruel. But what do we mean by cruel? And we've got to try to define it in some consistent and defensible way. So we develop the standards, norms and codes. What's expected? It's very important we get those codes of best practice supported and in fact run by the livestock industries. It's important that the industry people, the farmers, don't see the Livestock Welfare Coordinating Committee as telling them what to do. This is what their own representatives say we should do as a responsible industry. We try to promote effective legislation. The old Animals Protection Act is now truly elderly and need of retirement. It's going to take quite a long time. Changing legislation is no game for people in a big hurry. It takes years, but we must start. So we want farmers and other people to see that livestock welfare is a necessary and responsible thing to do. And so we get involved in whatever we can to promote that. Note that we've got codes of best practice for virtually all of the industries, including Dewalt, the feedlot industry have got their own codes. And this is what we encourage, because then there's a kind of a self-monitoring. Am I correct, Dewalt, that the people monitor themselves? This is where we should be going with this. Whereas, we're not saying that the vet is out of it, because you've got to help your farming clients to attain those standards in a responsible way. Sometimes we convert them to standards, SABS standards, and they were referred to also by Francois Knowles earlier today. The trouble with those standards is they run their business on selling them at a huge markup. We're talking about several hundred rands for a 6 or 8 page document. And with the diversity of our farming community, it just doesn't work. Okay, so those are the ones that we deal with. You heard about the one for the shows, auctions, sales and pounds, road transportation. Those would be the things which should be included. I don't know if Francois is still here. They should be included in our livestock auction assessments. And then there are standards for other animals which we don't deal with actually, so there's quite a lot of legislative protection. So, the way that we make progress is that you've got to consult widely. And sometimes you have to just keep your trap shut when the steam starts boiling out of your ears when you hear a lot of claptrap being talked, and just try to get things going so that people speak to each other. Instead of forming two camps swearing at each other in the, let's say, Sean Morris language, you've got to try and sit around a table and try to reach concessions. Okay, we'll give you this, we'll give that. And then the aim is usually consensus. We have got no powers of coercion. We cannot force people to do anything. But usually, 95% of the time, we get it right to have a consensus. So we've talked about those industry codes. They are a great success. They're never perfect, but they're a great start. And independent codes, sometimes they're not of a particular industry. We're working on one which was discussed in the last night's AGM, electroejaculation. It's something that needs to come. There's some vets who say, oh, you should let sleeping dogs lie. Folks, the dog's already awake and they're snarling. We've got to get our house in order. And that is not a maybe, it's a must. Okay, so then we've got the national standards as well. Legislation is the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. They haven't got enough people for enforcement, so that falls on the NGO, which is only one empowered to do it is the NSPCA. Okay, the policy statements, I'm not going to go through them all, but you're just going to see there are 32 of them covering various aspects of particularly farming and abattoir practice. So we've got even things like religious slaughter methods. We've got things like that bull and boar stunning thing that Gerard mentioned this morning. Here's the statement on how it should be done. Dehorning, electroimmobilization. Sometimes I have to point out to people, electroejaculation, electroimmobilization, and stunning for slaughter are not the same thing. And you'll be surprised how many people think, oh, it's all part of the same thing. Consequences of genetic selection. That's a thing which we are streets ahead of the dog and cat fraternity. They breed these terrible monstrosities for looks. And I think that the vets should be standing up. Look, to be in the animal welfare business is, believe me, is not for sissies. Because you get hammered by people, you know, who always cut off puppies' tails or always cut dogs' ears. And, you know, you just have to say, but that is not necessary. It cannot be defended. So you see teeth grinding, and you'll be surprised all the funny tricks that people get up to. Teeth grinding in ruminants. Mulesing of wool sheep, luckily that's gone. Animal welfare consequences of stock theft, that's an important one. And tail docking in dairy cows. They actually do this in New Zealand. So we don't always look overseas and say, oh, well, they must be doing it right. We're far ahead of some of these other countries in some respects. We've phased out mulesing. Australians are still trying to defend the practice. Droughts and livestock, one of my favorite concerns. It's really very bad. Look, it just goes on, and we haven't got time to go through them all. But for those of you who want to see the statements, you can go to the LWCC website. Quite simple, lwcc.org.za, not .co.za, it's .org.za. And the nice thing about these statements is you can take that to your farmer and say, this is what the industry says about this practice that you're looking at, and that's why I think you shouldn't do it. Okay, these are, you know, we're talking later on about the welfare being a science. Here's the 10 tests we use to evaluate these painful procedures. I don't call them operations. Operations are done by vets, anesthetic. These are procedures. Sufficient justification is the most important one. If there isn't enough justification, we don't worry about it further. And it's on that basis that we defend electroejaculation, because there's no other practical way of evaluating ram and bull semen. And then there are various things that we look through to make sure that we've done the most good and the least harm. Okay, so we need your commitment and your coordination, because we're a small committee and we can't be everywhere. It's everyone's business. And it's not an add-on. Oh, let's add that on. It's got to become integral, because we need to work together. And we can get the support of farmers if they're properly informed. We try to persuade and not confront people, and we only use the NSPCA for people who just won't listen. There are such people, and sometimes you just have to call in the cops. Okay, please understand that livestock welfare is not all about science. Yes, it should be, must be science-based, but it is also about complex issues of ethical, cultural and religious beliefs, political sometimes, and social norms and economic realities. For instance, how can you expect a small-scale communal farmer to practice the same level of livestock welfare as a large, profitable commercial farmer? You must be practical. Okay, so we need the support of the public and the industry and the willingness to collaborate, and that's what the LWC is for. Believe me, sometimes the fur flies in the organization when there are contentious issues, but with time and patience you can usually get a good result. It's a systematic approach that I've shown, and it's an ongoing process. So, what arguments can you use as a vet in the field? There are 5 there that are listed. First of all, the ethical or moral issue, that it's right. Not just because we have to or whatever, it's because we want to do the right thing by animals, treat them well. You might have to say, well, for some people it doesn't work, so you've got to say it's productive and profitable. Most of the time, a good system is also a healthy and welfare-friendly system. So if the financial system doesn't help get people online, you can go to the codes, the society, the consumers want it, the industry wants it, and finally, it's legal. So you can sometimes get more done through getting the children on your sides and to be the farmer's friend and not his foe. Get them on board. Most are proud of their animals and they want to do the right thing. So, closing now. These are the things that we're working with at the moment. Believe me, the door never closes on an issue. You find that somebody has learned that they can put an extra 20 sheep if they build an extra cage between the front and the back wheels of a trailer. And these poor animals have to put up with 200 kilometers of dust road. You know, it's just that sort of thing you've got to be alert for all the time. Sometimes we have the traffic police. They stop an animal carrying truck for hours in the baking sun as if it was a load of furniture. And we've got to keep on. You can't give up on this. You've just got to keep going. We then, in farm procedures, felt fires is another one. We've actually managed to get good guidelines for farmers and others to evaluate and to categorize them, because they're basically the triage, true triage. Either the ones that you put down immediately, the ones that will recover with help and support, and the third one is the animals that actually don't need treatment. That immediately means that you can do something to make the best of a bad situation. Disaster management, we're going to be trying to put in the welfare aspects into that. And I think at that stage, I've still got, no, I've just run out of 5 seconds overtime. I'll end it there.
Gareth, thank you. We'll have time for questions at the end of the session with the three speakers. Just thanks for the work that you're doing there. I don't know of the young generation who's going to follow you up. That is a thankless job, and you've done it for years so well. I know from the start when you were doing it. Thanks a lot. You can give them a hand for doing that. Fafa, jy moet dit kom sê.
No, I just want to say, I don't know whether all of you know that Gareth got the award of the World Veterinary Association. And I think that's the biggest honor that you can give. So, well done.
So our next speaker, Mark Chimes, Dr. Mark Chimes, is another 86 model. I had the privilege to stay with him in my final year on a farm called Footrot Flats. And we were running a Bonsmara stud herd and staying for free. That is our background to the work that we did later. And the cattle survived, most of them. That specific year. So Mark had a lot of ideas about herd health, and then he went into the small animal practice and spent a lot of years in England. And then when he came back to what he wanted to do originally. So currently, he's doing dairy farm audits, about 120 dairy farms per year for the Dairy Standards Agency of South Africa. Learning a lot, and I hope to learn from him that procedures, a lot of that. And he's going to talk to us about welfare and the level at which we have to see that. Mark, just introduce yourself, and they will bring up your...
Hi everybody, I'm Mark Chimes, and as Dani said, I work for Dairy Standard Agency, where I audit dairy farms to ensure that they comply with the legislation and quality controls regarding the quality and safety of milk. In my free time, I'm also the supervising veterinarian for the SPCA in George, a role they're not too happy about anymore because of my involvement on the dairy side, so that might end pretty soon as well. Because there might be a bit of a conflict of interest. But that's not why I'm doing the welfare talk. When we do the audits, we actually do a welfare as part of the audit, and in our own small way, we hope to be contributing to the welfare of the dairy industry especially. So I apologize if most of my talk alludes to the dairy industry and not to the animal production industry in general. But be that as it may, and obviously following on from somebody as esteemed as Professor Gareth, I've got quite a gap to fill here. Now, the concept of animal cruelty is certainly well established, as Gareth just alluded to, since the late 1800s. But the term animal welfare itself is a fairly new term, and animal welfare is until fairly recently considered a soft science. And this is primarily because it was difficult to measure the level of animal discomfort in a way that's quantifiable and repeatable in a scientific manner. In fact, the first book on animal welfare was only really published in 1960, a book called Animal Machines. A meta-analysis of the number of published articles using the term animal welfare from 1985 till 2013 reveals that there was very little activity in the 80s, and animal welfare only really took off as a science in the late 90s. Likewise, there was an analysis done on the number of articles published in the Journal of Dairy Science over the past 100 years, and the first paper using the term animal welfare was only used in 1983. Interestingly, the 5 freedoms that we base most of our animal welfare principles on was only formulated in 1992. That's only 30 years ago. This is how young a science it is, and certainly in the recent times there's been a plethora of publications, of research being done. And it's important to see animal welfare within its context. The population is set to grow from its current roughly 7 billion people to approximately 10 billion by the year 2050, depending on whose statistics you use. And at present, it's estimated that about 1 billion people are food insecure. And as the population grows, the number of food insecure will increase just as much. And this will lead to a projected increase in animal production, which will have to be achieved through increases in the animal numbers and also increases in productivity. So we're going to have more output per unit input, and this means pushing the animals genetically to their limits, and this has welfare implications. Add to that the fact that there's a trend for a decreasing number of farms, and these farms are increasing in size. There tends to be an intensification in the farming systems happen as well, with the concomitant welfare issues that go with that as well. And as Gareth also mentioned as well, we need to take cognizance of the fact that everybody's baseline of acceptability in terms of welfare differs. What might be acceptable to us is not necessarily as acceptable to somebody who's struggling to feed themselves. There are also religious and cultural differences as well, and we have to take cognizance of these facts as well. There are the future trends or problems that we foresee on the welfare side as well, just to mention some of them, is obviously the concern about the destruction of natural habitat and the effects it's having on the welfare of wildlife in that sense. A fact that's not frequently considered or even thought about is that as the middle-class population in the third world starts to increase, we're also seeing an increasing pet population, and that puts in further increasing pressure on food security. These pets have to be fed as well. A trend that is causing a lot of concern is the continued improvements in terms of litter size, growth rates, egg or milk production, etc. And I mentioned the cow bras. I mean, this is something we're starting to see in dairy cows where the udders are getting so big that they drag on the ground. These cows just can't walk with these udders anymore. And the culling rate of these animals are increasing. They're just not going through the lactations anymore, even though their production is extremely high. How big must a cow's udder become? What is acceptable? How many liters must a cow be able to produce in a day? A similar trend that's being noticed as well, which Dr. Johan van Rooyen from Steynsburg also mentioned, was lamb mortality. We're seeing an increase in the lamb weaning rate, not because more lambs are surviving, but because the ewes are having more lambs. We're seeing triplets, quintuplets, quadruplets, whatever. And these numbers are being achieved by the wrong means. We'd be better off having less lambs and having more of them survive. Furthermore, climate change is likely to lead to disease vectors becoming established in areas where they haven't been before. We've already seen signs of it this past year with the amount of rain that we've had, where there's outbreaks of diseases in areas where they haven't been seen for years or had never been seen before. Likewise, with the increasing, with global temperatures rising and increasing temperatures and rainfall and heat patterns, we might find that certain animals that were being farmed quite successfully in certain areas might not be adapted to the climate in that area anymore. And this is specifically in the dairy industry. Remember, all our dairy cows are European breeds. They're not African breeds. They didn't develop here like the Ngunis over thousands of years and adapted to the African environment. The one light point in this whole thing is that people might actually start to consume less animal products. And the interesting trend here is, I've got some statistics at the bottom there. 25 years ago, 66% of people who were vegetarian or at least consumed less meat did it for animal welfare reasons. 26% for health reasons, and only 1% for environmental or ecological reasons. A survey done approximately 5 years ago, those figures have changed. The majority now do not consume meat for health reasons. And second on the list is ecological and environmental reasons, and only last on the list now are animal welfare reasons. Does this mean that our animal welfare has improved to such an extent? Or does it just mean that maybe these people's awareness of health and environmental issues have increased? We don't know, but it's most likely that their knowledge of health and environmental issues have increased. How do you assess welfare? As I've mentioned before, it's essential to have measurable parameters that are directly associated with the welfare of the animal. And it can be quite difficult to do it. There are a lot of problem areas. First of all, on large farms, there's a lot of animals. There isn't always time or the inclination to assess each animal. So you tend to go for population averages rather than individual welfare. As a rule, high production is associated with an increased stress on these animals and therefore an increased risk of disease. But in contrast to that, we also say that a happy animal is a healthy animal, and a healthy animal is a productive animal. So there's this contrast. Is a highly productive animal a happy animal, or is it a stressed animal? And it isn't always easy. You cannot always associate high production with poor welfare or even good welfare. For instance, once again in the dairy industry, your high-producing cows aren't necessarily the happiest cows. Likewise, your low-producing cows aren't necessarily unhappy cows. There's a complex interrelationship in terms of environment, nutrition, genetics. There's a lot of factors that play a role on some of these production parameters. And until fairly recently, most welfare issues were measured in terms of production and housing, the housing conditions, how much bunk space or feeding space per animal, etc. Furthermore, you need to be skeptical of proposed solutions to welfare problems. For instance, you can increase the health of a calf by keeping it in a separate crate, but it has social implications where these animals are now being isolated and they're not allowed to socialize, which is quite an important part of their development. The general public perception is that animals being farmed extensively, organically, free range, are the animals that have the best welfare. And that is probably the biggest misconception out there that we need to fight. A lot of these animals are exposed to predation. They have issues with parasitism because they're not being dipped, they're not being wormed, they're not being vaccinated, they might not get the medical care as and when they need it, etc. So we consider it quite a naive attitude to have. It's also, people frequently think that if it's a small family-run farm, a guy with a few cows, that these cows or animals or sheep or whatever are being treated better. Total rubbish as well. In fact, it's found that the quality of animal care depends more on the characteristics of the manager rather than the type or the size of the production system. The most difficult part to assess in terms of animal welfare is which of these characteristics are important to the animal, which aspects. Because certain natural behaviors might be important to the cow, but it is not necessarily something that you want on a farming system. Like dominance behavior. Yes, there is dominance behavior when cows are out in the field, but as soon as you concentrate them in an intensive system, then dominance behavior becomes an unwanted behavior trait. So what does the science tell us? Now, to sell welfare to the farmer sounds like it could be a difficult thing. It isn't really that much. And I'm going to be giving you some facts here that you can use, and you can sell welfare to the farmer, because welfare can be productive and it can be extremely profitable. And that, once again, a happy animal is a healthy animal, and a healthy animal is a productive animal. The first part I want to mention just is neonatal pain. Because the nervous system of calves continues to mature after birth, it is generally being consumed that they do not experience pain as much as older animals. In fact, On the human side, in babies, this was considered quite normal approximately 100 years ago. It was not uncommon to perform painful and surgical procedures on babies without anesthesia or analgesia. And we're still doing this in animals. It's been disproved in humans, and it's no need to do this in animals. Furthermore, because the animals that we farm tend to be prey species, and as a result, they are prone to freezing up in periods of stress or pain. Showing stress or pain for a prey species is a death sentence. It's the last thing they want a predator to realize is that they're vulnerable. If I can quote Dr. Johan van Rooyen again, I was at the Southern Cape Conference about 2 weeks ago at OBI, and he mentioned, and I quote him, "Deal with what we have and not necessarily with what we want." And he specifically mentioned there that there's no evidence that docking the tails of lambs decreases the incidence of fly strike. But people will still dock the tails of lambs. And what we need to do as vets, it is our responsibility to make sure that at least it's done properly, and that as far as possible, that they use anti-inflammatories if possible, but to ensure that the suffering of these animals are reduced as much as possible until such a time as tail docking is eliminated completely. Dehorning and disbudding, there's always this argument or debate about whether we should be using hot iron disbudding or chemical disbudding. The science tells us that with hot iron disbudding, the plasma cortisol concentration rises very rapidly and drops fairly rapidly within about 4 hours back to normal. Whereas with chemical disbudding, the plasma cortisol rises a lot later and lasts a lot longer, even up to 24 hours before it returns back to normal. However, both procedures, in both procedures, they will experience chronic pain for at least 24 to 48 hours after the procedure. And it has been shown that giving them pain relief will increase their average daily gain in the first 10 days after the procedure compared to animals without any painkillers. However, this gain is lost after about 30 days due to compensatory growth by the animals that hadn't been given painkillers. Obviously, the perfect answer would be to only use polled cattle. Not quite practical in all cases, but certainly something to aim for. Castration. The method considered the least painful is castration by Badizzo. Funny enough, second on the list in terms of pain is open castration or surgical castration. And the most painful procedure is using elastic bands. Once again, there's a lot of statistics in terms of calf castrated at a late stage, especially if they are only castrated once they reach the feedlot, in terms of how much it sets them back in terms of growth, morbidity and mortality. And certainly using painkillers in this instance is advised. There's more and more pressure to use local anesthetic when castrating animals. And there's definite scientific proof that if you do use local anesthetic, the procedure is a lot less painful. However, the local anesthetic wears off in about 4 hours and then the pain still kicks in. So long-term non-steroidals, definitely something worth considering, because these animals, it's not just that they grow a bit faster, they stay a bit healthier, and you're less likely to have to treat them for other disease conditions. Diarrhea in calves, especially dairy calves that are separated from the cows at a very early stage and then hand-reared, it can be responsible for up to 50% of losses, if not more. Diarrhea is painful. It causes cramps. But apart from that, the important point I want to make here is that it increases the lower critical temperature. Now, the lower critical temperature is the temperature at which a healthy calf starts to use its energy reserves to maintain its body heat. And the norm is considered to be about 10 degrees centigrade. In a calf that has diarrhea, you have malabsorption of nutrients, and the lower critical temperature increases. It means they will experience cold at a higher ambient temperature, say 15 or 16 or 17 degrees. Something that's important to consider when treating diarrhea in calves is make sure that they have shelter. Also, there's been research has shown there's long-term consequences from calves that have had diarrhea in your replacement heifers. It increases the age at first calving, interestingly enough. A decrease in milk production during the first lactation. And you also find that your treated calves grow faster and can be weaned much earlier. There's notable benefits with the administration of non-steroidal anti-inflammatories for calves that have diarrhea. They show an increased general activity, but the important part is they have an increased milk, water, and feed intake, and as a result, improved hydration status and fecal consistency. And these are the things that you want to clear up with the diarrhea as soon as possible. Stress. I'm not going to talk about stress. That's the one subject we all did learn about at OP. Suffice it to say, the important part to remember is that stress is additive. And therefore, the negative effects of stress on animal health will be more pronounced when several stresses impinge upon the animal simultaneously. We'll come back to this theme again and again. It's normally, we tend to do a lot of procedures on an animal at the same time. And this leads not just to a higher stress level, but the after effects last so much longer than if all these procedures were done individually with sufficient recovery time between all the procedures. Calf feeding, the norm is accepted that you should give a calf 10% of its body weight in milk replacement per day, normally in divided feeding, half in the morning, half in the evening. It is now recommended that calves be given 20% of their body weight, double the amount. Why? Because they have found that these calves suffer chronic hunger, and that is why they vocalize as much in some cases. It also reduces incidence of disease if they get more milk, apart from obviously the obvious things that they grow faster, etc. But in addition to that, it is recommended that calves are given this replacement milk using nipples. And obviously, there's the normal suckling reflex, which allows the milk to pass to the abomasum and therefore increases the absorption of nutrients. But the main factor there is that calves are highly motivated to suckle. And it's not just receiving the milk that will make them suckle the teats. They will continually go back to these teats and suckle, even if there is no milk. And this reduces, or satisfies the suckling reflex, and they are less inclined to sucking each other, and as a result, you can eliminate or reduce cross-sucking to a large degree. Mastitis in dairy cows, once again, mastitis is a painful condition. Don't just use antibiotics, use anti-inflammatories as well in mastitis. It is painful. Once again, non-steroidals are more effective than cortisones in the case of mastitis. Obviously, you need to be aware of withdrawal periods on the milk. But the use of non-steroidals have been shown to decrease the signs of udder inflammation, fair enough. But it helps to maintain rumen motility, decreases rectal temperature, improves feed intake, and may even affect milk yield. And the somatic cell count tends to improve considerably as well. Lameness. Now, lameness in cattle can be quite difficult to diagnose for various reasons. Not all forms of hoof lesions show lameness to the same degree, so some major lesions can actually be missed. Furthermore, if the cattle are not used to being handled by people, the presence of people alone will cause them to freeze up because they're a prey species, so that's what they do. And also, as herd sizes have increased, it's less time for a farmer available to actually assess each individual animal coming past. Now, Dr. Hans Kutsia, an Onderste Poort, a colleague of ours who's now professor at Kansas State University, is doing some sterling research on computer-assisted kinematic techniques. It's basically a pressure mat that they place on the exit chute of the dairy parlor, and it measures the gait length, the amount of time that the cow puts her foot down, and also the pressure that she uses. And from that, they can now determine which foot is sore and how sore it is, etc. And they're working on computer programs to try and automate this so that you can actually determine which cows are lame, what's normal for a cow, what has changed since the last time. And I think we'll be seeing a lot more of this. I think the term subclinical lameness is a word that will be entering our lexicon in the next few years, just as subclinical mastitis has. The other part, no, sorry, not with lameness, no. Heat stress. Once again, I'm not going to be dwelling on this. It's a subject that you all know of. Suffice it to say that a lactating cow suffers heat stress a lot more than a dry cow. A high-producing lactating cow that's producing more, say, than 30 kilograms of milk a day will suffer up to 50%, will produce up to 50% more heat than a dry cow. That's a huge difference. And it makes them a lot more susceptible to heat stress. Generally, heat stress is normally expressed as a function of temperature and humidity. And where that score goes to 72 in the green area, that is where the cows start to suffer heat stress. So every farm, specifically dairy farms, should have a thermometer as well as a hygrometer in their dairy, and they should be checking it every day, and they should be checking against this chart to know what the conditions are. But interestingly enough, there can be up to a 30% decrease in estrus detection from cows that suffer heat stress, since it reduces both the duration and the intensity of the estrus expression. A further point is, how many farmers or vets do you know that actually measures the rectal temperature of the cows at AI? It can affect, look at the conception rates at 60 days decline between 15 and 21% when rectal temperature exceeds 39.1 degrees centigrade. It has a huge effect on your pregnancy rate. Furthermore, cows that have heat stress tend to stand more, and therefore heat stress is associated with more lameness as well. Now here's a total no-brainer. This is research that the same Professor Hans Coetzee has done at Kansas State University. They found that cows given a single dose of sodium salicylate, this is aspirin, okay, at birth, when she calves, produced on average between 700 and 900 kilograms more milk over a 305-day lactation. Total no-brainer. At 5 rand a kilo, you're talking 3,500 to 4,500 rands in one lactation for a handful of aspirin. In fact, cows in their third lactation or greater that received sodium salicylate at partum, a single dose, produced up to 21% more milk over their lactation. We should be selling aspirin by the bucket load. Transport stress. Once again, I'm not going to go into detail. We all know about shipping fever, etc., and the effect on immunocompetence. Suffice it to say that the problem with transport is it's one of the additive effects of stress, and that farmers tend to do a lot of procedures at the time an animal is loaded. That is generally, the calf will be weaned, loaded on the castrated, dehorned, loaded on the truck, shipped off, and then regrouped as well. It causes massive stress that can have an effect over a pretty long time. In fact, they found that group transportation and weaning had an effect on immunoglobulin levels of calves, an effect that persisted for several weeks. That was just by weaning and transporting them. So the solution to this problem is preconditioning. Castrate them 3 or 4 weeks before they're going to be loaded. And this is somewhere where the auction houses and the feedlots can certainly start putting pressure on the people that supply them with animals to make sure that these animals are preconditioned so that they don't suffer a bunch of stresses at the same time when these animals are being transported. So what is the future? Or where is the future of animal welfare? Well, there's a lot of systems, automated electronic systems already being implemented on a lot of farms that can help to assist animal welfare, even though these systems were originally implemented to improve estrus detection or to improve productivity, such as inline conductivity meters to measure, to check for subclinical mastitis, where these animals are now being picked up a lot quicker. Pedometers are quite common, where it's used to determine which animals are coming into estrus, but it will also show an animal that is showing less activity, which might be due to lameness or some other form of disease. Rumination monitoring collars are coming onto the market as well, that measures how many hours a cow is ruminating, and that can reveal quite a lot. In fact, they found that every 10 minutes of decreased feeding time in the prepartum period doubles the chances that that cow will be diagnosed with mastitis after parturition. So then the pressure matter analysis for gait analysis. I mean, I predict that in the next 10 to 15 years they will become quite common, specifically on dairy farms, where it will be incorporated into their dairy management systems. Genomics, where animals are being selected for disease resistance and longevity, etc. There's definitely welfare benefits there as well. The take-home message really is that science is telling us what we should be doing in terms of animal welfare. It's an emotive subject, and it's really difficult sometimes to discuss animal welfare without it becoming an argument or a debate. But the bottom line is that you can go to your farmers and show to them that welfare can be profitable and can be productive. The science is showing us that it is. It's being proven. But when it comes to implementation of welfare standards, it is important that such initiatives are based on factual information and not rely solely on consumer demand. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks for staying precisely on time. So we will have that questions after the next speaker. And yeah, the welfare is something that we're going to be challenged with severely by a lot of lobby groups in future. Jompie Burger is our next speaker. So Jompie, you can come forward. He holds degrees in environmental health sciences and public administration. He's currently the MD of Dairy Standard Agency, South Africa, and also on as the technical secretary of International Dairy Federation. So he's one of those guys that I met that is running a very tight ship, very, very tight ship, like Francois that you met earlier. We still have these guys that look after milk quality, and he will tell us what they're doing on that regard.
Thank you, Donnie.
Are you going to use?
I'll use my laptop just to help me because it seems to be I've got difficulty in reading at the bottom. So I'll yeah. So my name's Jompie. I'm from the company called the Dairy Standard Agency. We established by the organized dairy industry to promote primarily the improvement of dairy quality and safety, and that's something that really goes through the value chain. We deal with our primary producers, we deal with the secondary industry, and we really focus on the issue of integrated chain management to ensure that, talking about silos, that we achieve our goal through bringing these silos together in such a way that we can really mitigate the risk between these silos. And you hear so often of people talking about, ons praat nie mense, we don't talk. And that's communication, that's just simply communication. And I think that's the key element of what we want to achieve. So, yes, I was born on the East Rand, and I didn't want to become a vet, I wanted to become something else. But in my first aptitude after school, I had to complete the following sentence, which read, there is 2 cows in the shed, and my answer was maybe the one on the left are a bull. So I wouldn't have been a good vet in any case. But in any case, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak to you on behalf of the Dairy Standard Agency. I think we're quite privileged to, and you will note that our involvement right through up to the levels of the International Dairy Federation, talking about codex at levels of FAO and what's happening globally. I want to start with slightly an international helicopter view of where we are involved in, and that is something that happened at the Dairy Declaration that was signed by our organized dairy industry in Rotterdam in 2016. Now, really, there were people from all over the world, and it was quite significant. Our people supported the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. And our signature is also on that document, as much as the FAO is also in support of that. So surely, in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals, we talk about One Health, we talk about a lot of issues that pertain to our industry. And it's an integrated approach. I think that's key, and we experience it more and more in our country as well. It's all about integration and assisting each other to reach our goals with the aim of reaching sustainability. That is just about the United Nations goal for 2030, the agenda, and the overarching framework for sustainable development that includes social, environmental, economic, and health perspective. Those are also captured in terms of the One Health approach that we see. But what we brought home was actually in essence this, and now sorry, I've just left you behind, it seems. Those issues. And that deals with the issue of sustainable development goals in South Africa, driven by the organized dairy industry and its stakeholders. And you'll see number one there is ensuring best care for all our animals. Now, that's a comprehensive approach to what we're talking about today. But number two, reducing our environmental impact, which is crucial in terms of what we're trying to achieve, because you will see a bit later on how the integrated approach deals with this matter, that you can't do the one without the other one. We've heard it yesterday as well. Providing profitable, nutritious, and safe products, and creating a rewarding livelihood for those that work in the industry. So you see the pillars there of sustainability, and that also covers the topic of what we address today. What we do experience in South Africa, however, is that the importance of dairy animal welfare in the context of sustainability is not always well understood. It's a topic, we hear it, it's often discussed, it's being used by the sectors, and even in the retail sector, sometimes as marketing ploys, but we don't get to the essence of what it really entails. The lack of understanding that sustainability is linked to interactive elements such as the economy, the environment, animal welfare, and social well-being. That is something that we will have to learn if we don't know it, that the one cannot go with the other one. And that is really necessary, as Mark has pointed out to you, the measures regarding animal welfare that we need to apply in full to ensure that we live in a proactive environment at the end of the day and not reactive as what we experience of late. So why should we be so concerned about this whole issue? Is it about the human or is it now about the animal? But at the end of the day, and we know that, one major event relating to poor animal welfare have the potential to trigger systemic risk and draws attention from the public health. We know that. It comes from various pressure groups in our communities, all the stakeholders. It has got a huge impact on our industry at this time that we live in, that we definitely don't need it. And the integrity of the area as a whole. Stakeholders have a moral and legal obligation, and that's something that we find difficult to understand these days. The question that we can often ask is, looking at the corporates, ask a simple question. What's your level of ethical approach? Corporate ethical issues. And how quickly is it for you to leave it behind when it's all about the money issue? So we put a lot of pressure on this approach that we have to ensure that through our industry, we've got integrity, we've got moral and legal obligation to mitigate our systemic risks towards the animal welfare approach that we have. Looking at our value chain, we've got approximately, and I don't think this figure is always known very well, Chris, 1,100 dairy farmers, producers, yeah, in that area. Now compare that to the figures of 2007. Dr. Nico, it's just interesting, it's ridiculous if you see how these figures have changed. But nothing, in fact, in terms of production. In fact, it increased. So our milk production in this moment is about 3.4 billion liters of milk annually. So it tells us that our industry is growing, but we've got less farmers, but the milking sheds are still there. So we see the farms in the hands of conglomerates. We see them in the hands of people that owns up to 10 different farms handling 8,000 cattle plus. So definitely our value chain is something quite unique, and I think we still maintain the 80-20 principle there. And then we go to the processor, where we have about 162 processors in our country, part and parcel of this value chain. But the top 20 produces more than 85% of the milk that you find in the retail. So you see this phenomenon of people, companies that are really producing large volumes of milk, obviously getting it from our producers. But there are the smaller companies that is positioned in geographical areas where they serve the communities, obviously at a very smaller scale. And then we've got the 6 retail companies, the big ones that basically, they do play a massive role, and you will see the influence as we talk about these things when it comes to a dictation role that they start playing to say, if you want to put your milk in my shop, you will have to adhere to the following rules. Now, partly that's a good thing because the retailers now start saying, if we want to mitigate risk, you as a milk processor don't bring your milk into my store if you're not sure about the chemical residue levels. All sorts of risks that goes in hand with the problems that we face in terms of food safety and human consumption. For the same reason, the milk processor will say to the farmer, do not bring your risks into my parlor. And it's common sense at the end of the day. So you can't leave one player out of the value chain because it doesn't work. At the end of the day, you will really create this problem of consumer resistance, which happens like this overnight, and we have to really make sure that we've got all on board. Now, you all know as veterinarians the OIE definition towards animal health. It's an animal in good state of welfare and is healthy, comfortable, well-nourished, safe, able to express its innate behavior, and is not suffering from negative states such as pain, fear, and distress. So that's part of the makeup of the work that we do, and we'll get to the SABS standard a bit later on. But important what Professor Both said, I think it's critical. We can look at animal health and welfare across the globe, but there's one thing in South Africa that I think, and on the African continent, that's quite unique. It's the personal values, the religion, the nationality, the gender, previous experiences, age, and socioeconomic status and education. And for that reason, animal welfare is not an easy subject. It certainly is not. And I also want to reiterate what Marcus said. You know what, when you start looking at these things, and you've got a scientifically based approach on these things, it's not that easy. So you need competent people like veterinarians on farms that can assist with the execution of this task to bring it home to our people. The 5 freedoms, also the basis on which we operate from. And then also, the issue of public perceptions. Now, look at the societal behavior, what we've had in the past and how things are changing radically towards the pressures that's coming from the retail stores, from the consumers. And I think we need to do some research about the appearance of this Santan Tanny, because I've heard a lot about her. And she scares me by now, and I haven't seen her. So we need to do something about that. But it's a fact. It's those few people that has got the ability to influence public perceptions to change the world that we're living in. It's quite scary. At national, international levels, those societal pressures are playing increasing roles in determining, however, how dairy animals are managed and products are marketed. So is it now all about the animal or is it about the human? And it gets a confusing thing because we have to stick to the science and look after the animals. And that requires the scientific findings to assist development of welfare assessment, welfare practice, and the improvement. We've come a long way, and Professor Barth, bless your heart, bless yourself, God bless you. I tell you, we got to a point where we thought, where are we going to start with this development of an animal health standard? And already Professor Barth, through the SABS Technical Committee and other stakeholders, we all participated. We managed to put together, based on the South African National Standard 1694, to put an audit criteria or an assessment criteria together that will help us to standardize, to have a norm from which we work when it comes to the auditing of welfare at farm level. And that's our aim, develop a set of auditable criteria to measure compliance with relevant animal welfare standards at milk production level. So looking at the Animal Disease Act, it doesn't tell you a lot. There's a few, you shall not. We understand that part. You shall not. There's two sides of the coin. We understand what the state must do. We understand what the milk producer must do, the industry. But we need the tool. We need to capacitate our people to assist them in the execution of what should be done. The purpose here is the outcome-based auditable and assessment criteria to assist dairy farmers and the veterinarian discipline. I'm talking to veterinarian technicians as well, in the process of identification of risk areas. And what we've heard today as well, and yesterday, our profession, or not our profession, the issue of the veterinarian discipline, and as I am in environmental health sciences, it's all about the possibility or the ability to go through the process of identification, evaluation, and the implementation of control measures. If you hear about the big words on the screen about HACCP, like some people say HACCP, it's all about those three things. Identification of your problem areas, the evaluation of them, whether they're biological, whether it's foreign by nature, whether it's chemical, and the ability to evaluate what is the severity of that risk and what is a risk. It's a likelihood of the hazard to occur. That's what it is. And to evaluate means that we know what we're doing. We've got to go through a rational decision-making process as owners of business to say, I've got option A, B, or C to implement to mitigate that risk. We cannot eliminate all risks. We know that. But we do have the ability to manage our risks. And it's in that we find the evidence of farmers that really are committed to the process and know what they're doing. So the Dairy Standard Agency audit criteria is basically mirrored against the South African national standard and international standards of the IDF, which is already incorporated in the SANS document. And it's weighted, exactly according to what I've told you now. We've heard a lot about minor, major, critical, and we also include automatic failure in our audits. There are certain things that you cannot negotiate about, and those things, if they're not in place, you fail the audit. However, you could have done well in some other places, but for the sake of the audit, in terms of critical issues, an audit can be failed. So this helps us to identify those critical things. And it's easier now to say to a farmer, you've got these specific problems. You have to categorize them. You will have to prioritize them so that you can deal with them. Some of these issues are capex by nature. It takes them 6 months, maybe a year to solve that problem. But that's what the audit criteria is meant to do. It's not a policing effect. It's a method, a systematic method, a rational way to get to the essence of improving your facility compliance. So The application of the DSA animal welfare audit on a number of farms we've done. We wanted to know whether we are well aligned with the South African national standard, and yes, we did find, because of what we have in South Africa, we've got pasture-based, we've got TMR systems. You can't compare a farm in Tsitsikamma with a farm in the northwest. It doesn't work that easy. So we had to do a comparison to see how fair is the approach towards the execution of what we do in terms of the South African national standard. So those things that we've already identified will be communicated to industry, it will be communicated to the livestock welfare coordinating committee and to industry in broad before we go to the SABS and ask for changes to the standards writer to see if we can review certain issues. And normally these standards are reviewed over a 5-year period of time. Nevertheless, we have the standard, and you can see it's very comprehensive already. It deals with general stockmanship, healthcare management, managing lameness, mastitis, downer cows, breeding of dairy cattle. The standard also deals with feed and water milk procedures, physical environment, animal management practices. There's a list of them, calf rearing, calving, free stalls, and then it carries on. And just look at that list of annexures that guides you into the processes, the procedures that you need to follow to ensure humane treatment of the animals itself. That's just, if you want a copy of this 1694, unfortunately you have to buy it because of the copyright of the SABS. It's a most unfortunate thing. We always argue with the SABS that you use our competencies, you use our skills to write the standard, and then you charge us money for it. But that's the way it is, unfortunately. So what is the things that we already observed? And this makes sense. If applied effectively, it is key to the proactive identification of animal health, welfare risk, as well as the evaluation and control thereof. Improvement of communication between the input suppliers and the role players, including veterinarian, and the milk buyers improve because you work through a system that is structural, it is well organized, and you've got basically a systematic approach to follow. The communication between management and personnel based on sound documentation information improve quality decision-making processes. And as an auditor, it's quite easy if you want to know the truth. The first thing when you go to a farm of a milk producer is you go to the waste bin. First stop, open up the waste bins, the collection areas, and there you find the evil hiding. So yes, during audits you see the phenomenon of fake it to make it. Soos in Afrikaans sê jy doen, or in English, it's like a tick fever exercise if you're not careful. That's not what an audit is. You have to make certain observations. You've got a snapshot period that you spend time on the farm, and you have to deal with the farmer in a very professional way to make sure that you get to the desired outcome at the end of the day. So yes, there are benefits. I think the quality decision-making process and the outcomes of the audit must contribute towards improvement at farm level. It's a progressive approach that takes us through the steps of improvement. Animal welfare, other benefits that we see, the measurable criteria has a direct influence on the improvement of herd health and animal welfare when remedial actions are consistently implemented on non-conformities. So the best we do is point out the wrong, but then there should be evidence that whatever is wrong has been fixed. Otherwise, you pitch there and a year later you will find the same problems still exist. And that is where the effect of the communication in the value chain plays a huge role, because the milk buyer has got a responsibility to also frequent the farms, ensure that those non-conformities have been attended to at the end of the day. Compliance with audit criteria of high standards automatically lead to compliance with legal requirements and beyond. And then the sale of livestock and certification for export purposes are far more achievable, which is a reality. And you will find that even that in terms of the veterinary procedural notice 20, you will find that you're already in a better place. The this is just a statement. The mere statements by the dairy industry that SAN's standards in respect of dairy cattle are accepted, and it is already endorsed by the MPO, by SAMPRO, by the organized dairy industry, for example, are not nearly sufficient to defend the dairy industry against attacks, and is highly likely that attacks will intensify in the near future. We know that. It's coming. What is required is an objective proof of compliance with the SANS 1694 in terms of animal welfare, and that should happen quite soon. So yes, our audit criteria cover these areas, and this is where it becomes quite a thing for the veterinary surgeon frequenting the farms. Just looking at the documentation with your observations, these are the things that we generally would look at and expect the veterinary profession to take note of. For example, the valid TB and CA declaration documents, are they there? A register of vaccines and antiparasitic products. There should be a register. We want to see those things. Records kept of dairy animal examination by a veterinarian, and are records kept? Is there evidence, or are there evidence? Register of each separate animal's diseases, each withdrawal from the dairy herd, each return to the dairy herd for milking purposes, name of the veterinarian that did the examinations, veterinary treatment done by the vet on any medicine prescribed, and then we talk about records of the illnesses, injuries, of any complication during calving. Is this a nuisance to the farmer? Definitely it is. But I'm sorry to say, when you want to deal with animal health and welfare in a very professional way, these are the things that you need to do. And we don't want records that necessarily are on paper. It could be electronic. That's where the farmers go with their AFICAM systems. And we actually advocate that to make it better, so that we can find synergisms in the systems that speak to the farmer. Even in the field of animal nutrition, the COAs of all purchased feedstuffs, yes, we still detect milk, because one of our projects at the DSA is we monitor milk as the consumer would buy in the pick and pays and so forth, and still we find aflatoxin M1 in the milk. How is that possible? So is aflatoxin M1 a dairy welfare problem? Yes, it is. At the end of the day, it creates problems. It creates reproduction problems. It got old, and it should not be there higher than the MRLs that is expected. Of course, we want to see the list of animals with identification numbers. Is that still the right slide? I could be behind, sorry. And then the biosecurity that we've heard earlier on. New stock introduction, disease introduction from visitors, vaccinations and treatment for parasites, good hygiene practices, access control, protective clothing, management of animals that is bought, and in movement of animals. So these are still records, people, that we deal with. We want the evidence of that. And that is what we ask the veterinarian to also look at, because that's a service that adds value at the end of the day that is quite critical. Bought-in animals, CA and TB declaration documents, herd health plan, and then it carries on, and look at the third bullet there, the involvement of veterinary surgeon in the process of compiling the herd health plan, which includes preventative treatments such as hoof care, mastitis control, and then it carries on and on and on. But at the end of the day of this list, as a veterinarian, it would be highly appreciated if you could contribute to looking at the identification, evaluation, and control measures implemented, and records to that effect that corrective measures have been implemented. Otherwise, we just rock around the mountain, and we will come back and we will experience the same problems over and over. And then you start worrying, how is it that we live in a world of mastitis, and living in a world of science addressing mastitis? What has really improved? We still see figures of 350 million tons of milk that has been rejected because of the presence of mastitis in milk, talking about millions and millions of rand that is lost in the process. And for a fact, these things happen. Why? Because we don't go back to the basics. We try to stick to the clever things, and we try to leave the things to the food handlers. In many cases, that's illiterate and is not well trained. So yes, it is an issue. I think what we've accomplished is the right of this DSA Code of Practice for milk producers. We call it the Dairy Bible for farmers. It is on our website at www.dairystandard.co.za. It's a wonderful guide. It addresses biosecurity, animal welfare. It's got basically the wide spectrum of issues, a document that we're very much grateful for Zoetis for assisting with the sponsorship of this thing, because otherwise the farmers would never have had it. So, but we've added value there. And I think I've got a few hard copies if you want to look at it. It's a nice tool to have. It also shows you basically on a question, yes, no, whether you're at the right place in terms of your farming operation. I've got 3 minutes odd. And there's a story. Animal welfare audits and a veterinarian. I think this gives a lot of scope in terms of animal welfare to add value. It really does. It increased value in promoting compliance of the milk producers. It gives a lot of improvement of communication between the organized dairy industry and the veterinary discipline, something that we really want. Dr. Theo Kotze is also at the National Animal Health Forum. He deals with issues at Milk SA, which we feel grateful for. Mark is our colleague, and we've huge strides that we've accomplished in this process. I say thank you. It was very nice talking to you about these things, and I'll wait for questions later on. Thank you. Thank you, Donnie.
So we're going to take questions now. Gareth, you can stay there. We can stand here if you want to just have a microphone close to Gareth. Mark, you young enough, you can run here. So, questions from the floor. Can you just, Stu, you've got the microphone already.
It was a very interesting lecture. Thanks a lot. Is there any auditing and biosecurity plan for processors of milk? You intensively stated the farmers audit, but the processors audit?
Yes,
Just ask it clearer again.
There's an intensive auditing and biosecurity plan for the farmer, for the milk producer. But is there a biosecurity plan implemented and an audit plan for the processors of milk, like in abattoirs for the meat? That's my question.
Yeah, that question relates to the secondary industry. In the cases of, now we're not talking animal welfare obviously, but the biosecurity issues that we address is most of the time related to pathogen control. So what we try to pick up, and we work through Dr. Meissner when it comes to the research and development program of Milk SA, with ways and means to detect what is coming from the farms that could have been stopped at the farms. And that even relates to psychotrophic problems that we experience, which the farmer often does not know about. And that typically would be because we've got platform tests. Here comes the tanker driver, he collects the milk at the farm. He should be following hygienic procedure. And then in the process of collection of the milk, he takes whatever is necessary to determine protein stability, which is not obviously a biosecurity issue. But then the milk is transported to the factory environment where the actual platform tests are conducted. What is conducted? Coliforms, E. coli, plate count. But there's no record of most of these facilities where there's interest being paid to the issue of pathogen, the presence of pathogens. We know what the law says. The Regulation 1555 under the Foodstuffs Act says no pathogens, it must be absent. And we are in the process of review of the 1555 because it's quite illogic. You will always in 25-gram products that come from the farm have, for example, the possibility of listeria. But the introduction of those environmental pathogens or animals that suffer from the carriers of having pathogens, the transport of that through vectors into the factory environment should be more attention should be given to that. And that's all about the receiving and the integrity of your raw milk as raw material that enter into your factory environment. Two sides of it, it's a food safety risk, and the other thing is it relates to your OSH Act, the occupational health, because if problems start, it's not like in the old days where as part of the sensory evaluation you taste the milk. It's too risky these days because you don't know when you're up for brucellosis. So yes, Dr. Thew, there are measures, but I cannot really pinpoint you to, but it does form part of the audit criteria of the secondary environment.
Thanks, Jompie. Gareth, just want to make a quick announcement about one of the procedures that maybe somebody asked about the tail docking. And
it's just that I don't want people to leave this meeting with the impression that tail docking in lambs is not a necessary procedure. If you consider, I don't know whether that other research might have been done, but if you consider the research that's been done in South Africa and Australia, where we've got Lucilia cuprina, and we've got extensive conditions, and we've got merino and the wool breeds, it's definitely acceptable to tail dock because you cannot breed for short tails. You get a whole lot of other genetic defects. So you've got to tail dock. If there's a chance of diarrhea, the alternative of having animals die of fly strike is just horrific. So we say it's certainly justified here, but we're not saying for the rest of the country that it's so.
With what procedure?
The tail docking of lambs.
With what?
Oh yeah, sorry, that's the other important point, is that one of the things which really causes trouble is people either tail dock too short, and then they get rectal prolapse, and the animals just stand, they don't squat, and so they soil their perineums, or too long, in which case it's useless. This has all been done, very good science, and so you can say that at present we don't have a realistic alternative to protect our lambs from Lucilia cuprina strike.
Okay.
I just want to thank Professor Barth for correcting me on that. I might have read the wrong articles or got the wrong science. Thank you.
Peter?
Prof, maybe for you this question. I currently stand with one foot in veterinary science and the other in marine biology. And this goes farther than just marine biology, but terrestrial biology as well. And that is the case where scientists, professional scientists, do research on animals and the welfare implications of those. Now, on the terrestrial side, most of that is catered for simply by the animal not being docile or whatever that needs to be darted or whatever. So you have a veterinarian there. I'm talking about the smaller animals, riverine rabbits, etc., that people put internal tags in. The same goes for the marine side. Fish, sharks, I've been involved with 42 great white sharks, internal tags, and various other satellite tags and that put on these animals. And that abuses at least 3 of the 5 animal rights, 2, 3, and 5, tremendously. And in the Animal Diseases Act, it clearly states that all vertebrates are animals. And all animals where there's veterinary intervention, it needs a veterinarian there or needs to be done under supervision of a veterinarian. Now that creates a big field for a lot of us to get involved in, but there are no guidelines, none whatsoever. I nearly had to stop the Sanai, Marion Island, Prince Edward Island trip from the Agulhas leaving because vets were going on to work with penguins on these islands and at the Sanai base that hadn't undergone any training whatsoever in blood collection, in internal placement of tags, etc., etc. So we need to get to that point. The scientists don't want it, but I feel uncomfortable in training somebody up, maybe getting all this put on a video and all this work we did with the great white sharks was televised and shown internationally. And you have to train somebody because you've got that animal for 20 minutes. You have numerous tasks simultaneously that you have to do. You can't do all the interventions yourself. And a lot of the other research is being done by scientists which do not have any training in sterile procedure, etc., etc. Your answer maybe on that?
Okay, that's a tricky one, but yeah, we're talking about principles here. The principle is, we say this as in the veterinary oath these days, do no harm. And try to do the procedure which is deemed essential, like tagging. You can understand that at present there's no other way of identifying an individual animal in the safest way possible. And that would take training. So this would mean that you'd have to get guidelines in place. And they may not be perfect the first time. One of our guiding rules is if there's a room for doubt, let the animal have the benefit of the doubt and try to do as little as harm as you possibly can. And the other thing, Peter, is important is review. These guidelines are the best that we can do today. In 5 years' time or whenever, they could change. And we have to be prepared to adapt them to the later scientific knowledge, not just opinions. See, emotions we've all got, but what people usually mean when they say emotions is hysterical, uninformed opinions. And I say, no, that is not an emotion. That's it's an extreme emotion. Everybody should care about animals. That's what we say these days. But if you've got, say, turtles, and you need to tag them, you've got to do it in the best way. And the other thing is training. You can't leave people to just say, let me try, I'm a scientist. Sorry. You've got to have the ability to do it in the correct way. That's where training comes in.
Thanks, Gareth. We can, I think in future we must always leave 20 minutes for questions and answers. Thanks, everybody. I think it was very great that we had this input on welfare. A lot of practitioners would think, is where we're going with this program. But you see, I think you will say this was very good. We'll take it one step further next year. And like Mark is doing now, that we can show the guys how an audit is done and where's the role of the vet and what must he do. That is one of the things that if we say the vet must be involved with that audit, we have to precisely show them what do we mean by that in a practical way. for next year. That's part of a Congress. Thanks a lot for your contributions. And remember, Mark is the editor of the Livestock Health and Production Review. So, say again? The review. Livestock Health and Production Review. It still have his name. Fafa, so he's the editor there. Any contributions, Mark, that what you were telling today, share it with the vets. Thanks a lot. Okay, our last sponsor session before lunch is MSD. Tintin, you can introduce yourself. I don't know who's going to come, and they will find your presentation.
Hi, everybody. Thanks very much for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Clint Austin. I am the Business Development and Technical Lead at MSD Animal Health. I'm trying to decide which is preferable, to address a horde of hungry veterinarians just before lunch or deal with the post-prandial stupor after lunch. But I'm going to try and not keep you from your lunch for too long. Okay. So by now, I hope all of you have been past our stand and come and had a look at some of the exciting things that we're doing in the technology space in animal health. It goes without saying that technology has become ever more pervasive and important in our life. Everybody talks about big data, analytics, and that is creeping its way into the field of animal health as well. Gone are the days where people used to talk about the IoT, the Internet of Agri-Things. We've gone way beyond that. And SenseHub is just one of the many things that we are doing in that particular space. I'm going to talk a little bit about SenseHub today, but you can come and find out more about what we're doing with regards to genetic tracing and traceability, genetic identification, the monitoring of companion animals. You're all very familiar with our visual identification and electronic identification range under Allflex. But I would encourage you to come and find out a little bit more about SenseHub as well. Oh, I thought he was talking to me. SenseHub, on an individual animal basis, is designed to augment our abilities around heat detection, around reproduction, around individual animal health, and then on a herd level around the monitoring of group routine and heat stress. Okay? So I used the word augment very deliberately because these systems are not designed to replace a veterinarian, a herdsman, a stockman. Okay? They are designed to augment the veterinarian, the stockman, and the farmer's ability to monitor their herds and to act where necessary and intervene where necessary. So as far as the monitoring tags go, we have 3 hardware options. You can come and find a little bit more about them. Basically, the V1 Flex tag is the original ear tag. We have our version 2, the V2, which has also got an LED light on it, which very much helps with identifying animals that are either in a health crisis or have been individually or manually flagged on the system. And then we have the C-Sense Flex collar tag, all of which have got different battery lives, different applications. The collar tag is also integrated with some of the drafting gate systems, so the sorting gate systems. There is capability on that side as well. So SenseHub works with RFID tags inside the tags. And basically the controller gives about a 2-hectare space worth of coverage. All right, it's about 200 meters by 500 meters. But we have found in areas with clear line of sight that we can get responses up to over 1 kilometer away. Okay? The tag, once fitted to an animal, spends the next couple of hours and over the next day or 2 learning the normal behavior of an animal, and is able to monitor rumination, movement of that animal, as well as eating. Now, please bear in mind that the SenseHub tags are not fancy pedometers that earn your cows vitality points and free coffees. All right? There's a lot more technology and a lot more monitoring that goes into these tags. And I'm going to show you a couple of examples. Of benefit to you as a veterinarian is the ability to access this data If your client gives you access to the sensor platform, you can access this data from your cell phone, from your desktop, from your iPad, and I'm going to show you some of the data that is available to you. This is just a demo page. All right, so bear in mind, if you see anything as a dairy veterinarian that worries you excessively on this page, you're probably right to be worried, but it is just a demo. All right, if we look at animal number 5050, that animal has been, is ready to be inseminated. You can see there's 2 breeding windows that are offered there, and one is for conventional semen and the other one is for sexed semen. We know for sexed semen that your breeding window is a little bit tighter and a little bit more critical. The heat index is comprised of a number of factors. I don't want to get too much into that now, but it's around movement, eating, and a whole bunch of things that determine the strength of the actual heat. All right. If we look at animal number 983, that animal has been inseminated. Also showing another, it was inseminated quite a while ago. We're in days in milk of 175. Again, bear in mind, if you're seeing parameters here that are worrying you, they're not necessarily accurate. This is a demo page. There you can see on the bottom right of the screen, system maintenance. Here we're talking about 2 collars that are not on an animal, and that's not necessarily collars that have fallen off an animal. That's possibly a collar that's been taken off to be put on another animal. Okay. We are one of the very few systems that has a beef monitoring system as well. And how the farmers sometimes take up the system is that they buy a set amount of collars and they'll then often rotate them through their herd. So often the collar is taken off, it's reset, and it's ready to go on to the next animal. Animals to inspect, that's an alert that's gone out. The system has flagged 13 animals that need inspection, either because something is out of kilter or the system has identified a health crisis. So this is an interesting example of a cow that had pneumonia. It's a little bit small to read, but if you look at the purple line represents rumination. All right, the peaks of those rumination are sitting around about 600 to 700 minutes, okay, per day. And what's very interesting, if you correlate the rumination with the activity trend, which is the orange line, all right, you'll notice they both start to decrease at the same time when an animal starts to feel sick. However, the decrease in rumination is far more dramatic than the decrease in activity. We all know that cattle are prey animals from an evolutionary point of view. They are designed not to show signs of illness, otherwise they become prey, all right? Which means that by the time cattle look sick, they're already in a hell of a lot of trouble, all right? We don't need to explain this. So what the system does is far earlier than a herdsman, a stockman, or a human eye can pick up, all right, a change in the animal's behavior. The system starts to flag changes in rumination and smaller, less visible changes in movement and eating patterns, which already starts to then flag the system as a health alert. And you can see there that animal went down, a health alert was sent to the farmer's phone or to their device, and that animal was then inspected and then treated and made a full recovery, as you can see by the rumination rates. Another example of pneumonia, this time added in the blue spikes are heat behaviors. So this animal is demonstrating very, very nice, strong, clear heats roughly every 3 weeks apart. If you look at the timelines on the bottom, animal got flagged with a health crisis and was treated, and you can see returned back into estrus very quickly after they were treated. Right? This was a cow with another pneumonia. Here again, you can see a slight difference in the profile of the changes. And again, we can sit and dissect these. The point I'm trying to make here is that the system is able to augment the farmer and the stockman's ability to detect sick animals earlier. Animals that are treated, identified and treated earlier have better prognosis, better outcomes at the end of the day, and return back to full production sooner than animals that are treated even as late as 24 hours later. Here's an example of what we call uterine inflammation, because we don't always get all the examples, but this cow ended up being flushed. So whether it was a metritis or retained membranes or whatever it might have been, this is an interesting one in that the system flagged this animal on the 18th as a possible health issue, all right? It was flagged again on the 21st, and then the animal finally went down on the 22nd, was identified, it was treated, it was flushed, and very quickly returned back to them. Here's a great example of irregular heats, okay? And this is where you really start to save your farmer money, because it's very clear that those smaller, the heats with the lower peaks that are narrow together, you should clearly not breed animals on those heats because your chances of a conception are much lower. And this very much allows farmers very much to identify and potentially intervene, get you as a veterinarian involved, where irregular heats, where anything that is messing with the estrus cycle can be identified and treated. This was an example of rumen stasis, also quite an interesting one to look at. If you look at the purple line again, the purple line representing rumination, look again at the eating as well. Right? And what's interesting here is that the rumination, which declined, wasn't necessarily very well correlated with eating or with the movement indices. So this animal was, whether it was moving due to discomfort or whether it wasn't actually feeling all of that bad, but you can see there the rumination took a dive twice. All right, and this animal was then treated for rumen status twice. We don't know what the animal was treated with, but it made a full recovery. So if any of you would like to try the Sense subsystem for yourself, you can come around to the stand. We'll give you the login details. We can also come and show you what the system is capable of doing. Our Merck Animal Health Intelligence team is able to give you a live demo, all right, as well, of existing farms and demo farms. And please, if you have any questions and you want to come and find out more, come and chat to us at the stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Clinton. That was incredible. You see where we're going with early identification of every condition under the sun. Any questions for Clinton? You all go there and see the future. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for sponsoring this. Just one announcement. Tonight, our dinner and gala dinner start at 7. So the guys who have booked for the gala dinner, just make sure with the nice ladies there in front that your name is up and that you've booked. They're not going to allow you if you haven't booked and you don't have your suit on. Yes, you have to have a tie on, just the visitors, not the vets. So from 6 o'clock there's drinks and everybody can join that, even if you haven't booked for the gala dinner, and that will be sponsored by Design Biologics. Okay, so just check your booking if you're going to the dinner. From 6 we have the drinks and that's for everybody. Enjoy the lunch and we see you in an hour's time. Papa, what time we must be back? Yeah, the extra meeting we will have, I think 5:15 we finish with our program. And then we will have the discussion about the biosecurity. 5:15. Say again, 5:15? 5:30. What? 1:30 we must be back in an hour's time.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can we get started, please? Fafa is here, so we can start. Fafa, het jy al die skape gekry? Het jy al die skape daar buite gekry? Hulle verstaan nie alle mimetiese gedrag nie. As jy een hardloop, wil jy aan nie hardloop nie. Okay, Peter. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The second last session for today. It's again a long day, but I think it's a very good day. You know, we learned this morning about welfare and we learned about the regulatory environment, important places where we need to play a role. If you look at the topic or the theme for this conference, sustainability of veterinary services, and I think that's the important part. You know, sustainability is one part of that sentence. What is sustainability? You know, there's different definitions for that. And then I always remember it as the 3 Ps. Productivity, the people part, and then the planet part. The planet or the environmental part. And we need to play within this matrix, you know, in the matrix of the industry. Yesterday we had presentations from the industry, from Dewald and all the other people that presented yesterday. I think it's important, you know, that we do understand where are we playing and then what is our role on this rugby field that we're busy playing this game. I think it's important to understand that. As I said, you know, it's actually in the preamble there on the first page, but there's many definitions, you know, so the question is how can we contribute? And then that's what we're busy doing, you know, sitting here, hopefully we're not wasting time here and not earning money. I know you could have been busy, you know, doing your 500 or, we said this morning, 1,200 cows. Yeah, Todd, yeah, but Todd, he's got both hands. But I think it's, you know, at the same time, we need to realize where we're working. And again, an acronym that I always remember is PESTEL. You know, it's at the bottom there, the political environment. Important, you know, what is our role there? We don't necessarily need to get involved there. The environmental place where we're playing, you know, whether it's harvested lands or stover lands or whatever, you know, or antibiotics that we actually from the slurry dam that's you know, antibiotic going into the cow, and then from the slurry dam eventually it will end up as fertilizer on the lands itself. And then the sociological role that we need to play, the technological, regulatory, and then also the economic part. So we're going to have a session on sustainability this afternoon. We've got 3 highly esteemed presenters here, and I would like to present or introduce the first presenter is Dr. Heinz Meissner. Heinz, you can come and join me in the meantime. But Heinz he's an ex-professor, so I know him as Heinz, but Professor Heinz, welcome here. He was a professor in animal nutrition at the University of Pretoria. He was the director of the ARC's Animal Nutrition and Products Institute at the IRINI, where he managed the interface between animal production, product development, and consumer science. And then he's also an extraordinary professor at the Faculty of Veterinary Science. He's also, you know, since his retirement, he's consulting for Agri-SA, also for the red meat industry, and then also for the dairy industry. Heinz is the manager of the Dairy Research and Development leg of Milk SA, playing a very, very important role. You know, Heinz, I don't know, when I left there, you had about 20 projects, maybe you know 30 projects or more that we're busy running, you know. How many? We're getting there. Okay, 29. Yeah, but it's important, you know, it's important research that we're doing, not just to create an MSc or MedVet or whatever for somebody, something that can add value to the industry. He's also, he also did receive a gold medal from the South African Society for Animal Science, Agricultural Writers Association Award for the Agricultural Scientist of the Year, and then he was also the Person of the Year from AFMA, or the Animal Feed Manufacturers Association. So as an introduction to this session, you know, we all do see this, and you've seen it now in several presentations, a lot of things. We need to eat plastic, we need to do that, and need to become monogastric animals and start eating grass. And that's all the things that we will be challenged on a daily basis. And I think we Heinz is specifically going to address that, and the topic of his presentation will be, are all the arguments against livestock justifiable? So, Heinz, we leave it in your capable hands.
Thank you, Chris. Much appreciated, and also my appreciation for inviting me to this Congress. I'm not a vet, as Chris has said, but this is one of the better Congresses, and especially dealing with the topics that Chris has mentioned in terms of what is really the things that we need to address for the future. And it's basically not only a vet thing, it's an animal science thing, it's a pastor scientist thing, it's an economist thing, etc. We need to interact with each other, and sustainability of our production systems, those are the things that we really need to address from various angles and so on. So thank you for that, and congratulations from my side to the organizing committee to take these bold steps in organizing this conference. It's basically maybe something that is not in your foremind in terms of how you normally do your practices and so on, but it's really necessary that we address that. So let's give a hand clap to our organizers for this opportunity. Where's my title? Okay. Are all the arguments against livestock justifiable? And you would have noticed in the press and so on, all these types of things that we're facing with in that regard. What are the arguments, concerns, dubious reasons? There are arguments for that, against this. There are real concerns, but I also use the word dubious because we know there are activists around, there are politicians, own interests, and so on. And I suppose Theo de Jager will also refer to that. Those activist meanings, the way that they actually see these things, we cannot always address as scientists, but we need to take note of that, and we see to what extent we can assist at least. So livestock, and I'm primarily going to talk about cattle, as cattle is about 70% of the biomass of all livestock in the world, so cattle is in the focus. Some of the concerns they are bad for the environment, land degradation, use scarce water sources, limit biodiversity, contribute to global warming. These are the issues that you see in the papers, in the media. Another one, cattle occupy space of settlements, and natural or ecosystems and development, and compete with human foods. Often you see this in the media. Animal foods are bad for health. This is a primary one. And then other concerns, animal welfare. We've touched this whole morning on animal welfare, biosecurity, zoonosis, antimicrobial resistance, etc. Those are the things that we need to address to see to what extent are the concerns justifiable. The main concern is with increased cattle numbers in view of food needs by 2050. We talk about 9 billion people or 10 billion people and so on, so people make extrapolations to 2050 to see what are the needs for that. But because of the fact that in your developing countries, to a large extent, who used to have staple foods, once the income of your population starts to increase, you see an increasing in animal-based foods that people want to eat, to consume. So, so then you have the substitution effect as well. So it's not only then an increase in cattle numbers that you require, but also in terms of, because of the animal foods that will increase, it can go up exponentially. So that's the reason for that, the concern. And that's where people then start talking about plant-based or even microbial-based foods as an alternative. I summarized the concerns and call for reduction in numbers in different headings. A perspective on the global geography and the population distribution in connection with that, food security and what is the current world trade, humanitarian perspective, the environment, which is the one that you often see in the newspapers, the public media, agronomical perspective, and then nutrition and health, as to try to answer this particular question from different angles. And then I will also have some concluding remarks on animal welfare, zoonosis, antimicrobial resistance and drug resistance in relation to sustainability of the livestock sector. I'm not going to say much about that. We have 2 sessions actually on that regard. Okay, the global geography and population distribution. What people normally don't realize is that how much of our planet is actually frozen. So globally, 40% of unfrozen land is covered by forests. We cannot produce food there. And 33% by rangeland, which we cannot cultivate. So, in fact, we've got only 30% of the world surface that we can actually then cultivate. So that's a limitation already. But if you now start to say that we need to possibly reduce the numbers of livestock, one can argue that the rangeland is then wasted simply because of the fact that you cannot cultivate that land. It's a natural veld, as we call it. The territories of which currently produce 25% of global meat. It's a rather old figure there, so I suppose it's already about 30% of rangeland is basically responsible for 25% of the global meat, say 30%. Then livestock production and marketing provide sustenance for more than 1 billion people in Africa and Asia. They only can produce livestock products, and they're totally dependent on livestock. But apart from the meat and milk, the food security issue, for the indigenous people in these regions, livestock are also essential for cultural, religion, and wealth reasons. Cattle are their assets. We know religion and cultural habits that they have. So there's more than just meat and milk that they're dependent on. Then the food security and world trade. Currently, livestock account for about 40% of the global agricultural value, and as an asset is more than $1.5 trillion in the world. It's an enormous industry worldwide. Beef production and marketing support some 70 million people in West Africa, dairy 124 million people in South Asia and 24 million in East Africa. Smaller ruminants, 81 million in West and 28 million in Southern Africa. And so we can go on and on in terms of what the importance is for the global economy and the inhabitants in terms of food security. Demographic changes, urbanization, and economic growth are changing eating patterns, as I said in the beginning. So you get more and more people actually then consuming animal foods. Export prospects, quite in the near future, 2020, predict an increase of beef of 19.5%, mainly by Brazil and a few other countries, but Brazil is the main exporter. And then dairy, mainly New Zealand and so on. So it's a quite substantial increase that they expect in terms of trade relationships, going along with the economy, of course. If we look at the humanitarian perspective, the FAO estimates that show that 800 million poor people can only survive because of livestock farming. And that's obvious because of the fact that they can, quite a number of them is in areas that bordering deserts or in desert areas, not much water, etc. So they're totally dependent on animals. So if you now say that we reduce the numbers or cut out the numbers and you only go for vegetables and fruit and crops and so on, if that should have been possible, which is not, where do you go then with them? Can they migrate? Creating humanitarian crisis. We've seen the humanitarian crisis that we have over the world with Ukraine, with Syria, etc. Does one export food to them? Fruits and vegetables and so on? Yes, to some extent you can do that, but the cost is almost prohibitive. You need to process it. It contains a lot of water, most of these products, so you need to process them. You need to storage them. You need to package them. You need to transport them over very long distances. So it's almost prohibitive to do that in a large scale. In developing countries, livestock farming contributes to women empowerment. But 25% of dairy farms are managed by women in a global context. European livestock sector employs 5 million people. Now, it doesn't seem that many people, but remember now a household, if we say that a household consists of 4 people, that's 20 million people that you will take out from the rural areas, because it's rural employment supporting de-urbanization, and most countries have an urbanization problem. So we want de-urbanization from quite a number of perspectives. The vitality of towns. You can just look at our smaller towns in South Africa, how they're dependent basically on the farming system, and because of the fact that we mostly livestock farms in South Africa, roughly about 60–70% of the areas is just fit for livestock farming. The vitality of towns, and then the security of the rural areas. Now we get to the big one, the environment. And James has talked about that yesterday and so on. What we've seen basically is, and maybe I just need to state this as well, that we've embarked on a program. You remember that I said some dubious reasons and so forth, but nevertheless we need to try to address that as well. By doing literature studies, by doing research here in South Africa, and we have already a lot of results in this regard, and by supporting, for example, Dr. Theo de Jager's initiative at the World Farmers Organization. They've got a scientific committee which is chaired by Professor Pierre Ederer that is supporting in terms of counter-arguments in this regard. And we try to also then feed some information in this regard and also direct results of what we are getting in this particular area. What was interesting, we've compiled a review article that we've submitted to the prestigious Journal of Animal Biosciences. We haven't, until now, got the answers from that, but where we analyzed the global numbers as generally accepted in the world from the FAO and some other sources, and did some projections from that, and it's clear that, that the numbers are vastly overestimated currently of cattle in the world. That's one effect, of course, that actually then indicate that the effect in terms of global warming, in terms of methane fermentation and so on, is basically overestimated. And we also see that demand for beef is already stagnant or declining in Europe and some other countries, Western countries and so on. Possibly also of the pressure of activists and politicians regarding that. Then the other interesting thing is that the estimations of water requirements for meat and milk are rather dubious. If you're interested, I can at a later stage then elaborate on what I mean by that, but it's totally overestimated. The atmospheric methane from livestock is grossly overestimated, first of all with the numbers, then less enteric fermentation. We used to accept roughly about 8 to 12% of digestible energy in the rumen. It comes from, it's basically due to methane that will be emitted. But the later figures since 2016 in well-controlled studies in calorimetry meters, basically indicated roughly about 6 to 8%. Then a very important development is a short lifespan in the atmosphere of methane. What does that mean? Let me go a step backwards. The estimations of the gases that's responsible for global warming, as basically CO2, methane, and nitrous oxide to a large extent, some few smaller ones. And the way that it was basically estimated was over a 100-year period to see what the potential global warming is of these different gases. Now that's fine if you have CO2 and you have nitrous oxide, because their stay in the atmosphere is more than 100 years, even up to 1,000 years. So you can have that sort of period. But methane is a short-lived gas or pollutant in the atmosphere of only 12 to 17 years. So every molecule that goes into the atmosphere is then actually oxidized, and I'll show you just now a diagram of that, and in that way then basically leaves the atmosphere. So you cannot calculate then the global warming potential of methane in the same way that you do that in terms of CO2 and nitrous oxide. That has an enormous effect on the calculation, because on the 100-year interval used by the IPCC, the estimate is that the global warming potential of methane is about 28 times that of CO2. In fact, if you use this, this information in terms of short-lived lifespan in the atmosphere, it's work with this quite recently, between 2018 and 2020 now, by Oxford physicists, atmospheric physicists, that have shown that it is not a constant figure, but on average in the 20-year period, it's only 8 times. 8 times that of CO2. So it's an enormous effect in terms of what you actually indicate, what is the global warming potential of methane. So methane is oxidized to CO2 and returned to the Earth. I'll come to this just now. And then what is also not taken into account is carbon sequestration and carbon sinks, which are not taken into account. So let me get to that. So the reason why carbon sequestration and sinks should be taken into account in calculations is in this diagram. Ons 'n lelike koei daai, gaan nie produseer nie. But let me say this first of all. We've got a cow there on pasture or veld, and there's a soil below, and then there's atmosphere. That cow over the millennia simply replaced other herbivores that were here for millenniums. That could have been an antelope, for example. The same principle, just a cow now. So what we have then is in the cow is that with fermentation, there on the right-hand side, you see the methane that comes out from the mouth, and you also see some methane in your manure. When it gets to the atmosphere, you have all sorts of radicals and so on there, but the main one is hydroxyl oxide, which then actually oxidize methane to carbon dioxide. And that carbon dioxide and eventually come back to the Earth. So that is the so-called carbon biogenic cycle, or photosynthesis cycle. So a lot of the methane that actually goes into the atmosphere is actually coming back to the Earth. Of course, not directly the same that you have there. But so now it ends up in the photosynthesis process in the plants itself, which is eaten by the cow again, and so the cycle goes on. But then also into the roots of the plants and also in the soil. Now, what James has indicated to us in terms of the process of managing your veld or your pasture in regenerative agriculture. The efforts that we try to do now is to say that if we can maximize that process of carbon sequestration, and incidentally, if you do projections on it or calculations on that, the potential to sequester carbon into the soil and the plants is 2 to 3 times more than what the emissions were. So obviously, we need to try to maximize that. Also in this process, in the carbon cycle of how it was calculated up till now, is that it was not taken into account that you have carbon going into the animal to grow the animal, for milk, for maintenance, etc. You need to subtract that as well, and so on, to get a total picture of what is happening. But we're concentrating now on the principle and say, let's try to maximize our carbon sequestration. Because if we do that, we're actually taking more carbon from the atmosphere that is emission to the atmosphere. One issue though. If it was only for agriculture or livestock, then this will be fantastic. But what are we doing? We have fossil energy, we have coal, and we've got oil and so forth, and these are responsible for a lot of methane and carbon dioxide and so on. So the reason why we see a sharp increase in methane in the atmosphere is because of fossil energy and not because of agriculture. But we in agriculture has got a responsibility. We're almost the only one, apart from reduction of the energy sources from fossil energy, of trying to reverse the situation. That's our big responsibility that we need to address. Agronomical perspective. Livestock contribute to more efficient agricultural practices. We can recycle byproducts that you cannot use for human foods. We use crop residues. Of course, the digest grass cannot be used as human food, and the value of the animals, it transforms into high-value proteins. Livestock use modular land, not suitable for cultivation of fruit and vegetables. I've touched on that. Much more land will be required to feed populations without animal foods in a nutritionally balanced way. And I mentioned this, a US study. It's very interesting. The US has got, this, I suppose, the best resources for agriculture in the world. So cultivation-wise, etc. But they've made a calculation that even with that, they cannot feed the US population without livestock foods. Even if you take into account estimates of microbial proteins that you can also bring into the system. What is not generally seen in the popular press is that if you have agriculture without livestock farmers, we will use more chemical fertilizers and pesticides, which of course is produced from fossil energy. We do not need those fertilizers when we have a livestock system, say in Karoo or Kalahari or whatever. And that is extremely important. I'm diverging a bit. The chemical fertilizer, nitrogen fertilizer, apart from the cost and etc., and the fact that that's conventional agriculture, which we would like to move away, it's producing nitrous oxide. And nitrous oxide has got about 300 times the global warming potential of CO2. And it is currently the most dangerous pollutant in the air, in the atmosphere, because it's affecting the ozone layer as well. So we need to move away. So apart from the other benefits that James has referred to in terms of regenerative agriculture, this is one enormous one that we must avoid as far as possible, is the nitrous oxide going into the atmosphere. Crops in many regions with limited water resources will have to be irrigated. We do not have the water in those areas. By grazing cover crops in regenerative agriculture, cattle substantially increase income from crops per unit area. So it can actually increase the income from a crop farming by bringing in cattle. And from the point of view of what I said in terms of regenerative, regenerative agriculture, but the fact that we can sequestrate more than double the amount of methane that we actually emit to the atmosphere, we actually need more cattle, not less, to do that, because we keep on the photosynthetic cycle in that way. The other one is nutrition and health. Animal foods are nutrient dense, which means actually it contains almost everything. All the essential amino acids, right proportions, most minerals, vitamins. and which cannot be supplied by plant-based foods unless consumed in very huge quantities or being supplemented, which of course is a cost factor. One aspect that I may be criticized on, but because I do not have evidence for that, but think about it. Man evolved from carnivore and omnivore lines, and therefore we should be careful to restrict his diet to all plant-based, as we don't yet know which molecules regulate well-being and aging. We do not understand that process. And in the fact that it evolved from a carnivore and omnivore lines, and not from plant-based, we must be careful to do that. The last one is the meta-analysis studies and extensive reviews do not show cause and effect relationships between consumption of animal foods and non-communicable diseases, apart from maybe high salt addition to processed meats, which could influence hypertension. But even in that case, they've substituted the sodium chloride with potassium chloride and do the same thing. What do I mean by saying studies extensive do not show cause and effect relationship between consumption of animal foods and non-communicable diseases? You cannot use correlation as your statistical model when you do these sort of experiments, and you will see in the literature a lot of them. Because correlation is just say there is a relationship, but it doesn't say whether it's a causal relationship or effective and so on. There was this crazy story that, and it's actually true, that in the early 60s and so on, when we had the dilemma between butter and margarine, there was a study done in the States showing that obesity is on the increasing linearly in the States. And somebody else then did a study and showed that they increased their intake of butter also linearly. So there must be then that butter is the cause for the obesity, which of course is simple. There can't be. There's no relationship in terms of cause and effect. The problem that we were facing is you will go into the literature and you will find, and you will continue to find, as many studies showing that animal foods are bad for your health and showing that animal foods are not bad for your health. Because apart from the correlation issue, quite a number of variables that affect this relationship you cannot control. It's smoking, it's stress, it's this and that all thing. There's no way that you can actually control that. So the only way that you can actually have reliable sort of results on that is to do a meta-analysis on a lot of studies, which you can pull then from that sort and use extensive reviews, which I did in this particular case. And there's no relationship between. I'm not saying it's not bad in certain circumstances or good in certain circumstances, but there's just no relationship currently in terms of it. Some concluding remarks. So, in terms of what we endeavored to answer, most arguments against livestock are clearly not justifiable. And if I say this, I do not mean that there are quite a number that we need to be our concern. So even though calculations may be wrong in terms of the environment, livestock have a carbon footprint which we need to address. As I said, we in agriculture have the advantage actually that to a large extent we can reduce the carbon footprint. And the very interesting thing from results that are coming in the world, but also here in South Africa, results that James referred to also, is that we see that sustainable and profitable production in terms of addressing the emission problem and in terms of better productive methods, is actually, so production is actually improved profitable-wise as well. We do see that. So these things are not against it. If you try to limit your carbon footprint on your farm and profitable production, they go hand in hand. You're actually improving. Improve animal welfare practice and biosecurity measures, control non-negotiable. We've dealt with this morning. It's not necessary I say anything more about that. Zoonosis should be seriously addressed. The One Health concept, I may be wrong, but I do not see sufficient research work and reports on the interface between animal and human health in research and so on. We need to go there as well. Antimicrobial resistance and resistance to drugs are of concern. We are talking about going another way, to be rather protective, not to deal with it in terms of treatment always. So in all of these, you have a prime role to play as veterinarians. But you should become more orientated holistically in terms of all the interacting factors, whether it's pasture management, whether it's genetics, whatever, and start to be more protective of the problem rather than reactive on the problem. So look at things like Formato, which I know you do, and then the simple program, the sustainable and integrated management of parasites of livestock. Excellent program, which Gareth is running. So I'm actually pleading you, Gareth will talk about this 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. So you need to be here to listen what he is going to say about this. Thank you, Chair.
Heinz, thank you. I think we'll introduce the next speaker, and then, at the end of the session, if there's some time left, we can take some questions. The next speaker, I think it's the ideal combination. He's a farmer, he's a philosopher, and he's a poet. So I don't know what we're going to get today, but I think it's a little bit of philosophy. He's got a doctorate in philosophy. He's the ultimate believer in Africa and its people. He's also a keen student of nature, exponent of changing life, the life of smallholder farmers and then also family farms. Also the president of the World Farmer Association and then also the executive director of SAI. SAI is the Southern Africa Agri Initiative. Dr. Theo de Jager, welcome, and we are looking forward to what you have to tell us from the poet, as a poet.
Can I get my presentation on here? Theo de Jager. The German philosopher Martin Suskind said, imagine there's a war and nobody goes there. Then the war will come to you. And you will no longer have an option where to fight it. And the battlefield will become your garden, your veranda, your kitchen, and ultimately your bedroom. I am no scientist. I'm not a veterinarian. I'm a farmer from Tsenin. I had this wonderful opportunity over the last little more of a decade to represent the farmer's voice at various multilateral institutions where policies are made on a global level. The United Nations and its agencies, especially at UPOF, IFAD, FAO, the World Food Programme, the Commission for Food Security, and the UNFCCC. But before that, I was the president of the Pan-African Farmers Organization based in Addis Ababa. I had this opportunity to visit farmers across our continent. I had the opportunity to go into the deep rural areas and meet them on their farms, and to listen to their aspirations and their fears. and to talk about the future. Because if you strip it from everything else, farming and future has got everything to do with each other. Every farmer has in his genes this yearning to create a better future. We farm the future. Because what we plant now, we will only harvest in a few months or years from now. Now, I'm going to share with you a farmer's experience of these debates. But fortunately, I have a lot of friends who are veterinarians and scientists. Now, not all scientists are veterinarians, but all veterinarians are scientists. And there were so many times when I came back to South Africa from a debate in which I felt I was drowning, and then called up Dr. Chris van Dijk, Dani Odendaal, and shared with them the content of the debates and asked them, can you think with me? Can you try to read the future with me? Where are we heading with these? And what should our arguments be? Because if you forget everything we shared today, try to remember this part. If our own positions in these debates are not science-based, they are not sustainable. And if we, as livestock farmers, are on the wrong side of science, then we have to change. But if we are on the right side of science, it's worthwhile to take up this battle and to take the bull by the horns. And we are not always on the right side of science. In my next life, I'm not going to work with farmers again. Farmers is not an easy constituency. I don't need to tell you that. But science can persuade farmers. Livestock came under siege in the last about 5 years in a wave which we did not see coming. The kind of wave which you cannot ignore. To try to ignore these issues is like to try to stop the waves in the sea with your bare fingers. You will surely drown. We need to get a skateboard under us and ride the waves with the right signs under us. And I actually first took note of this debate in 2014 when the United Nations gave its highest prize for scientists to a group of scientists who investigated artificially grown meat. And I could really not understand at the time what this was all about. It was this first noise in the distance, like thunder behind the mountain. But from there, only a year later, in Brussels, around the European Union, all of a sudden, everything was about plant-based diets. You could not even go into a restaurant in Brussels without them first offering you the plant-based menu. And then, of course, the big corporations joined in with statements such as that we will have another 25 years or maybe less, and we will not need to kill animals anymore to have access to animal-based proteins. Bill Gates, who said that rich nations should shift entirely to synthetic beef. It was also in 2015 that in organized agriculture in South Africa, we tried to start to develop policies. You see, if you want to influence policies, and this is the primary function of organized agriculture, if you want to influence policies, you need to have policies. And to get to policies is not an easy task because you need consensus amongst farmers. Everybody must agree. And it is as if even today, in South Africa and less so in Namibia and Botswana, farmers do not really take the threat against livestock farming seriously. It is something far away. It will not happen here. We will not feel that pressure. And then came the scientists. And as Professor Meister alluded to them, very often more activists than scientists. I could really not figure out why so many scientists across the globe would at the same time head in the same direction and put the light only on one portion of the truth and not the whole truth. Why would that happen? What would drive it? Until I, for the first time, had an opportunity to attend the World Economic Forum in Davos and realized it's because most of science, most of research is being funded from the same pools. And researchers can only do the research for which they are being paid for. There was a time when I, as a farmer, really got disgusted with scientists. Thought by myself, it cannot be that you hear only the one side of the story without having the other side as loud and as clear too. In the 1997 Kyoto Protocol, that first agreement amongst nations about how to deal with climate change, the word agriculture is not even in the text. There is nothing about food systems, or food production in the Kyoto Protocol. Absolutely nothing. I remember in 2011, when COP17 was held in Durban, it was the first time that a minister stood up at the podium and said, we need to put agriculture in anything that will follow the Kyoto Protocol. Because we had an opportunity, I was then with Agri South Africa, we had an opportunity to assist the minister with drafting her speech. That was the first time agriculture was put that solidly on the table. But then came the 2015 Paris Agreement, and the farmers' constituency was so disappointed that there was only a paragraph, maybe two, that even referred to food systems, and not the production process, more the downstream processing. But it was already in 2015 that Dani assisted us to draft a position for the African farmers' constituency, and in which he said, you guys need to prepare yourself. There's something much bigger behind this. Don't stare yourselves blind in the fact that it's not on the agenda. Behind the agenda, there's something else. And there's big money behind it too. And you, the farmers, will probably be the only trench from which we can fight this battle. This thing hit us in 2019, January 2019, with the publication of the Eat Lancet report, in which everything which Professor Meissner has presented was thrown onto the table. The health debate, the climate, biodiversity, nature debate. And all of a sudden, agriculture was mainstreamed. Now, agriculture was guilty of everything that is wrong in our food systems. That year, at the United Nations General Assembly, you might remember it was the one where our president said that there is no such a thing as farm murders. It was on that same day in the General Assembly. There was, from the Food and Land Use Coalition, a presentation who said that if we do not, in the next 10 years, take an area of land more or less the size of Latin America out of production and return it to nature, cut the use of agrochemicals and fertilizers by half, and move half of the population to plant-based diets, we will not be able to turn around climate change. We will forever be too late. And it was actually from this Eat Lancet report and the debates of 2018-2019 that it was decided by the United Nations to have the Food System Summit of September last year. Now, the run-up to this summit was a bit of a battlefield, to the extent that we decided in the World Farmers Organization that we will compile our own scientific committee. We asked farmers across the globe, bring us the scientists who you trust. Bring us the best scientists on your continents, in your countries. Let's meet science with science, because science cannot have two voices. Science can never speak against itself, then it's not science. And let's put the debate amongst the scientists. It is not in our weight class to do the boxing in that ring. And Professor James Blichnout serves on our science committee from South Africa's side. But things got really heated up in the run-up to the Food System Summit, and we were very grateful when the United Nations Scientific Committee for the Food System Summit, already a month before the summit, came out with a paper in which it said, animal-based protein, and especially red meat, is not unhealthy. There's no health issues with animal-based proteins. Well, if you have too much of it, it said, it's a problem. But if you drink too much water, it can also be a problem. And at the end of the Food System Summit, there was no real decision made on this. The battle was not over. It just hung in the air. So we also took the initiative as Farmers' Constituency and called, with the assistance of 4 African countries, for an extension of the debate in a special committee which is funded by the United Nations, the Sustainable Livestock Coalition. And now our challenge is to get enough countries to join the Sustainable Livestock Coalition. And the main drive in the coalition is to be science-led and to see what we can do better. We believe that every farmer can do better on his or her own farm. To see what we can do better. But not to get away with livestock, rather to do it sustainably. So I also want to abuse the opportunity to ask you, if you have an ear somewhere where policies are made and decisions are made, see how many participants we can whip up to join the Sustainable Livestock Coalition. On the health side, it was the outcomes of this Eat Lancet report, the food systems scientific reports, which was very friendly towards livestock farming, and then, of course, the One Health drive through all the multilateral institutions in the world at the moment, which led us in the World Farmers Organization to develop policies on antimicrobial resistance, biosecurity, zoonosis, and also trade standards. Trade standards have a massive impact on what gets onto the markets and on which markets it gets. And more consumers want to scan a QR code to see exactly how this pig was treated before it was slaughtered. What kind of feed got into this dairy before the cows were milked. You can see that a lot of our cues came from Professor Meissner. I wish we could have put him in a full-time position there at the UNFCCC so that he can wrestle with the scientists from especially the global north and the Scandinavian countries on the issues of livestock and climate change. The main topics in this debate at the moment is that 1/3 of the surface of the planet which are under grasslands and where we can only really utilize it for food production if we can process it through livestock. Predation is becoming a bigger and bigger issue, and the way we treat predators. And it's important that we do not come across as fundamentalists, because agriculture is not in harmony with nature, and it never was. Nature always seeks balance, and to produce surpluses, you need to take out the competition. This is why we do weeding in our fields. This is why we kill predators and insects. We need to produce surpluses. That's what agriculture is all about. But then I have not met a farmer who's not prepared to bend backwards to take care of the biodiversity and nature on his or her own farm. And for this, we will be launching in a month from now a global campaign around soil health, because we found that somehow the climate debate is politicized to the extent that some farmers' organizations, like in the USA, when they hear climate change, they hear party politics. And they shy away from it. Many farmers, especially in Africa and Latin America, Southeast Asia, when you talk about climate smart agriculture, their argument is, if I do everything right, but my neighbor does nothing, it will help no one. The climate covers us all. But if you talk about soil health, and 90% of what the farmer can do about climate change is done in the soils. The soils is not going anywhere. You have a direct benefit from what you invest in the soils. Then you have a softer ear. So we want to launch this program, a kind of a farmer-to-farmer pledge, a pact. As simple as that I, Theo de Jager, pledge that on my farm, on this small piece of the planet of which I'm the custodian for a very short span of the lifetime of that piece of earth, I pledge to leave it in a better condition to the next generation than what I found it in. Thank you. And if only 10% of the world's farmers can do that, we will really hit a dent into these bigger issues which we are being confronted with now. Part of the debate is about the fact that livestock promotes biodiversity much better than plant-based proteins, because Bill Gates is not buying up grazing land. He buys up fields on which he can plant yellow beans to create Beyond Meat burgers and those. The methane debate, and of course there's a lot of research and development for which we are thankful, sponsored by the New Zealand and the Hungarian governments. Whenever I show the picture which Professor Meissner has just shown with the cow, the counter-argument is always, it's only valid if your cows eat grass. But if they don't eat grass, then they are the culprits for emissions. And then there's this massive campaign against battery farming or so-called factory farming. Now, it's of course true that the world can be fed with free-range animals, but the world cannot afford to buy it from us. If we do away with battery farming, especially in the chicken industries and the pork industries, the cost of those proteins will simply be out of reach of a majority of people in the world. The real argument, and thank you to the veterinarians, especially Dani, Dr. Chris, who showed us this angle on the arguments already 7 years ago, is the moral argument. They don't want us to kill animals. And it's all about the campaign against trophy hunting and wildlife ranching, the No Cages, No Chains campaign, campaigns against the dairy industry because it's abuse of the woman body, factory farming. It always starts with animal welfare, and there's nothing wrong with it. Certainly, animal welfare is one of the biggest responsibilities of every farmer, and we can always do better and better. We must always strive towards higher standards. But animal welfare soon becomes animal accommodation, and then animal comfort, and then animal happiness, as if we know what makes animals happy. And then it becomes animal rights and the right to live and not to be eaten. And Google this phenomenon of speciesism tonight. There's this growing awareness that humankind is abusing everything which is not human and should not. We must bring it to an end. I was in a meeting where the Queen of England, who is also the champion of the anti-trophy hunting campaign, where she said, just as the world got to a stage in the early 1800s, where in a matter of 25 years, after millennia of slavery, came to the point where everybody in the world agreed we should abolish slavery. And it was done. We now got to a point of civilization where we should abolish the abuse and the killing of animals. So what? Why is it important that we push back? What's at the bottom of this thing starts with property rights. Property rights only started when mankind domesticated animals. And even today, it's the biggest form of private property in the world, is livestock, and the widest. This campaign erodes the principle of property rights. It is the battle between rural and urban attitudes. For the first time in our history, we sit on all 6 continents with more people who live in cities than those living in rural areas. And a whole generation of children who no longer have an uncle or a grandpa on a farm. And their experience of food ends at the shelf in a shop. And the world behind that shelf, they know nothing about it. And if you tell them that an animal was killed to have a choppy on the braai on Saturday evening, then they have a resistance against it, because animals, in their experience through Walt Disney's films, movies, have big eyes and long eyelashes, and they speak in human tongues. We need to restore the link with our consumers. We need to restore, as farmers, the link to our consumers. And the most important person in a farmer's organizations these days is the communications officer. But it's about more than that. It's also about the centralization of power in the value chain. It's about the fact that 1.3 billion people own livestock and can sell it and eat it. But only a few companies can make the plant-based alternative to it. In the example which Professor Meissner has alluded to, butter versus margarine, any smallholder farmer in Cameroon or Gabon who owns 1 cow can also make butter. But to make margarine, you need a sophisticated factory, high technology, and a super distribution system. So actually, this whole pushback is to be on a crusade for the cause of the family farmer, the widest form of entrepreneurship in the world. It's about spreading decision-making amongst billions of people instead of a few boards of big companies. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you brought the message, so I'll be able to defend myself at the next braai. But I think it's important, you said that the thunder is not behind the mountain. I think the thunder is here, and it's already raining. It's actually, and we're in the storm. So thank you for what you brought, and we'll have some questions now, just right after this. The next speaker, or the last speaker, Dr. Gerard Verdoorn. Gerard, where are you? Somewhere? Okay, yes, Gerard. Gerard holds an MSc and has also got a PhD in synthetic organic chemistry from the University of Johannesburg. He's also the director of the Griffin Poison Information Center, and then also involved in the operations and stewardship management of CropLife South Africa. Now, Gerard has been involved for more than 15 years. He's been lecturing at the university. He's currently managing all stewardship matters for CropLife, and also is associated with the University of Stellenbosch Plant Health and Department of Clinical Pharmacology. Gerard, we specifically, we're talking about sustainability, but there's one thing in my mind, that's a factor that could be unsustainable, and that's all what Todd is not here anymore, but Todd would love to speak about the snake oils. All these fancy powders and things, if a cow rolls in it, I haven't seen a cow that can roll. I'm not going to mention the name, but if it rolls there, the ticks will disappear. Those type of things is things that's actually having effect on our industry. So Gerard, we're looking forward, if you can tell us why is it unsustainable, all those products. Thank you, Gerard Verdoorn.
Thank you, Chris. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to Ruvasa for the kind invitation to address you this afternoon. And unfortunately, I'm always the guy with the bad news. So that's why they gave me this ear tag, to can follow me around afterwards if people want to track me down and retaliate against what I'm going to say today, because I am going to be treading on toes. But just to follow on what our previous two speakers said this afternoon about this very strong sentiments against the use of animal products as food sources, just to give you a bit of a tongue in the cheek, at a particular function somewhere in the Northern Hemisphere, a vegan lady, and I'm not hammering the ladies, but a vegan lady was looking over the table at a man sitting with a massive piece of steak, and she said, "That poor cow died because you're eating the steak." He said, "You know what? If you didn't eat the cow's food, the cow would have been alive." So we have to start building up these arguments against the vegans and all these funny people. And what I want to add on to what I think both Professor Meissner and Theo Diago said is that, unfortunately, scientists, and I'm one myself, have moved away from testing hypotheses. So what they do is they get a hypothesis from a company, it's funded by the company, and they prove the hypothesis. That's not science, that is purely rubbish. But let me get on to my topic. My topic is about unsustainability of unregistered substances. Now, I've listed the substances there in the title, and I brought something along which I got today off the desk of one of the member companies of the Animal Health Association, MSD. This is an unregistered farm feed. It has no L number. It is as good as an anthelmintic as an unregistered anthelmintic. And I'm going to explain today to you why I'm saying this, because we have a very big issue with unregistered compounds in the country. And I'm not going to read verbatim from my notes. I will just talk loosely about the topic and what I've found over the past couple of years. Now, for the last sort of 12 to 15 years, I've been involved with the Animal Health Association and with SAVA and all the veterinary colleagues, for which I have a huge respect, on unregistered compounds coming into the market. But since the start of COVID, in the beginning of 2020, I just saw an escalation, exponential increase in these compounds coming into the market. They might be illegally imported, they might be going out as compounded, and there's certainly a place for compounding in the market. And they've just been flooding the market to the point that I believe it is becoming unsustainable for a lot of different reasons. And we're going to be talking about that today, on why these compounds are basically unsustainable. Now, just to give you a bit of background around the chemicals or the substances we'll be talking about. It's not just chemicals. Remember, there are biologicals also, in other words, either dead or live organisms in vaccines. So let's use the word substances. Two departments control these substances in terms of the veterinary industry. The Department of Agriculture, basically Act 36 of 1947, which regulates most of the things that you guys use or the farmers will be using. There's also the Animal Diseases Act, which has a certain control over the manufacture and use and dispensing of microbes. And there's also the Veterinary Paraveterinary Act, which regulate you guys who are the ones with the BVSCs. And all of those sort of supposed to be gelling together, but there is a definite disjunct between those different acts. On top of that, there's also Act number 101 of 1965, which is what we simply call the Medicines Act, which controls certain of the remedies used by veterinarians. And if you talk about a disjunct, then you've got Agriculture Department on the side, and you've got Health Department on the side, and you can ask them, more senior colleagues in the audience, how many times have we at congresses and meetings, discussions, debates with the registrars trying to solve this problem, and yet to today, 20 years later, as long as I've been involved in this, we still don't have an answer. If you look at the pure definitions from the Act, now I'm not a pragmatist when it comes to law. I'm a purist. I say if the law or the regulation says that, that is what thou shalt do. Nothing but and nothing less. And a stock remedy, there's a definition for you. So it's basically anything that the veterinarian or a farmer can use to either prevent a disease in an animal, or to cure a disease in an animal, or to cure some condition in an animal. And even though the Act is very old, I think it's older than anybody in the audience today. So my one colleague from police always says, let's stand up and have a moment of silence for the Act because it's so damn old. But if the Act is still valid, because the definition in the Act is a very strong definition that you really can't fault. So it is a very strong definition for vaccines, anthelmintics, your growth hormones, the parasiticides used, and a bunch of other things. And a very important thing that people very often forget is that Section 7 demands that anything used as a stock remedy in South Africa must be registered under the Act. The same as the pesticides. I work for the plant science industry, which is the mother body for the animal health industry, and the same thing there. Anything which is used for plant health, for animal health, must be registered. But the Act grants you guys as professionals the privilege of using a registered stock remedy off-label to control a disease or a condition in an animal. And that's something which is not a privilege granted to us on the plant science stuff, and you can understand why, because we have, and you can repeat my words today, we have a bunch of bloody wild cowboys in our industry, really. Some of them are fantastic, we call them the crop advisors, but the typical gifsmous, you let him loose in a crop field, man, all hell will break loose and nothing will survive, despite the veganism in the world. So you guys can use stock remedies off-label if it's under your own supervision. In other words, you do it yourself. It's not allowed for me to do it. I can't go and buy something used off-label, but you guys can do it. Then comes Act number 101. And this is now where I want to point a finger at the regulatory authorities. Everybody today from a State Department or a parastatal that controls anything must look at this. It defines a veterinary medicine there. I'm going to abbreviate the definition there. As any substance other than a stock remedy registered in terms of Act number 36 of 1947. Understand it clearly. So in other words, a stock remedy is defined and registered under Act 36. If it is not registered there, it may be registered under Act number 101 of 1965, and then the playing field becomes a bit more dodgy and a bit more unlevel, and you can do a couple of very funny things with those particular veterinary medicines or veterinary pharmaceuticals. And I think this dichotomy in the two different departments, two different acts, have opened up not loopholes, but tunnels for misuse of stock remedies and of veterinary medicines by many people. And unfortunately, some of the people are professionals, some of the people are farmers, some of the people, or many of the people now currently, are purely opportunists. And I do not believe that the Department of Health nor the Department of Agriculture have done their job over the past sort of 10, 20 years to take control over these things and to make sure that what we provide into the market for our registered veterinarians and our stock farmers are actually controlled appropriately. I'm going to give you a couple of examples that I've investigated myself because I run a poison center, so I get all the calls about poisoning. I do forensic investigations. I help the farmers, etc., etc. And obviously, if I have to list them all, that's a 60-year presentation from myself. But the ectoparasiticides, now it's a bit quiet in the front. I think they've gone underground. But about 10 or 12, 15 years ago, it was rife in the country where people made up their own concoctions. And I had very good friends, or I had many good farmer friends. I still have a lot of them. And I sat in the lounge with the farmer and said to me, do you know the deadline, the Bayer dip, only contains 4 compounds? Now, I'm an organic chemist. I think I know about chemistry more than anybody in the audience. There is no ways the deadline contains only 4 substances. It's a very complex mixture of substances made up by organic chemists, by people that are veterinarians, and by a chemical formulator, which is normally a chemical engineer to understand how to make the mixture up that you get an effective parasiticide for the farmer. So what they do is, you go into a co-op, let me call it out. You go into a co-op, and there you find a cypermethrin 200 EC. Next to that, you find a can of carnial oil. And then next to that, there's a hint of diesel. So what does it mean? I buy the 3, make up my own dip. I dip my own cattle. And what happens? I know of a couple of dairies that are completely gone because they kill the cows with homemade stock remedies, or they compromise the dairy production, or they wiped out their flock of sheep because of making up their own concoction. So that's the acute effect of making up your own stock remedy, which is an ectoparasiticide like that. But the question the farmer has to ask himself, or the veterinarian that might be involved in this, and unfortunately, I think in any profession you always find the end of the bell spectrum, that 1% that doesn't abide by any rules. The question is, if you make up this homemade remedy, is that going to be effective to really control the parasite? Because we need to aim at an 85% control for the ectoparasites. Otherwise, you can't claim control, you transfer too many to the next season, and you will have a problem. And we know for a fact, and you know more about this than myself because I'm not a veterinarian, that many of the ectoparasites are the sort of vectors for certain diseases like redwater, heartworm, gall sickness, all that sort of things. And if you don't control them effectively because you made an unregistered remedy, that will transfer into the next season. And as time builds up, you will get to a point where you cannot control the disease in the animals whatsoever. What's of more concern is what happened in the Eastern Cape. And the older veterinarians will know that in the Eastern Cape now, you can hardly use a pyrethroid dip anymore because of malpractices where people concocted their own ectoparasiticides by taking an ag remedy which contains a pyrethroid and then making up their concoction with diesel or canola oil or cooking oil or whatever. And now they sit with a dilemma. How do we control ectoparasites in the Eastern Cape? You basically shoot the cow. That's the solution because you can't control the ectoparasites. From a food safety perspective and from a fiber perspective, the question to ask is there, what happens if you use an unregistered stock remedy on the animal and about the residue of the chemical in that edible commodity or in the wool? And I think Leon might be here tomorrow from National Wool Growers, and so do we have the Moab people also present sometime in the future, is that we know that the European Union and the Chinese and everybody who imports our stuff are just looking at that one little molecule that's not supposed to be in the wool or the fiber to say, now we block your exports from South Africa because there are things in there that are not supposed to be there. The question is then going on, if I eat that meat from that farm, which was dipped by an unregistered chemical, am I safe? The answer from a toxicologist, and I think I'm a toxicologist, is nope. So I hunt. If I don't hunt, I don't eat. Finish and clear. Because I sometimes don't trust what I see what's happening on the farms, and I see enough of that. Unfortunately, that then comes to bans. It adds fuel to the fire of what Dr. Meiser told you and what Theo told you this morning. or this afternoon from the consumers that start this consumerism against meat. And a lot of that is fueled by what they hear in the market about unlawful activities. And who pays the price in the end? The livestock farmer. He's the guy at the bottom of the pyramid, which are going to go down at the end if we continue with these malpractices, unfortunately. The story about unregistered vaccines, and I need to close my jacket now, I put on my flak jacket because this is a very, very hot topic in the country. I've published articles about this. I've written letters to every single thing with an authority in the government with no responses yet. It's supposed to be registered under an act. And yet, we see unregistered vaccines all over the show, being advertised in social media, being advertised in the well-known agriculture magazines, being promoted by veterinarians, being sold off the shelf by co-ops, and even being contacting me, that they don't even know who I am, and asking me, can I promote this? That's taking a chance with me because I'm a bit of a warrior. Unfortunately, the question is then, if that vaccine is not properly compounded or manufactured within the ambit of Act 101, under the control of a registered veterinarian, hopefully with a proper pharmacist that's also qualified, what is the chance of that vaccine being effective? And my answer to that is simply, it cannot be effective. And we find that this unlawful compounding is happening all over the show, and everybody's taking a chance. So, what I've done over the last sort of 10, 12 years in association with the Animal Health Association, SAHA, is to look at this trend. And I've spoken to very well-known individuals, academics, veterinarians, researchers, and asked them to go and test some of these vaccines. And shockingly, some of them was virtually like crystal clear water, the stuff on your desk in front of you. No antigens. Secondly, some of them tested with the wrong serotypes in the vaccine. So the farmer buys something which is now supplied to him by a legitimate person, because farmers don't actually read anything. The only paper they use is toilet paper. They don't read anything. Okay? So they see, a brucellosis vaccine, or a Rift Valley vaccine, or a Knopfelsziekte vaccine. They buy it because it's now available. I've got to inoculate my cattle against the disease. And if they don't know what's in the container, they've got a false sense of security that their animals will be properly vaccinated, and the next thing they know, a massive and intensive outbreak of disease that can take out the entire flock on the farm or take out the herd on the farm. These things have happened. It is not published in the media because it's embarrassing to the people who suffer the consequences. And obviously the manufacturers of these things do not want to go to the media because they make a lot of money out of it. So it gives our livestock farmers a false sense of security. If you buy a little bottle from the co-op, which looks like a legitimate thing, it costs a small fortune, it's not cheap, and you inoculate your cattle against that or your livestock against that, and it doesn't work. My worry is that if you use these unregistered vaccines and you don't control or you don't prevent the disease outbreak, and there's a pandemic outbreak, who pays the cost for that? Do you think the state will pay for the cost? No ways. Do you think the national wool growers or the Moe growers or red meat will pay for it? No, they can't pay for it. That becomes the cost of the farmer. And not only that, but if it happens on one farm, that disease can spread like wildfire across the district and wipe out a lot of animals belonging to other people as well. What I always think of as a toxicologist is a bit of a wider section. And looking at the demands under Act number 35, which is the Animal Disease Act, it demands that any facility or any person working with these microbes or these live organisms to vaccinate or test whatever must be licensed or must be permitted. And today, I haven't had the response from the Department of Agriculture whether those facilities that make these vaccines, unregistered vaccines, are registered. Now, what happens with a microbe? I'm not a biologist, I'm a chemist, so to me I see a microbe as a little gogoki. We use the word gogoki. Okay, so we know they mutate rapidly. We know viruses mutate rapidly. We know bacteria can also mutate. And if you don't run your facility strictly according to biosecurity protocols, what happens? What happens if that mutant enters your little vial of vaccine and goes to market? What happens if you inoculate the natural herd, for want of a better word, with an unknown microbe or a total new microbe? And I just put in there, I don't know whether this thing has got a pointer. Has it got a pointer? No, I don't think so. But I don't know whether it's got a pointer. But what happens if the same thing happens to an unknown vaccine that happened to us with SARS-CoV-2? You know what the outcome of that was? A global catastrophe, a global disaster for all of us. And if the international markets find out about this, and it is already international markets, they have a very strong tool to say to us, hey, boys, you guys are using stuff which is a biosecurity for us, so we stop the export of wool and mower and dairy and meat from South Africa to our countries because we have to protect our countries. The antimicrobials, I think it was touched on today, also a very big debate. They are necessary, but they must be registered. They must be used properly. If not registered, they can be compounded, they can be used by the veterinarian and so on, but many of them are imported. I've got the pictures on my cell phone from years ago of 1.7 tons of enrofloxacin at the port in Cape Town, off to a chicken farm as a prophylactic. 1.7 tons of one of the biggest hammers and one of the best antimicrobials in the market. That's happening. And the question is, if that stuff comes in under the radar, not declared by SARS, not declared to customs, not registered, who knows what the quality of that particular antimicrobial is? Is it going to do the job? Is it going to give the right performance? Is it not going to exacerbate and escalate the disease transfer between animals or flocks or herds on the farm? And from my perspective as a red meat eater, and let me just tell all these people, all the vegans, if red meat was so bad for you, I would have been dead long ago. Believe me, I live on the stuff. So my question is, what about the food safety for the consumer? The joke is now that if you have some bacterial infection, just eat a chicken because it contains enough antibiotic. Okay, but that's not a good joke to tell in other circles, but we know what's happening in the market. And the consequences is now the public start believing that every chicken you buy from a Pick and Pay or a Spar is full of antibiotics. So chicken is out. So we rather eat lemongrass or lettuce or all this other rubbish which doesn't fill you up anyway. It also causes then a marketability product locally and internationally for our farmers. It jeopardizes the country's, not the farmers, the country's access to international markets, because international markets need a tool to close their borders, to protect the farmers, and what better tool to say, but you guys are using stuff unlawfully, you're contaminating the food, so we can't trust the safety of the food, and eventually, the farmer is the one who pays the price. And what my concern is with our sterlingly unsuccessful Department of Agriculture is that they might decide to ban the use of certain antimicrobials in the market. It is coming. I don't know when, but I think it's coming. And then I think when I was introduced by Chris, he mentioned this word, the snake oils or the slang oilies or the slangspoege. We've seen stuff in the country, a little tablet made from a dried out aloe leaf that you drop into a tank. It is the ultimate parasiticide. It kills all endoparasites. It kills all ectoparasites from an elephant, a blue whale, a reptile, a chicken, a horse, a donkey, a sheep, every bloody thing. And you know what? The farmers vrachtig buy the stuff and they believe in that. Now my question is, how dumb can you be? We've seen the surge of diatomaceous earths also being promoted as the ultimate ectoparasiticide and endoparasiticide. We hear all the wonderful stories. We see the tables of success. But they never tell you in the public that an entire herd of roan antelope died because the farmer relied on that as an ectoparasiticide. Lies, bloody lies, and more bloody lies, like James Patterson said in his book. So, what happens now is, I believe, and I hope Fafa was not right in telling me this, that some of these substances, I know the diatomaceous earth on the registered farm feeds. And I also heard that that wonderful little tablet is now a farm feed. How the hell can a tablet made out of an aloe extract be a farm feed? All it does, it legitimizes these people to go to market and say, I know our registration, it's a V number or it's a G number, and now you can still use it as an ectoparasiticide, and the farmers will buy it and they will use it. The question is, what are the risks? The failure to control the parasites effectively. And you know what worms do to your livestock. You know what ticks do to your livestock. We know what happens if you don't kill them effectively. They transfer the disease. You start building up disease in the flock. Seasonal transfer of parasites. So we know that we've got winters, we've got summers. Summers full of parasites, winters less parasites. You have a certain time to knock them out, that you start off with a clean flock beginning. If you rely on these unregistered snake oils, my mate, you've got no chance. You've got a dark chance in sunlight. Nothing will help for you. And unfortunately for the farmers, it is a risk for them in the long run. And the last point, and I'll be closing up very soon, is that unfortunately, I see a lot of the unlawful use of growth stimulants and macrolides in the animal health sector, in, call it, the livestock production sector. I can't mention names or incidents today, it's all sub judice. It bothers me severely to think that some of the meat products that you and I might buy and eat, and I was joking about the hunting, I do hunt a lot, but my family must eat the spar meat. I don't eat the stuff myself. But we do buy the meat. My worry is, if that ionophore is transferred from the meat to the human being, what is the effect of that ionophore on the human being? We know they are super effective. We know they are super duper active. If that thing starts affecting your cardiac rhythm because it affects the potassium level and the potassium balance, you're in trouble, my brother. Finish and clap. And what I've seen is massive mortality in cattle in a lot of different cases. I've seen that cattle don't actually grow, despite the fact that they've had the right growth hormone, that they've had the right feed. And some of the farmers that I work with are sterling farmers. It was because of something unlawfully being added to the food mix to boost the cattle and to make the people feel good. And again, there's a perceptual resistance developing around these things to show people that animal foodstuffs are not good for you. So take that in mind. And to end up with, I could look at the risks. I think unregistered or the use of registered in an unregistered way by somebody who's unqualified for that is a risk to the national herd health. Talking about all the animals in the country. Secondly, we heard about the consumers being concerned. They want to start eating carrots and vegetables and beans and tomatoes only, and maybe a couple of chips now and again. So they start moving away from that. If you go to Spar and Pick and Pay, it's nauseating to see a burger patty made out of a fungus. Just as, how dumb can you be? Huh? If you want to be a vegan, eat a tomato. Don't eat a burger patty made out of something which is a plant-derived thing. But that's what's happening. Regulatory authorities, despite the fact that I don't believe they're doing their job properly, they're getting jittery, and they're looking for reasons to ban certain compounds. And what better reason to ban a compound if a registered compound is being abused by professionals in the market? And then the problem is, and I spoke to many of the companies present in the hall next door this morning, is they start being reluctant to invest that 350 million euros into developing new technologies for the farmers. And we can't keep on relying on the old stuff all the time. We need the new compounds to come into the market. Otherwise, in 20 years from now, we'll be stuck with nothing new in the market, and the farmer's going to be at a loss. And that is where the sustainability comes in. Sustainability for the farmers, sustainability for animal-derived food production, and sustainability of this massive growing human population all over the world. Thank you very much.
Gerard, thank you. I think we've got time for one or two questions. I don't know, Gerard, Theo, do you have time? We've got a question and answer session after the last session, so we can take you away from your beer and wine, and if you can come and join us there. Gerard, you and Port Elizabeth, so you don't need to go far. But Jy's nog hier, né? Can I ask that we maybe do the question and answers after, in the last session when we're going to talk about biosecurity in the foot and mouth? Is that okay? Okay, Bringer, BNI, BI. I can't introduce the lady, but we've got a lady speaker here.
Ek sien hom nie. Dis 'n geheim. Is it this? Green. Afternoon, everyone. I'm Nadine Dupree from Boeringel Ingelheim. I am the key account manager for ruminants and swine. So I'll keep it short. I think everyone wants to go for tea and have a break, so I won't go into much detail. So we know dairy farmers and vets need an efficient and effective solution to the everyday problems of mastitis, and we at Boeringer have just that. So we have just what you need for the treatment of mastitis in lactating dairy cattle. So mastitis remains the #1 problem in dairy cattle. We all know this. All of the disease problems challenging dairy farmers, mastitis continues to be the major threat to the herd health and productivity. We know mastitis is an economic issue, a therapeutic issue, a welfare issue, a milk quality issue, as well as a pathogen issue. Producers need a mastitis treatment they can rely on to return their cattle back to full health. Pressure to reduce and/or be more strategic in the use of antibiotics has been put on all of us, and thus we need to employ treatments that are the most effective and efficient. We have the solution for you. We have Ubrelexin, because we know the health of the udder is the health of the farm. That engine room, the udder, needs to be healthy for the farm to be healthy. We have Ubrelexin in a very convenient package size of 20 times 10 gram syringes. It can be kept at a temperature below or at 30 degrees Celsius, thus sparing you all your refrigerator space. Ubrelexin is composed of 2 active ingredients, cephalexin and kanamycin. Cephalexin is your first-generation cephalosporin, mainly active on your gram-positive pathogens. It has a time-dependent bactericidal activity that inhibits bacterial cell wall synthesis. Kanamycin is an aminoglycoside. It's active on your gram-negative as well as Staphylococcus aureus. It has a concentration-dependent bactericidal activity through the inhibition of your bacterial protein synthesis. These are thus 2 complementary compounds of 2 different groups, 2 modes of different actions, as well as acting on different pathogens. Ubrelexin is the only product on the market with this unique combination of cephalexin and kanamycin at a perfect ratio of 1.5 to 1. This proven synergy of the tailored combination delivers enhanced bactericidal activity. These 2 narrow spectrum antibiotics together provide a broad spectrum coverage of both gram-positive and gram-negative pathogens. Lower MICs compared to separate applications. Proven dispersal and persistence in the udder to maximize treatment effect. And what we all want is a lower total amount of antibiotics required. This is a graph explaining the concentrations of cephalexin and kanamycin in milk after intramammary administration of Ubrelexin. As you can see, cephalexin has a high absorption rate, mainly or partially due to its high lipophilic characteristic. As you can see, the initial ratio is 1.5 to 1, and over time it decreases, where kanamycin then stays constant. The high absorption rate of cephalexin then allows kanamycin later to come in. As cephalexin breaks down the cell wall, kanamycin comes in and inhibits your protein synthesis, enhancing the bactericidal effect and the killing rate. Excuse. I'm not going to go into detail with this. This is basically the antibacterial kill kinetics of cephalexin and kanamycin separately as well as together. It is an in vitro in-broth medium test. The yellow on the graph is cephalexin, the purple is kanamycin, the green and light blue is the combination thereof. As you can see, for Staphylococcus aureus, cephalexin alone only has a bacteriostatic effect, not a bactericidal effect. The combination of kanamycin and cephalexin then has a bactericidal effect. That's what we need. And then after intramammary administration, complete kill of Staphylococcus aureus within 5 hours. The next one we have Streptococcus hubris, same story. Cephalexin and kanamycin alone only has a bacteriostatic effect. Together they have the bactericidal effect. After intramammary administration, complete kill of Streptococcus hubris within 12 to 24 hours. Last one, E. coli. After intramammary administration, complete kill of E. coli within 9 hours. So, ubrelexin provides an effective once-a-day treatment. Optimal dispersal and persistent, I don't know what's going on there, persistence of ubrelexin within the udder supports convenient once-a-day treatment regimen with efficacy for a full 24 hours. Once-a-day treatment for 2 days reduces the risk of iatrogenic infection and is also suitable for use in dairy herds milking 3 times a day. So basically, only 2 tubes for 2 days. This results in less labor, teat manipulation, and the risk for contamination. This is basically a field study done for over 500 cows. This depicts the bacteriological cure rates of ubrelexin alone, which was excellent, but together with Metacam, the bacteriological cure rate was up to 66%. Boehringer Ingelheim provides the DIS diffusion tests, or for basically your antimicrobial susceptibility testing at the laboratories for your milk samples. As you can see, I don't know if you can see, but you can please come to our stand, I can show you in more detail. These are the different panels for the different antibiotics, and the red block depicts that ubrelexin has its own panel, both for gram-positive and for gram-negative pathogens. So basically, in short, the 5 points you need to know about ubrelexin: broad spectrum coverage, fast cure rate, it is 2 complementary dual antibiotics with a synergetic effect, convenient once-a-day treatment, as well as excellent dispersal in the udder. I won't keep you up any longer. The last 2 things is, please come and chat to us about our new vaccine, Barvac 10. It's a multiclostridial as well as a respiratory vaccine, as well as we have the solution for BVD. Please come and chat to us. Then we just want to do a quick draw for our Next Guard hamper for yesterday, just to keep some excitement going. So Lisa will do the draw, and if the person is in the room, they'll get it. If not, we'll do a next draw. Okay, next. Liesel het gepraat. Sy kan dit kry as sy is. Okay, volgende een.
Het die geluk, ek hoop het gaan Winburg se waarde verdubbel met daai pakkie. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the session this afternoon. We're breaking for tea now. I'll give you 5 minutes, and instead of 15:40, we can start at 15:45. See you now. 10 minutes time.
Ja, ik kan skuif. Pak ons hem uit, ja.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think let's get started with the introduction. I'm down for 10 minutes of introduction. And the first introduction I think I should do is for myself, because all the other moderators didn't need an introduction, but most of you won't know who I am. So I'm Sven Parsons. So if you can put up that slide for me, the introduction to immunology. There's been a lot of talk about sustainability and proactivity, and a bunch of other words that I put on a PowerPoint presentation that I can't remember at the moment, that I'm hoping will be presented. And I wondered how I was going to introduce immunology in that context. And what occurred to me, there we go, sustainability, proactivity, agency, early disease detection, prevention, surveillance. We've been hearing a lot about this proactive approach rather than a reactive approach to medicine. And thinking about how does one think about this in the diagnostic arena. And I think this differentiation between proactivity and reactivity is very important. Thinking about new approaches to diagnostics, we're going to hear about some amazing stuff as far as genomics goes. We heard earlier about the ear tags and these extraordinary approaches to proactive detection of subclinical disease, such as mastitis, ketosis, etc. And diagnosis obviously spans a wide array of approaches. I forget who I learned this from at varsity. I don't know if it was Willem or if it was earlier, about kraalmuur diagnostiek. And verskoon my accent there. But it's still it's a fantastic concept. And up till recently, I used to teach at a university, and I would teach students on the approach to observing laboratory animals. And I always use this term, kraalmuur diagnostiek, because you need to know the normal before you can detect the abnormal. And then a last thought that occurred to me while I was thinking about diagnostics and proactivity rather than reactivity was the story about Confucius, who was a clinician in China whenever he lived a long time ago. And I don't know if the story is apocryphal, but I don't want to spoil a good story with the facts. But the idea was that Confucius was paid by his well, they weren't patients. He was paid to keep them healthy. And as soon as they were ill, they stopped paying him. And I think that's an amazing approach to medicine because the onus is on the health provider to keep the person healthy before they become a patient. And I think diagnostics is going in that direction. We're going to hear some really exciting talks today. So we're going to start with Johan Müller. Johan is a veterinary technologist by training. He's been around for 37 years, so he knows this field extremely well. He has an impressive track record at a number of labs in South Africa. He set up and co-owned and managed Golden Vet Lab many years ago. He's worked for IDEX, and he's currently a business unit manager for Pathcare Laboratories. Johan.
Afternoon, everyone. I'll try to be short and sweet and give you some nice info. I know everybody is ready to, after a long day, to take some refreshments afterwards. So when I was tasked to speak about the future trends and developments in diagnostics, my mind moved around a bit, and I realized that it's not only laboratory diagnostics that I need to give you some info on. It also will need to be the normal diagnostic environment that you work in every day. So, but I think to start off, maybe just to give a background on what and why we use laboratory diagnostics. It's just a quick overview, and I apologize if it's a bit towards the layperson, but it's not meant that way.
Laboratory testing then is required to determine disease status or to monitor disease outbreaks. As a management tool in managing the disease and the health status of animals in the herd or individual animals. Lab testing then also confirms or eliminates the presence of organisms, parasites or diseases under certain conditions, and it provides information so the treatment regimes can be decided upon and be applied. Typical veterinary diagnostic laboratory target segments or where we get our work from is companion animal based, your normal dog, cats, and I would include horses there. Your production animals, that's where we as production animal vets fit in. Your wildlife and exotic animals, specialized testing, clinical trial work environment, a lot of safety studies, that environment. And then, of course, environmental testing, where soil, water, leaves, fertilizers and that sort of stuff is tested for farmers on a regular basis as well. So why is there an increase in diagnostic testing happening? There's a big demand, and it's driven by an increase in the population of companion and production animals. There's an increase in transboundary and zoonotic diseases, and the emergence of that again, after it's been under control for many years, has brought about the demand for a lot of testing again. The demand for animal-derived food products. It's not only cultivating the meat in a petri dish that will cause some more testing. We actually need to test the health of our animals on the farm. Then there's the new emergence, especially in South Africa. It's been around a long time overseas, but the pet health insurance industry has skyrocketed and boomeranged. And I think if you watch a television program these days, it's interrupted constantly by the advertisement of these insurance products. I would like to predict that it might even start extending into production animals sooner or later, as people diversify their products to accommodate demand. There's obviously a growing animal health expenditure because of that. There's more money available, so people will more easily, the animal owner, be inclined to allow testing to happen. Hopefully there's an increase in the number of veterinarians, not only in this country but worldwide, that will drive that demand for testing as well. And there's an increase in income levels in lots of developing countries that will drive the diagnostic testing demand. So we would see, because of all of this happening, there's going to be a change in the diagnostic approach. Accurate results in diagnostics are imperative for curbing, obviously, the severity of animal disease. So in the past, we more focused on curative, reactive medicine with sick care, on animal presented sick, and now we need to find out what was wrong and then decide on a treatment regime. But now the emphasis is shifting towards prevention and proactive medicine and testing and finding out the detection or the origin of the disease well before it's likely to present in a crisis. So this shift is basically being driven by technology. And believe it or not, but the smartphones that we hold in our hand daily is playing a big role in this process. In such a manner that the computing capability of these phones are increasing doubling every year or every 2 years. You can just see how many phones I've got now. It's got 3 cameras or 4 cameras and all that processing capability on board. So what happens then is that because you've got this medical or this device in your hand as an animal owner, medical choices is also being placed in the hands of these animal owners, whether they like it or not. They can Google and look up things quick, at the drop of a hat, and make a decision about what's wrong with their own animal even before it's taken to you as the veterinarian. So, and this is causing I would say, urbanization, is the word or the term that I coined with this, where the animal owners are now demanding vets to be more accessible, and we see the re-emergence basically of home visits, because the owner is probably not at home and had a communication from the children that there's something wrong with their dog, and they want the attention of the veterinarian immediately. So how can you do that? Just by requesting a home visit. So every day that we log on to some of the websites that we work with, we see there's a health bot popping up that wants to chat to you and give you some ideas on what it can be and can't be. So this whole process is called telemedicine, and hopefully at the end of it, if you answer all the questions, you'll get to speak to a medical or a veterinary person at the other end of the phone or of the connection. So because of this, there's a lot of new emerging technologies and concepts entering the testing market, so to say. There's a big emphasis, and we have known about this for a long time, but the portable animal side diagnostic devices, or these little lateral flow rapid tests that we can do. It's been around for a long time. There's a lot of artificial intelligence now being built into these devices with algorithms that can make diagnosis based on the result that has been presented to you. There's lots of talk about this drone technology these days. We all know about drones. It's grown tremendously and how it's applied in the farming industry and in other areas. Then there's augmented reality. That's an image that is in theatre on a piece of or part of the anatomy that you're busy doing surgery on, displayed so that you can imagine where the structures is that you need to avoid whilst doing that surgery. So it's guiding you to assist you in this whole process, which is, I would suppose, it could be very interesting and nice toy to play with. Hopefully not at the cost of the patient. As I said, the pet medical aids, there's 3D printing that's becoming more and more to the forefront. There's digital medical tattoos. Now that's a little tattoo or a piece of, well, it is a tattoo that's not with ink, but it's stuck onto you with glue, and it provides you real-time information about oxygen saturation, heart rate, that sort of stuff. So the patient doesn't need to be bedbound. You can send it home and still get the information if required much sooner. So that's all, and it can be removed later if not required. And DNA sequencing is another one there that is playing more and more a major role in how diagnostics is approached by looking at certain organisms or areas of the organism's molecular composition to determine what would be more effective in treating it or making it less severe by manipulating that part of the genome so it's not as infectious as we would like it, or that it would like to be. And obviously there's the medical chatbots, and then you become a digital doctor in the end by using that. So you're going to sit in a room speaking to your patients over the internet. I don't know how possible that would be for us as, or you guys, the colleagues, as production animal vets, but in any case. So yeah, the major development, as I said, is the thrust towards the rapid testing, providing definitive answers very quickly within a few minutes to 24 hours from initial examination. These tests is required to be sensitive, specific, and more cost-effective. There's more reliance on molecular diagnostic techniques, real-time PCR, it's called, and nanotechnology to provide a diagnosis. People want to know what the organism is and not whether there's antibodies against the group of organisms. Technology is also advancing towards point-of-care PCR devices, which is already available, very costly at the moment. But yes, it's reality that you might do your own PCR test in your own practice in the very near future. And then obviously say it's a lab-on-chip type of technology that they use for this testing. It does everything from extracting of the DNA to amplification to running the test and providing you the result at the end. And that sort of gives you the possibility to do prediction-based diagnostics. So you're going to, by analyzing the animal's DNA or genome, you'll be able to see which diseases tend to be prevalent in this group of animals or that animal, and how to go ahead and prevent that going forward. Yeah, there's new portable technology, user-friendly instruments. You can see on the image, they're small. It's all technology is built into that little cassette device there. It does nowadays. That top one, it can do SMDA, which is the early renal detection of renal failure, which was just normally in the bigger laboratories based on the bigger instruments that you could do that. Yeah, it's combined on a disposable chip, and it contains micro and nanostructures that can determine the concentration of calcium, magnesium, and count the number of somatic cells, for instance, in a milk sample. The left-hand bottom one there, as your cell phone snaps into that, there's a little chip there, you drop of milk, and it gives you a somatic cell count, or even a sperm count for a bull, right there next to the animal. It's all stuff that's available, and it's actually becoming more and more cost effective. As the demand rises, the low-cost technology is what is required. And obviously the mobile phone and the apps that we can download specifically written to determine these kinds of test capabilities makes it very easy. It doesn't cost you a cent. You just download the app, but okay, you need to buy the devices to do that. Okay, artificial intelligence is a big one that we see in the labs, diagnostic lab as well. Not only telemedicine, that veterinarians would like to speak and discuss cases over the telephone, but we do remote digital pathology now, where our microscopes is not a normal traditional microscope anymore. It's a big box where your slides are scanned into. It gives you a resolution that you cannot imagine that you can zoom in and out of, like the right-hand bottom side where that pathologist is looking at some cellular histology slides. It's happening every day. It is stuff that we utilize in the lab where I work currently as well. Turnaround time is much improved. The shifting and moving around of glass is not necessary. And it's very, very powerful. I would predict that the software would probably start utilizing some algorithms for preemptive diagnosis as well going forward, with special stains and so forth. And then there's the iPill. It's a very small camera that's included in the form of a capsule that is given to the patient to swallow. It goes through your gastric system, and it sends images to your iPad or what's on the outside. It's not the endoscopic way that we used to do it anymore. I just don't know about the recovery, but it can be reused. I'm sure some sieves are in it in some way. And then there's nano noses. These little devices that you can blow into these days for nutrition that detects ketones and all sorts of stuff, and determines what kind of diet you should follow for the day to have optimum energy levels. So yeah, it's all exciting things happening out there that probably will become part of the way that we work going forward. So in the normal traditional reference labs or the labs that we know, this automation is big now. So we have automated differential counts and morphology evaluation on blood smears, automated slide staining, slide making. We have what we call laboratory information management system, computer systems that do the predictive diagnosis based on the results. It can look at cumulative results and say that, okay, we're training this guy as a diabetic and where it's heading. Obviously, the DNA sequencing techniques is major. automated culture and identification of microorganisms. On the left-hand bottom side, that's a moldy tough. We've heard about that. Technology is very fast, very quick to identify bacteria with, down to species level. There's a very big library of organisms built into that, and it looks at each nanostructure individually to determine which bacteria it is and puts all these possibilities together for you on your sample. There's obviously new testing methods that's going to replace old stuff most likely, like Brucella testing. We know the Rose-Bengal test. There's fluorescent pluralization, sorry for that stumble, antibody test that is utilized now, much quicker, much faster, much more accurate, and most likely to replace possibly the Rose-Bengal and the complement fixation test with that one piece of equipment. But that is still being decided upon by the authorities, I believe. And then the state-of-the-art testing method, as I say, that will be utilized in the near future, hopefully to assist all of us with our testing that we need to do. And there's obviously some of this technology that is developed for human medicine, and then it changes over so that it's applied for veterinary use as well. And then the medical tattoo is the one that I've mentioned before, and I see that that is possibly something that we can utilize for your patients in theatre or whatever the case might be, or after post-op scenarios. And then 3D printed customized drugs, the digital printing of medicines and combinations. And of course, the utilization of drone technology in collecting of samples and medicines, delivery of that. It's already utilized on the farm on a big basis to see how a herd engages on a pasture. Where is it overgrazed or undergrazed? Why do they like a certain area of the pasture more? All that info comes back and can be utilized in determining irrigation and fertilization, for instance, on the pasture, or what kind of plant material is it that the animals actually like and they don't like, and that sort of stuff. So it's also used in many areas of security. The insurance companies these days, they'll send up a drone to take a photo of your corner where you had your accident, so they can prove whatever you've said is true. So, and it's also, yeah, as I say, it's used to analyze soil and watering applications. So there's a lot of stuff coming. So to conclude, we're going to think what will our next move be. So I think we must realize that technology is here to stay, and it will influence the way that we practice. Animal-wide screening tests for both companion animals and production animals of animal side actually will evolve even further in the next 2 to 5 years. We're going to see big improvements on that. Smartphone technology will also assist and will be a key driver that you as a vet will utilize in providing a service to your clients via apps. I think you're already starting to see photographs coming in and requested, what do you think this is, what do you think that is. It's a very difficult situation to be in, but I think we need to align ourselves that would be the way that we probably need to think going forward with virtual consultations, and also that there's a fee structure in place for that, because it's your time that is utilized. We will be, as veterinarians, required to embrace and work with this technology, whether we like it or not, but don't forget the old school stuff. Sometimes it's going to really assist you in helping you out there. And obviously, new models will need to be considered. So thank you for your time, your attention, and I hope you've learned, or I could have given you something to work with.
Thanks very much, Johan. We'll take most questions at the end of the session. There's just one speaker who's asked to take questions after his talk, but we'll get to that. It's Adrian now, hey? Yeah, so Adrian van der Westhuizen has to leave after his talk, so we'll leave some time for him to take questions. So Adrian grew up on a dairy farm, and he developed his interest and love for animal health at the knee of his working with his grandfather, who was a veterinary technician. And he's now doing his CCS here at the Agricultural Research Council in Irene. And he's here to talk about the Trike Lab Check, which is a program of checking. I'm trying to remember, it's not validation. It's something other than validation, and he will tell us. Adrian, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Adrian. I'm here to give you an update on the Trike Lab Check project. So what we do, it is an inter-laboratory comparison project to see the effectivity of the laboratories that do this Trichomonas diagnosis in our country. So just a quick recap. Trichomonas fetus causes an asymptomatic infection in the bulls following mating with an infected cow. The healthy cow can then be infected with trich in one single service from the bull. Mature bulls older than 3 years, they have a deeper epithelial crypts in the penis where the organisms will live. So mature bulls are much more likely to become infected and cause more trouble. The organism doesn't interfere with pregnancy until after 50 days. This makes it also difficult to eradicate from the herd. It causes a temporary infertility and abortions in your cows and heifers. And after 3 consecutive estrus cycles without a bull, most cows clear the infection. So Ondrag found 14 to 50% reduction in calf crop, 30-day longer breeding season, 35% reduction in monetary return per cow in that breeding season. So there's a picture of the organism itself. Testing is based on a preputial sample from the bull, and there's currently no effective treatment. So it's a test and cull policy. So eradicating Trichomonas from your herd is quite difficult. The test is not 100% accurate, and that's not 100% to do with the laboratories themselves. So poor testing comes in a chain of, firstly, the biological part of the bull itself. Sometimes, for instance, in the breeding season, you would find a positive bull would test negative. The sampling itself, the frequency, contamination, the method which you do a sheath wash or a sheath scrape, and even ID on farm makes such a big difference from sometimes misidentifying samples. Wrong bulls get sent for slaughter. Then one of the very big ones is transport. Not only which transport medium you use and cold chain, but the transport facilities and the courier companies. You need overnight transport, and that's not always possible. So what I'm here to talk about is the laboratories themselves. The laboratory, the effect is, do they use PCR or culture? That has a big effect. The technical skill and contamination, and also identification of the laboratories at their site might have a big effect. So the objective is the validation of the accuracy in participating laboratories to detect the Trichomonas fetus samples. We use simulated samples through an annual blinded inter-laboratory comparison. This has now been the 4th round that's been completed since 2019. So what we think about when we change things in the samples are, do the individual laboratories play a major role? What factors in the accuracy of the individual laboratory plays a role? What's the influence of our test on the laboratories? For instance, would they now do more effort because they know they're doing like a test rather than just another sample from another farmer. What other factors, like I've explained, for instance, the courier companies, what other factors has an effect? So this round we had 15 voluntarily participating labs. 8 of the labs performed PCR tests, 5 performed culture tests, and 2 of them performed PCR and culture tests. What we do, firstly, we collect sheath scrapings from 4 Onderstepoort bulls with no negative status. This is done to have a negative control. We then receive live cultures obtained from one of the labs that are assisting us in this test from naturally infected bulls. So we then make 6 sub-samples of the following. We would have samples made up to 5 or 10 organisms per microliter, negative control samples, a dead culture sample. So this would be a sample that has previously been found positive and I've given it time to die, and that I would send off. And also Tetratrichomonas, which is a normal commensal in fecal contamination samples. This is easily confused with Tritrichomonas. It's non-pathogenic, and it wouldn't affect PCR labs as it would simply come up negative, but it might affect culture labs as they are morphologically very similar. The only difference I can see is there's 4 anterior flagella instead of 3, so it's quite difficult to discern them. So this would not always be in this test, it's just we had the opportunity to add it. So the purpose was that now that we have it, if a culture lab finds this positive, we know the lab has had a false positive because of the morphology. If a PCR lab finds this positive, we know they're speaking to the culture labs. We also added the dead culture, because if a culture lab finds a dead culture sample positive, they've been speaking to PCR labs, because the dead samples still come up positive on PCR. These 6 samples are split, so we have duplicate samples, and then the 12 samples are then sent to the 15 labs. So the first problem we had was transport. So 3 of the samples were couriered. All the other ones, me and my wife, we delivered them ourselves. Prof. Olam asked us, are you keen for a little road trip? So we said, yes, this sounds very good. So we went all the way to Limpopo, Ermelo, Vrede, and we slept over in Kroonstad. So this was the first time I've asked the bed and breakfast specifically how much refrigerator and freezer space do you have available instead of do you have a bath or a bed or what. So the next day we went around and made the trip back. So this was very interesting. I got to meet 12 out of our 15 labs personally, and I've gotten a lot of feedback from them. For instance, small things that we would have never known. For instance, some of the previous rounds that we've done, some labs actually learned how to, they could hold it against the light and see, oh, these are the positive ones and these are the negative ones. So we've made some changes. We add the negative sample from the bulls to all of them, as well as culture media, to make them all look similar. Small things that we've changed, that's very valuable that we've gotten from the labs. So the results was, sadly, only 8 of the labs were able to participate. This was mostly due to consumable acquisition. Of the 3 labs that we did use a courier company, one of them received their sample 14 days late. The other 2 were unable to do the sample due to acquisition of consumables. So 6 of the 8 labs obtained 100% accuracy, 5 private labs, 1 public lab. Another public lab, which they use PCR, they failed, and another private culture lab also failed. from the beginning of the test, we've never had any false positive results there. Sample is rather missed than unnecessary bull count. We haven't had any false positives. The public PCR lab failed because they had some big audit or something, and they only tested our sample 13 days after I've delivered it. So there's also space for some research, because how long can a PCR lab actually test a positive sample positive after it's died? So the one PCR lab got 75% because of that timing. It's been too long now after it died. This is the table of the results. So as you can see at the right, the public lab missed one sample. That's also one of the duplicates. That's why I'm thinking it's just on the edge of when a PCR lab will actually be able to catch a dead sample positive. The private lab missed two, one of each duplicates. So that also tells you something about maybe some processes aren't in place correctly with them. So the sensitivity was independently influenced by the sector. So private and public does make a difference. Your private sections will definitely make an effort to work with us, whereas the public sections, they received the samples with a lot of enthusiasm, but just either never came back or couldn't do the tests. The project itself does make a difference. As the labs are getting to know the project, they are really enthusiastic to participate and very enthusiastic to get on the website. So the website, if you just put in Trieg Lab Check on Google, it'll take you to Ruvasa, and there you will find a list of the latest. It's only 2020, but it's the latest we have at this stage of the labs that did pass. And we are doing another test, of course, this year, later in the year, and then I will update the website again. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Adrian. So I'm just going to give Adrian a few minutes to answer any questions, if there are, from the floor. Is there a microphone? Great.
How's it, Adrian? Quick question. Obviously, you've been talking about the bull scrapes. We've sent samples from the female, where she's actually like aborted, and we sent a sample. And one of the labs I use say that they're fine with the sample of the female. The other lab says they can't, I don't know the terminology, they can't make it small enough to work in their machine or whatever. Have you guys done any testing with actually taking samples from a female with like an aborted fetus or anything like that?
We haven't done any testing. We have done some research in that. The thing is, doing that, you have such a much lower chance of having a good accurate test than just using a bull, which you get an overload of organisms. Rather ensure using the bulls to ensure your accurate test than trying with the females. But I'm not 100% sure, and we haven't done it physically. It's only on literature reviews that we've decided not to try.
Okay, yeah, we've actually found, so I come humbly and say it might be a false positive, because we've actually found in the females they've come back like positive, and we've actually struggled to find it in the bulls. We haven't found it in the first scrape, we usually find it in the second scrape. So we've actually just got samples while we're sitting here now of two females that came back positive for it, but like I said, it might be a false positive. It is like a PCR test, so I doubt it, but yeah. You guys
it's definitely possible, and I'll make sure to put some research into that, definitely. Thank you.
Yes.
Right.
So, no, sorry, just to add to your, or to comment on your, we also did it on females and it also came back positive. And yeah, so I think, but it must be early because obviously females rid themselves of the disease. Just wanted to ask, what media did you use? Is it growth media, or is that cold chain important, and does that influence the survival of the culture?
Yes, so we use Steve's Transport Medium. That's what we always use. One of the rounds that we did use Diamond Culture Media for transport. We haven't found any differences in all our tests that we did. I would suggest maybe transporting the samples in culture media, as some samples, especially if they have a very, very high organism load, more than 30 organisms per microliter, they use up their transport media too quick. So when you do PCR, it's not a problem, but with the culture labs, it's difficult to culture them if you start with too high load of organisms. So yes, the culture media itself, I would suggest using that rather than Steve's transport media.
Sorry, I just want to find out how quickly or what window do you have if you say use up? Is it within hours or day or a day?
No, the window you have to take the sample to the lab stays the same, 6 to 12 hours. Doesn't really matter. It's when it reaches the lab and when you start culturing the sample. At that stage, it would maybe in the first day, it would already have an overgrowth, and most labs have like a program they follow. So then usually on day 2 and 4 and 6, they would check the samples, and some of them would then have already died by day 2. And they also don't reculture then. It's very difficult to start over again just to make sure. If they've used up all the media, they go into assist phase because of the environmental stress, and it's very difficult to get them out of that. I'm also busy working on that.
Okay, I don't want the question. All right.
We haven't spoken about Vibrio yet. This specific project is just towards Trichomonas. And with the Steve's transport medium, yes, I also agree. Rather use the the PBS itself though isn't as good as transporting in the culture media. For instance, diamond media and whatever. The Steve's transport and the PBS both, you need to get it there within 12 hours, 6 hours preferably, which isn't always. That's for culture. If you have PCR, though, it doesn't really matter then. Like I said, I will do more research in how long it takes for after it's died for PCR to not detect it anymore. But for culture labs, definitely, if you can get it there before 6 hours, it's going to be much more beneficial.
And Dietmar are taking to do this validation, whatever you call it. What worries me is the amount of private vets that does their own serum collection and their own concoctions, and then they only test for Trich, then they certify their bulls according to their own results, and they don't even test for Vibrio. So, but thank you very much for what you do.
Daniel, a last comment or question?
Just the comparison with between the PCR and the culturing. Do you do ongoing comparison? Which would be more practical and or more sensitive specifics?
Okay, so for this specific round that we did, it was in lockdown. Many of the labs couldn't participate. But the trend throughout the different tests from 2019 showed not much of a difference between PCR and culture labs. Some PCR labs failed, some culture labs failed. It's not significant. Although the PCR, you have that window. You don't need to rush and get it in an incubator. You have a window. You can do it tomorrow if you're busy.
But the cost is much higher.
The cost is higher.
It's mad.
Yeah, the culture labs, I would never say, well, culture is of lower accuracy than PCR. it's never been through our tests. So it's the same. It's just.
But it's difficult to make that conclusion because we only so few laboratories that actually. Do you understand what I mean? It's a very small sample to come actually to a representative conclusion.
Yes.
If you do 100 labs, then it's easier to say it's the difference is significant or not. But only 8 or 6 labs is very
All right, I'm
difficult.
letting Adrian off the hook. Thank you very much, Adrian. I think if there are any further questions, if you can email Dietmar probably, and Dietmar can put you in contact with Adrian. I think you probably all have Dietmar's email address. Okay, thank you. Right, our third speaker is Chantal Ervier. Dr. Ervier is the technical manager in the ruminant section at Zoetis, and she's responsible for dairy, reproduction, and small stock portfolios. She trained on genomics in Kalamazoo, Michigan during 2019. I assume that was at Zoetis? Yeah. And she's going to tell us about how genomics can be applied in a practical way on dairy farms. Thanks.
Okay, thanks everybody. So I can talk about this topic the entire day, but I don't want Sven to come drag me off the stage here, so I promised that I would stay in time, and this massive screen counting down on my right-hand side here is a very stark reminder of how little time we have. So I'm going to give you a crash course on exactly what genomics is, and then also just talk to you about how our farmers are practically applying genomics on their farms in South Africa and the benefits that they are seeing. Okay. All right, so when we talk about genomics, we're not talking about a single gene. We're talking about all the genes that make up the DNA of that animal, how they interact with each other, what their relationships with each other are, and how that influences what we actually see in the animal. Whether it be phenotype, in other words, what they look like, or whether it be even these days diseases that they can develop. Okay, so when we talk about sequencing, what are we actually saying? That is, in simple terms, it's just the order in which those nucleotides are put together. So those A, C's, G's, and T's that I'm sure you all had nightmares about as a student when we had those genetic subjects. So those are, in cattle, those are in a certain, they come in a certain order. So cattle have about 30 pairs of chromosomes and about 3 billion bases to put into order. So you can just imagine what a task that must be. Right, so the first reference genome that was used belonged to Dominette. So that was a Hereford that was born in Montana. And from there, we've actually grown from strength to strength. Right, because as you can just imagine, the genetic makeup will differ from breed to breed due to various things. So comparing, for example, a Holstein genome to that of a Hereford, that was only the beginning. So in 2018, Zoetis managed to actually sequence the complete Holstein genome. And that gave geneticists the ability to actually map regions in the genome that then affected a range of health and disease outcomes. And we'll talk about that a little bit later as well. All right, so what that allowed us to do is we could now see new regions in the genome that were targets for disease resistance. In other words, we could tell which animals were more or less likely to develop certain diseases. And this is an ongoing process. New diseases and syndromes are added as research and development is carrying on. Okay, so just to put it into terms, this is like watching, when I grew up, we had those small box TVs where you could hardly see. It was very blurry, very grainy, and you also didn't have TV all day, every day. Only the rich people had Mnet, you know, so we could only watch when it was, I don't know what they called it, I think it was Mnet open time. everyone watched Igoli at that time, and then when that was over, then, then it's too bad. So going from that to a high-definition TV, where we have so many options of DSTV, Netflix, Showmax, I don't even know all the extent of it, right? So we have a much better insight, in other words, into where these genes reside that help animals resist and withstand diseases, such as respiratory disease, mastitis, and a range of others. Right, then in 2019, there was a genomic test for jerseys that was also launched, and it also helped producers to identify animals that were more or less likely to develop certain diseases and syndromes. Okay, so when we talk about genomics, it's important that you just know certain terms. So when I talk about a selection index, basically what that is it is an index that takes a wealth of information, because you can just, and we can see that with genomics, especially on the sire side at the moment, where a producer will send in a sample of a heifer, and the producer will tell us that the sire is tiger. And the genomics can then actually pick up, this was not, you said it was tiger, our records pick up that this is, it might be Easter, So do you have, is it possible that Easter could have been the sire here? And we've recently had a case where the producer walked into the kraal in the morning, there were 2 cows, one had twins, the other one had a single, and as we all would have done, assume that the 2 calves that were lying with the one dam belonged to her, and it was picked up that one of the calves that was lying with the one cow actually belonged to the other cow. So this happens a lot. We've seen that it can be up to 15% or more at commercial dairies, but that would mean that it can be 2% on some dairies and 30% on others on average. So 15% on average. That's quite scary. Okay, so how are our farmers using genomics, and what are the benefits of genomics? And I think, as many of the speakers before me has mentioned, it's very important regarding our global population and the expanding of our global population and the overpopulation that we have, that we need to look at the efficiency of production, right? And especially our dairy farmers, and I have to say they are quite at the forefront of innovation and technology. All right, so if you have a sample from a heifer, that could actually give you a lot of information. A lot of heifers it takes them into their second lactation to actually work back their rearing costs. Okay, so genomics can help make a decision whether to keep that animal on farm or whether to sell or cull her, right? So this is just quickly a study that they did in the US on some genomically tested animals, and they ranked them according to a selection index into quartiles, the best 25%, all the way down to the worst 25%. And what they found was that the worst 25% actually never reached the break-even point. They left the herd at 48 months on average and never made back her rearing costs. Okay. Whereas the best ranked genomic group broke even earlier. They broke even at 43 months, and they actually went on to make that farmer more income. All right, and then heifer management. To understand if we're keeping these heifers, which of them, we need to understand that we need to keep heifers that fit our farm goal. We can make more strategic breeding decisions and decide, like I said once again, which ones we're going to keep, and then we can also do corrective breeding and more strategic breeding on these animals. So when I go see a farmer, these are the main questions that I ask him when I meet with them for the first time. So what are the goals? What does the ideal cow look like? And what is the capacity on the farm? Okay, so The goals of the farmer will, and the ideal cow will differ from farm to farm. Most of them will tell you that they want animals that stay in the herd for longer, they want healthy animals, they want productive animals, and they want fertile animals. Right. Obviously, the animals that stay in the herd for multiple lactations are the ones that actually make the money back. Right. So we then need to look at, okay, so this specific animal, do I want this animal in my herd? Do I want the animal's progeny in my herd? And which sire am I going to breed this animal to? So some of our farmers are looking into embryo programs because with genomics, they can now identify which of the animals are going to be better donors, and they can also look at animals that are going to be better recipients. So they can look at animals with a low risk for abortion, animals that are going to carry that fetus throughout term and give them a live calf in the end. Semen allocation. So which animals are they going to give sexed semen to, which animals are they going to give conventional semen to, and which animals are they going to breed to beef semen. Mate allocation or corrective breeding. So if genomics tells you that this animal is great on fertility but not so great on productivity, and it's an animal that you decide to keep, you can then decide on what sire would fit this animal the best so that we can do corrective breeding for her offspring, okay, for their offspring. And then culling or selling those animals that don't meet the goals of the farm or that are probably going to leave the herd anyway before actually making recovering her raising costs. And those raising costs, some of the farmers that I've spoken to, and these are TMR herds in the Western Cape, it can cost them up to 20 grand to actually raise these animals up to the point of calving. All right. So, and if that animal then leaves the herd without ever making that money back, it's very hard to actually catch up. All right. So this is just a different way of illustrating it. So if we look at the light purple at the end there, this is how genomics can help them. They rank the animals according to their genomic potential, and they can then decide, okay, the bottom 10% or whatever suits on that specific farm, whatever percentage suits on that farm, those are the animals that I will be selling. And we do have farmers that do that, and they sell those animals with peace of mind, knowing that they're not selling their best animals. All right. And then they go on to decide, okay, maybe the next group, I'm going to put beef semen in. I need that milk in my tank, but I don't necessarily want those genetics in my herd. And we have farmers that actually have quite a steady stream of income on those cross animals that they then produce in that way. Then, so sexed semen and even some of your high-value conventional semen, it can get quite expensive. So you want to know that you are using that on the correct animals, okay, and that you're getting the best return on your investment in that way. Okay, so just quickly in terms of capacity, there is a place for genomics, whether that farm is at capacity or not. So if they are at capacity, like I said, a lot of our farmers use that to rank these animals, make sure that they can do then their strategic breeding, or that they then load the animals and sell the animals that don't meet the goals on their farm. For farmers that haven't reached capacity yet, they use genomics so that they can grow their herd with the best animals. It's no use, we have a lot of farmers that say, okay, but my bookkeeper told me that I need 600 animals for this infrastructure that I've just built in order to make back that money. What that does not take into account, so that assumes that every single animal of that 600 will be making back her money, which is not the case, all right? So if you can expand with the correct animals, that will mean that your 600 will be animals that are actually giving you a return on your investment for those animals. It's no use you expand your herd to 600, but then you have 50 odd passengers that are going to leave your herd before they even break even. Okay, so we've seen that genomics just gives our farmers more confidence to make decisions on their farm in terms of their heifers, in terms of their sires and how they use that semen. And yeah, and I think they have that peace of mind in terms of the accuracy that it can provide. Okay, so I talked a little bit about the diseases and how it's now possible to actually identify animals with a greater risk of developing certain diseases. And this is a list of what we currently have as mastitis. I'm not sure if you can read there. It's mastitis, lameness, metritis, retained placenta, displaced abomasum, ketosis, milk fever, and respiratory disease. And then also cystic ovary abortion and twinning. For calves, we have livability. In other words, what are the chances of that calf surviving its first year of life? And then respiratory disease and scours. So this all plays into welfare as well. Another thing that plays into welfare is the POLD gene, as also as Mark talked about dehorning earlier today. So we can also tell whether they have the POLD gene or not. And so this is the makeup of one of the selection indexes that I was talking about earlier. So that is just to give you an idea of how they balance it and how they include certain traits to make up the selection index. All right, so if you know about the A2, this has to do with beta-casein and the milk protein beta-casein. So what they say, and I don't know, I think this is a bit controversial, but if you watch MasterChef, then you would have seen, if they put that milk on the counter, it says A2 milk. So that is a trademark. So no one else can use that, but it is possible for our farmers to now identify animals that are A2. In other words, they will produce A2 milk, and hopefully that will help them in future. All right, so I'm closing up. So we have a lot of validation studies. This is just one where they followed animals throughout their life, and what they saw with the best animals versus the worst ranked animals was that the best animals, this was done in the US, the best animals generated about 8,000 kgs more milk throughout their lifetime. They stayed in the herd for 7 months longer, and they experienced significantly less cases of mastitis, lameness, and other diseases. They also were more profitable. All right, so if you have any questions, this is very interesting, and we do have quite a few farmers in South Africa that are utilizing genomics. So if you'd like to know more, please come chat to us at our stand or tonight at the gala evening. And yeah, I think just in short, genomic testing doesn't never replace good management practices, but it is such an amazing tool to aid farmers to build healthier, more productive, fertile, and long-lived herds. Thank you.
Thanks, Chantal. I've left my glasses, so I can't see anything. All right, our next speaker is Roberto Palomares, I assume. You'll have to correct me if I'm wrong. And he's from Venezuela. He's a vet by profession. He's done a master's degree and a PhD, and he's a specialist theriogenologist. And he's going to talk to us about injectable trace minerals to improve vaccine responses. Thank you, Roberto.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much to Ruvasa for this great opportunity, this invitation, and also to Birvac, especially to all the team, Adil Rodman, especially for all the logistics, for coordinating my visit here. So I don't know if to say good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, because of the change of the time. So today I'm going to talk about our research that has been in place for 9 years over there in the University of Georgia in the United States, and I hope to accomplish telling you the story of the whole research of 9 years in these 25 minutes. So hopefully we'll reach it. So the title of the presentation will be The Immune Response and Health Status of Bull Calves After Vaccination and Trace Mineral Injection. So I'll be talking about not only dairy, but also beef calves. So in the program you see just dairy, but I'll be talking about research in both. So should I advance with this, right? Okay. So first of all, I want to mention that immunity and health needs to, the health will start with good nutrition. And if we provide optimal protein, energy, and also vitamins and mineral, and obviously handling the other management tools in an adequate way, we should expect to have good health, but the nutrition is very, very important. And I always make emphasis on vitamins, and especially E, D, and the complex B, especially in young animals. And of course, trace minerals, copper, zinc, selenium, and also chromium, especially for stressed animals. And talking about trace minerals, these elements, which are required in very low amounts, they are structural and functional components of important enzymes, not only for the metabolism and the nucleic acid replication and transcription, as well as in powerful antioxidants. So they are structural and functional part of enzymes such as superoxide dismutase and glutathione peroxidase. These enzymes are important to neutralize or decrease the amount of free radicals, the reactive oxygen species. Also, I mentioned that chromium is important, especially during stress situations, because it regulates the release of cortisol, which has a direct effect on the immune response. And as I said, they reduce the levels of reactive oxygen species through these enzymes, antioxidant enzymes, preventing the damage to the white blood cells. So these free radicals can cause lipid peroxidation, especially in white blood cells, and this will cause or have a negative impact on the immune response. So trace minerals, through these enzymes, are able to regulate, the levels of reactive oxygen species, stimulating the immune response. So oxidative stress is an imbalance between the production of these free radicals, reactive oxygen species, and the neutralization of them. So when there is an imbalance of that production and reduction, then we have oxidative stress that is able to cause disease. I remember someone in Australia telling me, our animals are relaxed, so we don't have stress. Well, actually, let me tell you, oxidative stress is part of the physiological response. Even the animals look very happy. Even in Hawaii, you will have animals with oxidative stress is part of the response after stressful situations like parturition or weaning or vaccination. So, and you see when this imbalance is very remarkable, then you have mastitis, retained placenta, metritis, lameness that we see in a high prevalence in dairy farms, as well as in young animals, respiratory disease, and neonatal calf diarrhea. And also, trace minerals, they have an important role in the immune system directly, as I said, as an antioxidant, but also directly in the innate immunity, improving the phagocytosis and killing of bacteria and other pathogens, and also recruiting, like selenium, recruiting leukocytes from the bloodstream to the site of infection or vaccination. And for example, zinc has an important function in maintaining the epithelial lining of the respiratory and digestive tract, as well as stimulating the immune response, the production of antibodies and the replication of lymphocytes. This is because zinc is involved in the transcription, the replication, transcription, and protein synthesis. So any system that requires an active mitosis or active cell replication, like spermatogenesis or the skin replacement or the mucosa healthy, will need, you know, a very standard level of zinc or a decent level. So also, manganese has been associated with an improved immune response, and obviously, as I said, chromium is important for, especially during stress situations, regulating the levels of cortisol. And there is a normal depletion of these microelements during the life of an animal. Normally, the newborns are, they have high levels of trace minerals, but then they start, as they use these trace minerals, these levels start declining during the life. So we need to take care of these, providing these right amounts to provide the trace minerals to the normal functions. So we have, when the levels are optimum, then, when the levels are optimum, then you have all the systems, the metabolic systems and the immune system responding in the adequate way. But as these trace minerals are depleted from the storage, then you start seeing decreasing in the immunity. That's the first sign that you will see. Even the animals are not showing clinical deficiency of copper, selenium, zinc. If the levels are marginal or borderline, then the immune system does not respond in an adequate way, and the animal can start suffering general diseases like respiratory infections just because the immune system is under the normal function. And also you can see effects on the in the fertility and optimal growth. And when the levels are so low, then you start seeing clinical deficiency, but needs to be really low to just start seeing selenium deficiency clinically evident, okay? So the idea is to keep the level or the trace mineral status in an adequate way in order for the animals to express the maximum capacity for response after vaccination or infection. So there are challenges to maintain normal status of trace minerals. And this is something that I also advise our clients over there at Georgia in US, you know, that even you provide oral minerals as free choice, you will have, you know, the animals will have some troubles to maintain the adequate levels, you know, especially in the NRC reported, or for a year has been reporting the requirements and the normal levels, but those are based on normal growth and reproduction. But this level hasn't been estimated based on after vaccination or after challenge. So, and you know, it's hard to keep those levels due to inadequate soil and pasture mineral levels by itself. So we, in the United States, in many areas, we have selenium deficiency as the main trace mineral that is deficient, also copper as the second one, zinc. So there have been 2 studies in late 90s reporting exactly the same, and this is due, in part, due to the high levels of iron and molybdenum, which actually are inhibitors of these, especially copper. So also the high variability in the free choice intake, you know, that depending on the production state, you know, in the cycle of the animals, so the intake might be variable, especially animals after, you know, weaning, transportation, and receiving, they change, you know, the intake will change due to stress. So that will obviously affect the consumption of trace minerals. Also management affect, you know, especially in those big ranches in which all the animals don't have the same opportunity to reach the trace minerals. So you will have a variation even when you are providing the right amounts. trace minerals. And also the antagonists in feed, water, and feedstuff also will physically affect the trace minerals, binding them to the feed particles, and also the interactions, the antagonism between them, like iron, sulfur, and molybdenum, as I said. And imbalances in feedstuff. I have had several cases there in which the trace mineral, the label said something, but then when you analyze the feedstuff is totally different, and apparently putting more iron is something good, commercially talking, just for the appearance of the trace mineral, but actually that's an inhibitor. So things that we need to consider, also always checking that. And as I said, the trace mineral requirements may vary, over the year and the stage. So this emphasizes the importance of strategic supplementation with injectable trace minerals. And I said strategic supplementation because the idea is not replacing the oral supplementation. The idea is to provide trace minerals during those times in which the animal will actually require more. And today I'm going to talk about the research, but you have been working with this technology, injecting trace minerals, for 30 years. So actually it's an excellent example that you have, and I'm pretty sure you have so many stories to tell me, and I will be so enriched about your experience. So talking about bovine respiratory disease, is a highly prevalent disease worldwide, and in the United States is really high, the prevalence, the morbidity and mortality. It's a polymicrobial and multifactorial disease that affect cattle, especially young animals, and it's caused by some viruses like BVD, bovine respiratory syncytial virus, PI3, IBR, and now recently coronavirus has been included within the complex, but the role in the pathogenesis is not well determined yet. And these viruses disrupt the epithelial mucosa, the respiratory mucosa, and then some bacteria, commensal flora, can attack and complicate the disease. And this virus has a tremendous impact, or this disease, has a tremendous impact on the profitability of farms, reducing the feed efficiency and performance, and causing high treatment costs and high mortality. And the cattle that are with the highest risk are those that are stressed, the newly received, the weaned calf. Those are the most risk. And vaccination is a powerful tool to prevent, respiratory disease especially, and many other diseases, and also reducing the use of antibiotics, which is one of the main goals of many operations, and in general, many countries trying to reduce the use of antibiotics and trying to stimulate the immune response to a better response, to get a better response after vaccination. So unfortunately, vaccines are not 100% effective, and this is because there are so many factors that affect the efficacy of vaccination, and one of the main factors are the stress and subnutrition. I would say those two are the most important factors affecting the efficacy of vaccination, and I see that complaining in our clients, that they say, "Doc, I vaccinate and I still have respiratory disease, so what should we do, or what are we doing wrong?" And we explain, well, it's not a unique factor you need to take into account, not only vaccines, but all the management tools that are affecting, the efficacy of vaccination. The passive transfer, if there is a failure in passive transfer, then you need to make sure you start vaccination earlier, or if there is a good passive transfer, make sure or take into account which route of vaccination are you going to use to start priming the animals. The vaccination route is highly related to the passive transfer and the way that we handle the vaccines. So those factors will affect the response. And I think always about 2012 when I met Dr. Havenga. So Dr. Havenga Lawrence is yours, more than ours. And it was very nice to meet him in 2012 in the university. He visited me and he showed me this graph and impacted me because in that report, Artington from University of Florida and Lawrence, they performed this study and showed that the injection of these trace minerals, copper, zinc, manganese, and selenium, at the time of vaccination, improved the antibody response after providing the steers with the modified live vaccine. So it was really interesting, and I asked him, what about the cell-mediated immunity? Because we are talking about viruses, and we know how important is the cell-mediated immunity for controlling those bugs. So this study showed me that injectable trace minerals with vaccination, kind of a new technology, new tool, boosted the antibody response. And that study also showed that, after vaccination of any animal, these were steers, but there was a decline in the levels of trace minerals. This was in serum, in plasma, and you can see that it's a gray bar, that the gray bar, you see a decline 14 days after vaccination, decline in zinc, manganese, copper, and selenium. And the animals that were injected with trace mineral, the black bar, so they increased the levels or mitigated the decline. So basically, those results just show that normally calves use these trace minerals to develop the immune response after vaccination. So something really, really interesting. And then we proposed to perform this study that is already published about testing the effects on the cell-mediated immunity. So we performed this study in one of the university farms, and we used 30 male Holstein calves that were vaccinated with a modified live virus vaccine subcutaneously, and then we randomly assigned the calf to 2 different groups. And 21 days later, and these animals received, one group received ITM, injectable trace minerals, and the other group received just saline. And then 21 days later, we gave a second dose of the same vaccines. We gave a modified live virus and a Bacterin and injectable trace minerals again. So we observed that the animals that received trace minerals, they have a higher antibody response against, the antibody response against bovine viral diarrhea virus 28 days after vaccination, which was statistically higher than the control group. And not only the levels of antibodies, but also the proportion of animals that seroconverted was higher, was at 80% of animals with a 4-fold increase in antibodies compared to 53% in the control group. So the take-home message was that the vaccination improved, the antibody production, confirming the previous results that Dr. Artington presented in Florida. The same was observed for Mannheimia hemolytica. The antibodies were higher for the group that received injectable trace minerals compared to the control group. So about the cell proliferation, the lymphocyte proliferation, we observed that the animals that received trace minerals, they had a stronger and earlier lymphocyte proliferation or leukocyte proliferation when their cells were exposed to the same antigens. Meaning, if you see the first graph, it's like pulling the graph to the left, meaning that the response of the leukocytes was higher, significantly higher, and earlier, was faster, almost 2 weeks faster than the control group. So especially for BVDV and also for VRSV, and we saw the same pattern for Pasturella multocida, meaning that the injection with trace minerals enhanced the leukocyte proliferation, the memory and leukocyte proliferation. So the take-home message was that the injection with trace minerals improved the mineral status, also the antibody titers against BVDV on day 28 post-vaccination, and the seroconversion, as I showed, and also the antibodies against Mannheimia hemolytica, and the proliferation of the leukocytes against BVDV, VRSV, and as well as Pasturella multocida. So what does it mean? So in practical terms, that means that when vaccinating calves and injecting trace minerals concurrently with this vaccination, that will provide a faster and a stronger antibody production and also cell-mediated immunity, the replication of the leukocytes. So that took us to the second study that was, okay, what happened with animals that are weaned, stressed, transported, and then received in another place in which the stress is a main factor playing, a negative impact on the process. So how is the onset of protection elicited by vaccination when using trace minerals? So we did a second study, and is already published using steers, beef steers, and we used 45 Angus calf, 7-month-old, and they were vaccinated with a modified live virus vaccine at arrival. So basically, we gave 8 hours of shipping, like transportation for 8 hours to give enough stress to the animals, and once they arrive to the farm, they receive, the vaccine and trace minerals or saline, and the third group did not receive vaccination. Then 5 days after that, we challenged the animals with BVDV2 strain 890, which is a moderate virulent strain. And then we evaluated the animals for around 3 weeks, the clinical scores. And so you can see in the first panel that the injection with trace minerals improve the clinical score, so they have a lower clinical score or better health status compared to the other two groups. So the injection with trace minerals improve the way that the animals responded after the challenge. And the main effect was in the attitude, the head and ear scores, in which these animals that received trace minerals had a better attitude, they were eating better, and in general, they look better than the other two groups. Also, the animals receiving multimine, they had higher antibody titers against BVDV2, which was statistically significant compared to the other two groups, meaning that there was stronger humoral immune response. So it was earlier, than the others. And then we wanted to see the cell-mediated immunity, so how the cells replicated in order to see what happens actually in the real world when they are exposed to the viruses, not only to check the immune response, but also the protection, which is what matters. And then we saw that the control group, the red line, there was a significant decay in the levels of CD4 and CD8 T cells, which is one of the landmarks for BVDV infection, causing lymphopenia, leukopenia in general, and that was showed by the control group, the red line. But then the animals that received trace minerals, you see that there was a mitigation of that decline, and the same pattern was observed for CD8 T cells, meaning that the cells were dying in a lower or less severe manner, or the cells were replicating more, maintaining higher levels than the control group and the group that received only vaccination. So the message is that the injectable trace minerals mitigated that decay of lymphocytes caused by BVDV2 infection. So in general, we saw in that study that the injection with trace minerals with multimine increased selenium and copper status in liver, and also improved the general status of the animals and the antibodies against BVDV2 after infection, and mitigated the decay of CD4 and CD8 T cells caused by BVDV2. Something really interesting was that also was able to increase the platelet numbers. So I don't think that has been reported before, trace minerals causing an increase in platelets. So in general, this information is important because we know that now that using trace minerals in stressed animals, animals are going to be submitted to the stress of weaning, transportation and commingling. If we use it at the time of vaccination or receiving, then the onset of protection elicited by that vaccine will be more solid, will be stronger and faster, and then the animals were not exposed in that commingling process in the new farm, are exposed to those pathogens, they will respond in a better fashion. So then we did a third study in which we wanted, I will rush. So the third study, we used intranasal vaccine just to see what happened in the, in the respiratory tract when we used an intranasal vaccine together with trace minerals. And we basically vaccinated 1 month old dairy calf, young calf, and one group received trace minerals, ITM, and the other group received just saline. And we evaluated the calf. We used multiming 90, and then you see that we saw a difference in the amount, on the level of antibodies against VRSV. For the other viruses, we did not see a significant difference, but there was a significant difference, higher response for animals receiving multiming. And also the morbidity and mortality was lower in the animals receiving multiming. So it's a 10% lower in animals receiving multiming. We did not challenge the animals with BRSV, but it's interesting that those animals had higher BRSV antibody response, BRSV highly prevalent in our dairy farms, and we saw lower morbidity and mortality. All right? So then we gave a booster 2 months later to these animals, and we challenged the animals with BVDV and IVR 49 days with BVDV and 56 days, 1 week later with BVDV. So IVR. BVDV first, and 1 week later we gave IVR, and see what happens. So we wanted to see what happened inside. We basically put an endoscope inside the animals to see the respiratory tract appearance. So unfortunately, or I don't know if to say fortunately, but there was nothing reported in bovine. There are many reports in equine, and we had to create our own scale, our own scores for endoscopy in cattle. So, and we evaluated several parts of the respiratory tract, and we gave a score from 0 to 3 based on redness, integrity, and secretions. And this is what we observed. So animals that were not vaccinated, I'm showing you the video that is showing the average or the median video of the group. So basically we calculated the scores and then got the median and the mean, and then we found a video or an animal that was representing that score. So that's what you're going to see now. Hopefully the video will run, hopefully. Yes. All right. So this is an animal that did not receive vaccine, and you can see a severe inflammation of the upper respiratory tract with mucopurulent, I would say purulent secretions with a severe hyperplasia of the pharyngeal mucosa and purulent secretions in the trachea, ulcers, and also in the bronchi, ulcers and purulent secretions. So this is the effect first of BVDV causing immunosuppression, and then IVR causing, the disruption of the respiratory tract. Then I have here the average of the group that received vaccine, intranasal vaccine, and saline. And you can see that there is less severe, it's like a moderate inflammation of the upper respiratory tract with moderate secretions, mucus or mucopurulent secretions, a moderate lymphoid hyperplasia of the pharyngeal and larynx, and also mucopurulent or mucus secretions in the trachea and the bronchi. So which is expected, after a challenge with these two viruses, even in vaccinated animals. And this video is representing the multiming group. So these animals show less severe inflammation of the respiratory tract with mucus secretions in less amount, with certain, mild hyperplasia of the pharyngeal mucosa and the larynx, some focus of hyperplasia you can see there, and some mucus or seromucus secretions in the trachea and bronchi, which is showing the effects of these trace minerals improving the health status of the respiratory tract. And in this graph, I'm showing the same that we showed in beef cattle. After injection with trace minerals and infection with BVDV and IVR, the control group, you see is the green line, showed very severe decline in the CD4 and CD8 T cells. okay? And multiming just, yeah, we're done. All right, but the injectable trace minerals mitigated the decrease in lymphocytes caused by BVDV and IVR infection. All right, so I'm not going to repeat the take-home message because I hope you got the take-home message, right? So in general, adding the injectable trace minerals, even young or mid-age animals, that will improve the immune response. Both branches, the humoral immune response, cell-mediated immune response, and also the integrity of the respiratory tract. So, and always important, not only one player is important, or the vaccine or trace mineral. This is something that needs to be like a system. So, stress, management, and personnel will play an important role in the efficacy of vaccination. So I thank always God, number one, my Lord Jesus, for all the opportunities, the health, the motivation, that I have had in my life, and the wonderful people that I have shared with. And this is Gravit. My team is our creation. It's a group for reproduction in animals, vaccinology, and infectious diseases. These guys have graduated, all of them. I'm resetting the program again. That's the sad part of academia, that, once everybody graduates, you are alone and restarting again. So thank you so much for your attendance and for giving me this opportunity. And I'm sorry for taking longer than normal, but it's like 9 years, and I didn't want to do this long trip just for 10 minutes or 15 minutes. Thank you.
You can wait there then. Okay. Thank you very much, Roberto. So we've got negative time for any questions. So are there questions for any of the speakers? One over there.
Thanks, Roberto. That was very interesting. I know Sven can be quite scary when he's looking at you in your overtime. So I actually have a few questions, but maybe I'll ask you the rest afterwards. My one question is, why did you decide to challenge with BVD in these intranasal coughs, because the vaccine doesn't cover BVD? And then the second question is, do you think that by addressing the trace mineral deficiency before you vaccinate, you'll get a even better response? Or, I know it's not always practical, but or do you think, giving it concurrently on the same day is the best approach? Okay.
Thank you so much. I think those are excellent questions. And first of all, I want to mention that in all the studies that we have done in 9 years, always we find normal trace mineral levels in the animals. So they start with a normal status, they are not deficient. So, and even, ending the study, they keep a level that is, even the control group level that is normal, considered normal, or in the borderline. So there is no deficiency. So the addition of strategic supplementation at the time of vaccination has been a tool to improve the immune response, even in animals with normal trace mineral status. And also, the last study was done in very young animals, which actually, as I said at the beginning, they are born with normal levels, high levels. So, and even with that, the supplementation helped the immune response improving. And the second question was, why using these two viruses? Well, BVD is endemic in the United States. It's not like in Europe, in which it has been established eradication program. So in the US is endemic, and we wanted to try to simulate, even was research, simulate regular normal conditions in farm in which BVDV is circulating, and having a significant impact in the efficacy of vaccinations, deworming, and many other management practices because of the immunosuppression that it causes. Not only causing leukopenia, lymphopenia, but also affecting the innate immunity, as we know. So we wanted to force the animals, like challenge the animals, giving a little bit, immunosuppression to see in a very negative immunological environment and status how they will respond to IBR.
Any other questions? Right, well, thank you. Oh, there's a question over there.
There we go. Just one question. You spoke about mineral levels. How did you sample that? Was it by blood or liver biopsy? How did you actually get those levels that you were talking about?
So the question is how we measure the levels of minerals in the animals? Yeah, in the first study that I showed, I have the graph here. Well, anyway, I can show you, by the way, guys, so I can talk to you at the end, you know, anytime. I will be here until tomorrow, so we can, in 2 days, so we can talk. So the first study, we measured the levels in liver. We took liver biopsies before vaccination, then 21 days after priming vaccination, and 56 days after priming vaccination. And that was the first study. And also in the steers, in the beef, in the Angus, we took liver biopsies before and after vaccination and injection of trace minerals. And in the little ones, you know, the babies, the dairy calf, we did in blood. So, and we have the records also for blood minerals in all the studies, but we know that the most reliable way to determine the mineral status is in liver. So.
Right, thank you very much to the speakers in this session. Chris, are there any announcements that need to be made? Can I excuse myself? Right, the drinks are at 6 o'clock now. Sponsored by Design Biologics. Free. Okay. Thanks all. Roberto, thank you very much. Thank you.
Is it over the TV or on a Zoom with me? Where's Donnie? Sean, I think you can open this. I think we had such a lot of almost an information overload through the afternoon, but yeah, we stopped it by security, and Sean, I think you had your hand up once upon a time.
Ladies and gents, just to get some clarity on what's expected of us if you're going to be called out to a farm to certify cattle for sale to a feedlot. Die Jong Dokter van Kroonstad, we got hold of Karen Beef this afternoon, we got hold of Sparta Beef, and they've actually requested that if you have a bona fide relationship with the farmer, that you are then able to certify. But I think there's still some important questions that you need to ask the farmer, and that is about the introduction or lack thereof of any cattle in the previous 28 days. The reason that I'm saying that is because you don't want to test the legal system. I promise you don't want to test the legal system. When it